And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We're in beautiful London, England here at the historic Copperbox Arena where so many wonderful moments have taken place. And today will be no different. We crown our first ever global Warzone champion. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And I know you like the pre-show, but I know you like drop number one just as much. We're about to head in. But just so you know, for everyone at home and even in the audience, if you want to participate, we do have those viewer incentives. Make sure you link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now so you can get those viewership incentives. And on top of that, MW3 beta codes if you want to get involved. But without further ado, I think we're ready for drop number one. So let's send it to our casters, Goj and Tiff.
Thank you so much, Reflections. I am so excited to be here live in the Copperbox Arena, Goj, but we have been waiting from the beginning of the entire year live until now. 150 players behind us, and they're ready to get wild.
Ready to get wild, and not only ready to get wild, we also have amazing crowd. We have incredible watch parties going on online and on site, but game one is ready. Let's take a look at the players flying in.
Assalomu alaykum akalar, sizlar bilan
Now we said it. These players have battled through stages, through
Global
last chance
ko'ramiz.
qualifiers, crossed continents, all to
Johon
compete here in the
Chempionati
Copperbox.
1,200,000
We always talk about
dollar.
the leaders, the story of the legacy versus ambition, experience versus hunger, and Goj, the old guard versus the new guard.
The old guard versus the new guard. You've got Tommy, you've got Rated, you've got Allman, you've got Huskers, and then you've got some of our new faces. I asked the players, Tiff, what is their best tournament experience? What's their most memorable moment in Warzone history? And many said the qualifying moments. London, you are witnessing greatness. 150 players on LAN. This is the largest LAN lobby ever in the history of esports. Let's take a look at the map.
And then we see the map. And the zone isn't necessarily the most atrocious one I've witnessed here. It could have pulled full on water. But looking at our first team, Nickel, Picnic, and Wagnificent. Wagnificent, such a win grinder, and honestly, going to do incredibly well here. You really want to land in a relatively safer area, maybe over by Wsow, which you'll see this team is you can get money really quick, but we wanted to get into the action, and DBZ, no stranger to it, already engaging.
DBZ back at it again. They had some chemistry rifts and they're already in trouble. The crowd not happy, but Z-Laner already down and eliminated. Azen, Heeds, Gromalok, one of EU's finest squads. They said we're running 3 signals today, Goj. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And already they've got Clutch, Belk, and Destroy in their sights to try to grab the first team wipe.
We are less than 2 minutes into map number 1. They've already got their loadout. They've already got their signals. And Noobs is already going down elsewhere.
Yeah, this is the key to today. You cannot find yourself full wiped. And Gromalok's gonna try to find it. Grabs a knock. Should be able to clean this up, no problem. Destroy might try to sneak a res here, but Clutchbox has gotta be saying, run away. We have to stay alive. Sure, they've got the gulag, but with Gromalok right behind, the signal out of bullets. Destroy will just barely sneak away.
You think about the stages throughout this. You know, we have the Cronin meta, and now we transfer over to the 3-2-1 meta, AKA the Signal 50. You heard Limax in that interview you guys all just witnessed. He's like, I'd like to give a shout out to the Signal, and that's what everyone will likely be running here. While we look at this beautiful free cam shot, you can see where FIFA Kill is positioned, but our players are kind of contemplating whether or not do they want 2 or do they want 3 Signal 50 ops on their team.
That's exactly right, and we always talk about different zones of activity in Warzone, and one of those is, of course, the very beginning of the match. Big Pavo in trouble, finds one, is able to clean it up, but goes down in the process. Champy trying to grab a little bit of revenge and is able to do so. Nate Dogg goes down. The team that almost kept Huskers from getting to this moment does fall.
Let's see, Tappa just laying down, kind of positioning well. Taking the high ground early on is going to be nice, but you have to survive that. But checking on over Village, Aiden's squad really likes to land here. You can see that Z-Smith, E-Bates, and DJ Moss have already kind of rotated through, and Aiden electing to separate a little bit away from Rated and Adrian, and something that's really cool. I had a chance to sit down and talk to them just yesterday as well. At the helm of that is Rated, the IGL, who makes a lot of their positioning calls.
got Wadawi now in trouble. Palooka, Tojo, pushing, but Flex in trouble. Palooka's gonna try to come up here again. Lockman sub, the main weapon of choice for pretty much every single player at close range. Should have no problem here. Of course, resources are everything, and smoke's one of the main resources you'll see every single team using. Now a little bit lost in the sauce, but is able to answer back. Palooka finds one. Moods goes down. Team 42 in trouble as Flex is going to try to get the better of his opponent. Player advantage is everything. Sure, you lose one, you got two more. This should be a team wipe. Send them all to the gulag.
The issue is they need to keep moving and fight their way in. That ring is going to be no joke. That gas is very hard to run. You can see the kill leaders in the upper right now. Team Biffle on 4. Team Almond with 2, tied with Azen and Clapson. So off to a really hot start. Granted, we're not even 5 minutes into this match, and checking in with Wars. Getting a little mixy here. Believe going down. Now the second player coming in, but Wars is trying to heal, but he jumps in. Unfortunately, does go down. King AJ, let's get it.
This is a great fight. Wars was telling us before, I was competing before many of these players even touched the game. Will fall, but King AJ, one of their top slayers through multi-stage process to get to this moment. Last alive, not a kill to his name. And these are those moments you look back on. If I would have taken that fight, what would have happened? Brolic, a long and hard journey to get here, but is here nonetheless. One of the most wholesome players here, but will not seem wholesome on the map. Let's take a check in with one of those teams that we were talking about a moment ago. Huskers, Mutex, Jesus. An incredible squad, had a tough shake of it. Ended up getting 5th in the LCQs, just barely missing out on making this stage. And after some shuffles around, some visa issues and everything in between, finally they were able to make it. They got the call like 2 weeks ago, Tiff, and they're here ready to prove themselves.
Yeah, we ran into Jay early on just before everything was kitted out, and he's like, look, I've been playing since I was 9. My dad got me into this, and whatever I win here today, well, I'm giving it to my dad. But before that, you've got to survive. A lot of teams will be rotating through Observatory. Now Mutex and Jay, last standing for the team, are going to have to finesse around Gromma Lock, but you have to be able to see them first, and that smoke is constructing all of the view around them. But high ground is key, bits the pace. He's able to crack the shield, but you have to make the pull, and now unfortunately the numbers are not there. Now Jay, last alive for the squad, want to prevent going a full wipe, but Azen, they do it.
There are only 10 mouse and keyboard players here, and Azen is one of those playing on ridiculous sense. Has no problem fighting against the controller players, and one of the other keyboard and mouse players with Huskers. A nice win, only lose one in the process. Remember that moment though, losing one there is gonna hurt, but the team wipe feels a lot better nonetheless. Flex here on the wide rotate. We talked about the early game, right? You wanna grab some early kills, you're gonna feel good about yourself if you got 4 or 5 like Biffle, but on the other side in the mid game, you've got to set yourself up for in game. You've got to rotate early, especially in this 3-2-1 meta with the signals. There's always gonna be people set up on rooftops. You want to get there first, so find some early eliminations, then use the mid game to rotate to the end, and then you're set up for that final couple circles.
Not a bad shout. Saw Huskers going down in the kill feed, so I want to say I think he lost the gulag. Unfortunate for him, Mutex might have lost his as well. So we need to keep an eye on that, because if Jay are coming back and they have one player last standing, but hey, Jay does win it.
Palooka, a little bit in trouble. Now folks, if you're taking a look at the top of your screen here, 2 teams have been fully eliminated. Palooka's gonna try to make it a third. Adrian goes down. Where are his teammates? They're not close enough to help. Aiden raided up inside the building. They don't want to risk a full team wipe here, and Tojo's going to push the equation. When you get a knock, you've got to full send. Aiden, a crowd favorite, at least back home, certainly not here, goes down, and now Raided is on the run.
Raided is on full hot pursuit to get out of dodge, but you can see that Tohor is going to play it a little more caution. He's not going to overextend just yet. He wants to be able to catch a nice angle on Raided, because to be able to go out so early on, take out a Titan, that is what you need to do. But playing the low
Stream rekordilar Twitch'ten M3'ga bilet berishadi.
Here's the thing about this squad. Anybody could win. We're on 0 ping. The server's around the corner. Everybody is playing on the same game, the same map, in the same location. And Flex, a team that got 15th in stage 2, barely making it to the global finals, but not having to play the LCQ, and they're taking down a hometown hero favorite.
Oh, peep this. I do love a little bit of recon drone action to get some fresh pings for your team that's going to be running the Signal 50. We shoot once. We don't connect necessarily, but it's okay. We just need at least 2 bullets to take them down.
Only 3 bullets left, but We'll see what's going to happen here. Now, I do believe, Tiff, we actually have a quick interview with the first team that was eliminated. We're going to get a chance to hear from them and see what went wrong and see who it was, because there was a couple teams that went down at around the same time. So we want to get that check in here shortly and see what happened. There it is. Frankie is on the stage. Let's check in.
Can you just tell us what went down?
We went to our usual spot. There was two teams that pulled up both sides, got pinched between 2-0, so a little bit unlucky, but it happens. It's just on to the next map.
Had those teams done their research on you? Do you think they came for you specifically?
I think everyone knows our landing spot, so we will get targeted pretty early, so it's like we expected it. It's just the fight was such a 50-50, it could have gone either way.
If you were expecting it, though, you considered maybe practicing dropping somewhere else just to be safe?
Oh, yeah, we got like 6 different spots we're going to go to each map, so depending on what the zone is going on, but we know what we're going to do.
Okay, so maybe a change up in the next one?
Potentially, yeah.
All right, I'm sure I'm not going to be speaking to you again unless it's over in the witness position, but I do want to give you this as a good luck charm. It's the wooden spoon. Thank you, Tommy.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Shout out to Frankie there, hitting the wooden spoon to Tommy, one of the teams that I would have not anticipated to go out first. TBE, the Legends, the Titans, as Enigma said early, Tommy the prodigal son has returned and has exited early, but here's the deal. They land up near Tarak Village. He said it himself, everyone knows where we land and we've got to be hyper aware of the potential contest. So Nofo, Dongi, Big Pavo and co, they're running into a little bit of mix here.
What's crazy about this Dongi play here, and I don't know if he's going to win it, he is, somehow comes out on top. Big Pavo, though, pushes the equation, is able to answer back. I was talking to Vonbut in the bathroom right before we got started. He said, hey, TBE changed up their spots. They might be coming to us. Somebody's contesting them. Well, apparently he was right. TBE, the first team out, is ridiculous. They've still got the momentum, but Zach pushing the equation, trying to answer back against Big Pavo.
Yeah, but with one shot on that Signal 50 allowing you to get the crack, you can just immediately close the distance with that Lockman SMG, and that's why on the desk earlier they were saying how many eliminations that SMG has, but Braxton, Empathy, all of them popping off, and I've been keeping an eye on that, but let's check in with some of our previous winners, Blade, Savvy, Ultras, and Vortex. You can see Blade already on 2 eliminations, a good chunk of damage, and navigating just the outer edge of Ring.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot. Again, as we're kind of nearing the mid-game of the first map of the global finals, you've got a previous winner and, of course, a previous solo YOLO winner. Blade went from, like, 160th total earnings on our earnings leaderboard to, like, 4th because he won $100,000 individually and won the World Series of Warzone last year. A ridiculous feat, and they're, of course, trying to go back-to-back. This is going to be tough, though. This rotation in, we're already into the mid-game. Other teams have been here for a while, set up, ready to go, waiting for them to rotate in. So I'll be curious if they can come out of this inside the top 10 or so teams. We still have 44 teams left. Signal, though, certainly can clear you a path.
Get a good chunk of that map and that picture-in-picture. You can see we're pulling straight over to Rohan Oil. Team Smixy, no stranger to that area, will likely have already been. But let me tell you, I saw the elimination feed earlier, and I saw a little loadout single next to Flanked with a death, so maybe he got crushed a little bit, so we'll have to keep in and see how they're doing.
Sure. Yeah, hey, there's a lot of ways to die in Warzone, that's for sure. We'll see if we can get a clip of that later.
Jordan.
Lead on 2. Couple knocks. Again, team game, kills aren't everything.
Вот, Wsow, последний глобал финал. Смотрим. Я за Хаскерс болею, брат. Хаскерса знаешь, да? Не, я не буду, я до конца, до талого буду смотреть, Сокол. Тут тикет дают, дроп съест, брат. Можешь МВшку завтра можешь играть. Новую МВшку, брат. Покупай. Я дропс возьму. До талого смотрю, брат. Я ждал от Global Final, если что. Чёрту игру.
Were the winners of World Series of Warzone. Now
Смотрим.
here representing 3 different teams, and of course they run into each other.
All right, well, there's a team that a lot of people back in North America have been cheering on for a long time, and I know our on-site watch party with the Pulse Check's been cheering on as well. We saw Biffle, we saw Sage. They're not too far away, but
Тут все
Adrian, who's having a
геймпады.
great game thus far, gets wiped. Adrian pushes the fight. Aiden and Rated, they've restabilized Tiff. They've kind of found their feet underneath them. Seemingly all is well, and this is the making of a fantastic game for them and the making of a great team. We talk about this all the time, Tiff. It's not about how hard you can get hit. It's about how easy and how fast you can get back on your feet after flying back in from the gulag.
And that regain, once you get into a blender, when you start having numbers advantage, it's very complicated. But Team Flex here on your screen still has all 3 members and the ability ability to clean out Team 44 and 37 and 9. Additionally, they just need to keep an eye out on Team Savvy on that northeast side that has the potential to gatekeep them. But they have to go forward, and the issue is when everything is open,
Вот Айден говорят
no
читер.
smokes. Life is a little tough.
Вот сейчас посмотрим, как он играет. Вот Айден. Его команда.
A couple teams, make it several teams in this area here in Oil. Adrian on 2. He's just going to try to catch somebody out in the open. Of course, you got a night vision scope like this, you can pick some people off in the rotations, which is what they want to do. The problem is, somebody tries a third party, pushes in from below as somebody else is flying in above. You're going to catch yourself in a complete disarray. Blade, though, going to try to continue to clear his path forward. We'll see where this next zone pulls. And, well, nowhere nearby, Mr. Savvy Ultras. You're going to have to get on your horse and start moving. I still think they're in a tough spot. But, look, the Italian wonders, they've done it before. They can do it again.
Team Flex now fully eliminated as well. Squad 1 gonna get wiped. That's gonna be Juki, so we gotta keep an eye, and maybe someone had an ability to come back. But we have 103 players left in the lobby, and now we're just kind of patrolling the outer. But the issue with this open area right ahead of Rohan is you have to go down in elevation. Where Blade is currently positioned will be at that ultimate high ground, and you can kind of keep an eye out. Now they are running that Schlager night view scope on the Signal 50, which will allow them just a little bit of extra boost on the
Super Ivan.
The issue with that is you run the risk. A lot of people,
swag.
included, are running a different scope that gets them that faster ADS speed.
That's right. That's a great shout, Tim. I need to remind everybody
swag.
here in the stadium and everybody at home, of course, we've got that classic World Series of Warzone format. Our multiplier doesn't even start kicking in until you're in the top 35 teams. We're not there yet in the fourth circle. We still got a lot of Warzone to be played, but those team numbers are going to drop dramatically here in the next 4 to 5 minutes. So be ready. It's going to be ticking down like seconds on a clock. Super Evan Colors, Swag, they're going to have to push forward. A team that just barely made it here after a monster effort near the end of the World Series Warzone series. They got a chance against our wildcard team, Tactical Brit. Able to answer back, a couple nades, takes down one, but should be no problem to get the revive here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in this area. Not every single team has a full team of 3, though, so somebody's going to be in for a rude awakening, and I think that's Reader.
You have to be able to maintain this building and clear out this side of your zone to prioritize the rotation. They have a couple Signal 50s. You see Swag is using the night view, so that'll help. But the moment you peek, they're already anticipating it. That's the issue with the Signal 50. It is so incredibly quick and takes minimal damage to do that. And that's actually going to be Tactical Brit on the other side, and he really showed off winning that wild card map on an epic layer cake during the LCQs, but they are about to take down a powerhouse. Super Evan able to close the distance, grab one, gets the trade, but immediately gets dumpstered on.
That was almost a full wipe. If you notice, I think he got the flare off in time, so there's one floating up above, and that's what we talk about, survivability. It is so difficult to full wipe teams here, not only with the flares, but also some of these players, they showcase some movement on Al Mazrah, able to jump onto a buy, sacrifice themselves to get their teammates back, and of course, portable buy is another way to do that. But watch out, I don't know if it was Swag that was able to get back. I think it was. One player left alive for that team, and we are into the multipliers. I said it was going to go quick. We were at 39. Now we're at 30, and now the gulag is closed, so not a single safety net allowed for any team aside from those flares. We'll see what they're able to do. Aiden, Rated, Adrian, they like their spot now, not too sure. Gonna have to fight through a ton of teams on the way to center zone.
My issue with, I love their position. They don't have any self-reses. They're really low on shields, but they did give Rated all of the cash, call in the mobile buy station, so they're probably looking to maybe grab a self-res, grab a UAV, and really prioritize their positioning for the end game, because navigating throughout all the buildings, you know just as well as I do that someone is going to be just camped up in a building looking for positioning and being able to prioritize that to grab the eliminations at the end. But you're right, we are finally into the multiplier, and it'll start crawling up.
Sage on 6 with 8 downs. This team has been the top of our leaderboard since the very beginning, in a little bit of trouble, but they've got player advantage. They are not worried at all. There are 3 Slayers on this team, but 2 specifically playing the Slayer role. Shifty has elected to take up the dirty work role, as we call it. I was talking to Repulse before this, who was kind of coaching them prior to the watch party, and Shifty, an incredible player, here with something to prove. Got a chip on his shoulder, and this team is going big already in the first map.
You could say that about almost every player on that stage, Goj. Everyone has something to prove because it is to be taken. It has to be earned. And Aiden, Rated, and the young gun Adrian are working on that positioning, but you have to get through. Mind you, Skullface, Hisoka, and Mayapo have already positioned themselves near the track, so they're a little bit closer. You can see Braxton and Empathy just on the right side. They have a little bit of cover, but this is going to be monumental as eBay sees it. They get completely wiped. able to
Pochta vela
clear
o'lyapsizmi?
now with the smokes, with the shields, can prioritize that next position.
All right. Let it breathe a little bit here, Tiff, because this is the calm before the storm. Methods trying to do something, landing on top of the building, unfortunately, will fall. Now we're into 26 teams remaining, and every team just trying to set themselves up before the chaos that is the final couple circles, especially with a lot of floaters up in the sky. You want to keep those flares. 137 goes down, that's 8. They said, hey, we didn't get enough love on the broadcast, coach. You got to shout us out. Well, I'll shout you out now. 22nd place or so. Hopefully it was a good game.
GG go next. We hit the 20th
Mortal
place mark
Kombat
at
qiziqmayman,
1.4x multiplier. And as that circle starts to close, you have to start thinking of the teams that have already put themselves in a solid position. It's going to be Team Panda that is going to be holding that next northern mode, and Sage racks up another one, wanting to get closer to that double digit. The moment that Sage, Shifty, and Biffle start feeling themselves. Now, mind you, Shifty was playing with Wsow and Skullface.
Hozir
Now
faqat
his limited
Chempionatga
roster,
qiziqamiz,
and they are
Johon.
just going off on all these
Final
teams,
ketyapti.
fighting tooth and nail.
LAN turnir.
Or Rogue PA will be the nail in Sage's coffin.
Here's the thing, this map is a massive one, of course.
$1,200,000.
I was going to say last alive, Sage somehow able to snake out of the way. This is scary for the other teams. You've allowed the top slayers on the map to make it inside the top 16, potentially top 15. Or other wildcard team potentially in trouble. Desmond falling. I still see Rocket and Zakar alive. Shifty out in the gas, gonna work his way in, hanging on by a tooth and a nail, and maybe a little bit more than that. Watch out for Biffle at the top of the leaderboard. I can only imagine you're gonna see them there regardless if they go out soon.
We did see Dez go down, but Crowder was still alive. The wildcard team coming in from the NA Last Chance qualifier. That was such a doozy to watch. If you haven't seen it, you're gonna have to go back and watch that water ending. But positioning yourself here is gonna be nice, but if you can take a couple picks to maybe force them to heal off, prioritize going forward. But Morpheus, they're gonna be able to catch up guard. There's one thing I've learned about the Morpheus squad is their ability to consistently make it to endgame.
That's right. They're always in endgame. I cursed them in the stage 2, but they made it through LCQs regardless. Savvy Ultra's proving me wrong yet again. A lot of people doubted this team somehow after winning World Series of Warzone last year. Stage 1 was a fine performance. Stage 2, they dominated, and now somehow into in-game after a massive rotation. Savvy Ultra's on 6. This should be a really good game.
DukeX's team is going to fall, and so will Biffle's, and they're going to have to continue. Wars and Breadman, though, still representing. We can see Jowo and Co just on the right side, but look who has the high ground. Hisaka, Mayapo, and Skullface. They are poised and positioned. Plenty of Signal 50 ammo and just ready to take this, because if you can hold that, you just look at it, Crowder and Nico, there's nothing they can do.
Incredible.
They basically just shot their ankle off.
An amazing high ground position. This is exactly where you want to be. Look at the next zone pull, too. I know it's small on your screens at home, but look at the zone pull they have. They have high ground, and they've got the next zone position. Skullface on 7. This is the battle of the champions. No! Jowo comes up from down below. Skullface is able to answer back. That's now 8. Unreal, Tiff. The battle of the champions. Savvy Ultras alive, winning EU last year. Hisoka winning NA last year. First map already, we're seeing the battle of the Titans.
Look, Soka was absolutely locked in those shots earlier. He's showing off the chain. They have maintained the best position. And now Redman and Limax are short on Jowo, but that was such a game-winning fight, right? If you can take the root from them, you can potentially take the game. But now you see Jowo. Maw's gonna be re-knocked by Skullface, refooled. He wasn't able to get back in, and now they just have to keep the lookout. We have 5 teams remaining, 13 players. We are about to experience the end.
NA versus EU champions, some regional expansion teams still alive as well, and then the boy Jowo braiding Breadman's hair, and I think we're back-to-back in the scrims leading up to today, so they'd like to go 3 in a row. We'll see. Climax pushes the fight now. Clip shown on screen going down. Mexico on your screen, looking to make it big in the first map. Panda on 3, gets the flare off. We're gonna have a floater. Mexico's gonna be floating up, down to the final 3 teams. Panda trying to push the equation, goes down. Breadman, mouse and keyboard player going big, cleaning up all of Mexico almost.
Limax said, I'm just here to shoot my gun, and he does. He said, I'm carrying at least 5 flares on me. We're gonna have a flare off, but unfortunately Limax will fall as Soka has delved down onto the other knee. They have cleaned it up, and they will be your map 1 winners.
I cannot believe your North America champions
Oo, uni balachalar
only win
yutyapti.
map one and are excited about
O'zida yo'q
it, but had a
xursand.
ton of kills to boot. They came here to ball out. Tiff, I asked every competitor here who their scariest team to fight was, and, well, Team Ahsoka was at the top of the list.
I mean, I would be scared to chow Ahsoka. Man, that guy is a grinder. Skullface was one of the first people to ever unlock that new camo by streaming for a solid week straight. They are here in final form, and making that roster swap to pick up Mayappo once again has proved that they here are not playing.
Of course, when you win that map, you get the 2x multiplier, so a massive game, let alone, we'll let the admins do the math behind the screen, but you'll likely see them near the top of the leaderboard. I got a couple questions in my mind, though. When you look at that leaderboard, where's Biffle gonna be? They had 26 some odd points going into the final 15 teams. They were frying. Where's Savvy Ultra gonna be? The Italian squad, the other champions from EU, they had a fantastic map. I saw Rocket go down inside the top 6 or so. There's a lot of teams that are what if, where are we, what are we gonna do? But the big question looming in my mind, Tiff, where's TBE gonna, where are they gonna drop? What are they gonna do? What are they gonna change? Because they're in trouble. First team out, wooden spoon in hand. They got a lot of ground to make up.
Well, good thing there's 5 more matches, because I can only imagine if you land somewhere so publicly throughout any kind of tournament warming up for this, and most of our players, they don't like to change things up too frequently, but you heard him. He said, hey, we've got a plenty of other drops, because let me just tell you, they do not want to collect another wooden spoon. But once again, congratulations to Soka and Co for taking that win.
Look, we can talk about this all day, Tiff. There's so many what ifs. What can we change? The makings of the best Warzone players in the world are the people that can think on their feet and adjust on the fly. You can have all the strategies in the world, you can have all of the practice, but what will you do here on main stage in London, Tiff? What an incredible first map of Warzone, and I gotta say, if that's how the rest of the games are gonna go, couldn't be more excited. Let's toss it over and check out that HyperX victory moment.
Go. That was actually really impressive there out of Skullface, just playing it patient, had the durable gas mask, and as we run back those celebrations, that just goes to show you how important it is to find those gas masks early on and be able to anchor it out. The fact that they were able to filter out Limax and Breadman there, but hey, you know, I talked to them yesterday, and they were really excited. They are the 2-time DMZ undefeated winners, and they said they came here to win.
Second place is pretty impressive, I gotta say. The big question in my mind, right, it's kills, kills, kills. How many eliminations do you have? That multiplier is going to be clutch. Of course, 2 times for first place is massive for Team Ahsoka. There's going to be a lot of math, but there's going to be a lot of points on the board for that team, Tiff.
I know we're queuing up an interview so we can talk to Soka, Skullface, and Mayappo, and I'm curious if Frankie has got them down on the stage, because I really want to hear, and then I want to see what's going on. So take it away, Frankie.
To be honest, Tiff, I nearly had to go over to the booth and drag them over here because they were so caught up in their victory on land that they forgot they had to talk to me. But it's all right, boys. I'll forgive you if you give me some good answers. Soka, you guys took the W in the North American World Series of Warzone Finals last year, but now you're here to prove yourselves on LAN. What's it like playing in London?
I mean, it's wild, man. The crowd is amazing. The vibes are amazing. Wagwan, London, Wagwan. What are you saying? What are you saying?
London, he's been preparing for this event by watching Top Boy. I'm going to come over to you, Logan. At Skullface on the roof, you were playing hot. You had the Signal 50 in hand. What was your thoughts in that end game as the circle was closing in and you knew you had the advantage?
Just play our lives, and hopefully I use that gas mask to get behind the enemy.
What? Were you aware that you were going up against your NA adversaries, Team Jowo?
That they were the last right there? I didn't matter who was the live right there. I just knew we were going to win. And if we stayed in our positions and played well, which we did, we won the game.
Skullface, he's not giving me much trash talk. He's being very classy right now, Soka. Were you very satisfied when you heard it was Team Johon that you took out?
Say that again. Oh, Johon? I mean, don't matter who I take out, they all suck. So.
Is this going to be your only victory on LAN, or do you feel like more's coming?
No, that's a marathon, not a race, and we're here for the long run.
Yeah, no sprint to the finish, although that was an aggressive game from you boys. I do want to come over to Miapo as well before I send you back to your booth. We were talking yesterday about the fact that you were caught up in the Canadian wildfires early this year. You had to leave your home during the qualifying period. With that in mind, what's it like now being here on LAN and just being able to blow the competition away?
Like, it's good to be back playing, you know, like the tourney.
You are quiet but incredibly deadly. What's your focus like when you are face to face with the enemy?
What's it like?
Yeah, what goes through your mind? Because you're a silent assassin.
Oh, I just love playing like 1v1s. Like, I just love shooting like back, you know?
Have you got a message for anyone who wants to 1v1 you today?
I'm down to 1v1, like, you know, because I always play against Soka.
And who wins in the 1v1s between you and Soka?
Soka.
Soka, that's not true. He's being incredibly humble right now. But you know what? Soka's his team captain. He's got to show him some respect. We're going to head back to the desk as these boys head back to the booth to see if they can keep up this momentum.
All right, what a game, number one, and to be expected, right? I mean, it was exciting with some early exits and some big victories. Hisoka saying everybody, I mean, come on with that energy Juki's had. Hisoka's been the same way. He brings that energy of I'm the best, nobody can beat me, and he brought that and wins game number one. Incredible performance. We look at the highlights, but I want to start off at the very beginning, Dandro, and let's talk about TBE and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it sounds like TBE, they have their drop spot, they're locked in, they have their game plan, but guess what? You're playing against a lot of players who maybe you haven't played before, and we kind of heard some people maybe shifted their sort of game plan, start landing there, maybe think that they were going to be uncontested landing there, and it just kind of, you heard Tommy say, kind of ended up in a third-party situation, and I don't care how good you are as a player, those are tough to come out, especially if those two other teams decide that they want to focus you.
Hey, Dandro said changing game plans. Let's talk about Azen Enigma, who changes his landing spot very, very quickly off of drop one.
Yeah, well, right at the very start there, we see Asian and Cole land in airport, and actually throughout stage 1 and 2, they were landing at Alstream Pass.
Okay.
They decided to change that because they took a look at where every NA team was landing, and they wanted to avoid Hisoka. Turns out that was a very wise move, wasn't it? But he decides to land airport, and then they bully DBZ away. And the important thing about that is we're going to be watching and seeing what's going on here, but that's going to evolve throughout the day. Certain teams are going to be pushed away from POI, certain teams are going to dominate, but all the way through, we're looking to see who comes out on top in these opening engagements.
And Dream, I want to talk to you real quick and just throw something your way. Tactical Brit, by the way, taking it to Super Evan. Are you kidding me?
I know, that was crazy. I mean, the fact that he's in higher placing, of course, than TBE at the moment, right? It's not like they can't come back from it. But what was really crazy, of course, even in this end final zone, how everyone was fighting for the high ground. And of course, Hisoka's team was already up there, and we saw Breadman Chowo try to push them, right? But they couldn't. Even though having that one knock, they were able to get the self-revive, and then, of course, at least able to take second, and having to fight for that high ground. Positioning is key, and Hisoka and Co had it. Not to mention they all were alive, which you want your team to be alive in that late game as long as possible, and they did it.
Long as possible, Hisoka, game number one. But let's not forget Panda. You were hyping him up earlier, making that move top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I cast over him back in a tournament in Amsterdam last year, and he actually flies over from Mexico, pays so much for his plane ticket just to come and prove himself on land that when he does eventually win the tournament, he just about breaks even on that plane ticket. If that's not trying to prove a point, then I don't know what quite is. And then he comes in here third in map 1, and definitely a squad to keep an eye on for the rest of the day.
Skullface rocking that Signal 50. A popular gun today, huh, Dandro?
Yeah, it's a little popular. I think we might see it just a little bit. I think we might find some actual hard numbers on that. But the thing I want to see, we see it highlighted here in this HyperX victory moment, is that you saw that they gained height on that building, and we saw the flares popping up. Well, guess what? You don't have spawn protection when you get brought back in from a flare. It was basically shooting ducks all day for them for some very easy points at the end.
That's right, and I also want to go right back to you. Early zone looks like it's pulling Rohan. That early setup from some teams seemed to be beneficial. How do you think it paid off?
I think for a lot of teams, it definitely worked out. I mean, especially them, right? We saw how important getting that high ground was. Jowo and them were trying to grab it, but then they get kicked off, and obviously it doesn't work out for them.
21 eliminations for Team Hisoka, plus the 2x multiplier. I'm no mathematician. Everybody should know that by now, but I definitely think that should be first place. But don't take my word for it. We'll be tallying the scores. Incredible job from Team Hisoka and co. We'll see if they can continue to do it. But now they got a target on their back, and everybody's going to be gunning for them. Well, that's map number 1 done. We have some more to go. 5 more games. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 2 will be coming your way.
Social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow at COD_esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now. Don't miss any of the amazing viewership rewards during the global final, including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
All right, so the 3 of you here for World Series of Warzone. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions. Started with you, Jowo.
Hi, I'm Jowo. Warzone player, streamer, content creator, supermodel dating guy. You know what I mean?
My name's Redman. I don't have the same accolades. I'm a better Warzone player, better supermodel dater. I do everything better.
I am Limax. I'm from Australia, down under. I'm better than both of them.
Oh, also, while we're here, we do have a little surprise. I know we just got hot into this. Bredman has the most luxurious hair.
Oh,
and before we start talking about bucket hats and stuff, I want to see some action. So we're going to have Jowo and Limax braid your hair.
Wait, what?
Limax, Jowo, have you ever braided anyone's hair before?
I have not.
It's a couple ladies, you know, my mom. I just forgot right now, though. I just forgot.
You forgot how to do it.
Yeah, I've done it so much, it's like second nature. I just forgot it. Right? Bro, bro, do you brush your hair?
Bro, I just got it brushed just a second ago.
No, this is, dude, somebody just got it to the salon.
Brad, you are known for your bucket hats. We see them in the back of your stream. We know that you go through a process of picking them out prior to each and every competition. Which one is your favorite? Will you be wearing it tomorrow?
Okay, so my favorite bucket hat is the purple one that I wear, honestly, only because it fits on my headset really easily. I always wear the expensive buckies for tournaments for sure, especially a tournament like this. I mean, this is crazy.
All is right in the world. We have a bucket hat on the head of Bread. Now, you have to go ahead and rate their braiding skills.
I don't even think you can put on a scale. It was so bad.
Yeah, good. You meant good.
Yeah.
It was
off
different
the charts.
There's different kind of slang term. You meant good.
Good to know. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. Completely good luck this weekend. Hopefully, you guys do win. But do you guys have any last shouts before we leave here?
For all the people that are supporting us, thank you guys so much. It means the world. Obviously, there's like a ton of tweets and stuff. Obviously, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much for cheering us on, and we will bring it home for you guys for sure.
I don't think there's anything that I could say to beat what Joe just said. So I'd say the same thing. A nice little thank you to everyone again that's supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you to everyone. That's it. And shout out to Signal 50.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro, and we are getting these games ready. Map number 2 is literally right around the corner, and I hope you like map 1 because we got a lot more where that came from. Hisoka already talking trash to each and every one of you, by the way, representing NA. So get loud and, I don't know, maybe try to intimidate him, but he's ironclad. Game 1, it's done. It was impressive, but Dream, we need to find out who's in first because I'm thinking it's Hisoka. So Dream, let's take a look at our standings.
Yes, indeed. Well, in the standings, I mean, in terms of the eliminations, at least, we did
26.
see. Yeah, we did see 26, 21 from them. But here, yeah, the standings. Biffle, Sage, and Shifty, I was going to say, they had 20 eliminations, 28 score. But the fact that this squad specifically, they needed to find that recipe for success. Even though stage 2 they did take 11th, but they found it right in the last couple of weeks. Been winning tournaments and probably the most feared roster on the lobby.
Dandro, Team Rocket in 9th place. Got to feel good coming from the LCQ. Who else do we got 11th through 20?
I mean, I'm looking at a couple of our teams that are here. I'm a little bit surprised to see Aiden a little bit down there in 16th, but hey, number
Good stuff, Dream. Saw Diaz Biffle, who just came off a tournament where he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, including the final game. He's absolutely on fire. For the longest time, he held first place until the end.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Biffle, right? And he's like been the most feared player, I feel like, over the last couple of years, especially when he was dominating and destroying CDL pros, right? But consistency is key, and this is one of the rosters, at least in terms of the kills, they're always consistent. They just need to keep the placements up. And I mean, having second, again, throughout this tournament, we still have many maps to go.
Yeah, and let's take a look at some of these weapon eliminations, right? 40% of the total eliminations coming from that Lockman sub, which just kind of goes to show you that when these players have to get up in the face of their opponents, this is the gun that they are going to. And well, 20% of the total elims coming from that Signal 50. So reminder, you know, when players are kind of, they get bought back, they have to come back in, they're kind of using ground loot a lot. But even that ground loot Signal 50, you can do a lot of work with it. So it's no surprise here when players are hitting that loadout. These are the two weapons that they are kind of leaning towards and leaning on to get the job done.
That's right. Hey, Signal 50 is going to be impactful today for your long range setting up early for your zones. Rohan was going to be one of those zones. It did pull a little bit away. Regardless, though, Lockman up close and personal. It's going to melt you. It's kind of the tried and true staple when it comes to at least this meta of the World Series of Warzone. Hey, we're going into map number 2, though. It's about to get exciting once again. So let's get loud. Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, goes Tiff. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. It's kind of crazy. 40% of those eliminations straight from the Lockman. I was actually really surprised to see that many from the Signal 50, but I knew a lot of teams were looking for that opening moment, and it's crazy because all I hear in my headset is not you, Goj, it's not the program, it's the Copper Box Arena, because our fans, granted, this is just map number 2, they're already getting crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, I think Enigma said it, map number 2 is here, but EU, they gotta step it up a little bit. Now, Savvy Ultra's team has done well thus far, currently situated in 5th place, right ahead of Team Jobo, who got 2nd. So we talk about this often. Of course, Biffle in 2nd overall because of their eliminations. You've got to find kills. Sure, multiplier, fantastic, but guess what, Tiff? 2 times 1 is still 2.
That's true. I'm glad you can do
Assalamu alaikum assalam.
Well, anyways, as we get through our beautiful overlooks of Hydro
Ayapla.
map number 2, we had a relatively nice ending in that Rohan oil on map number 1 to kick things off, and I know Goj is such a fan of anything that ends near water. He wants to see some F-Tech siege action, but the question is, where will map number 2 go? Will we be relatively open? Will TBE be able to find their footing? Because as we get into map number 2, we have to start thinking about that mid-game, that mid 3rd through 5th map where things get really close, because if Hisoka and them are already starting to like kind of draw out on that kill point differential on the leaderboard, you gotta start now.
Well, London, get loud. Map number 2 is here. Let's see where these team drops and which team will be able to rotate out and maybe, after a bit of trouble in the early fights, in the early game, find some footing and make a name for themselves. A lot of teams trying to do just that. There's a couple teams we want to shout out. You see DBZ on the left hand side.
Chempionati ketyapti, Johon chempionati, final. $1,200,000.
They're finding that first action on
Angliyadan.
Shucks. We did have the playground plane line go from the southeastern to the
Land
northwestern.
Turinir.
So teams that
Bütün
land
dünyadan
airport,
gelgan.
teams that land village, and then Juki is notorious for landing over on that H5 positioning. Will have priority to get there crazy, but DBZ at airport going up against Team 32, Gromalok, Azen, and Heats.
Yeah, it was funny. Again, I was talking to Azen literally right before we walked to the caster booth, and he said, hey, good to see you, Coach. Guess what? We're contesting DBZ. Get ready. We're rocking 3 signals, and it's about to get crazy. So, hey, I respect the confidence. Confidence is key when you're playing Warzone. TTK pretty fast. That means you have to go into every single fight immediately with confidence, or you're going to fall very quickly. We're going to swing over to another early fight on the other side of the map here. Tiff. Champy yet again in a fight. And guess what? Back to DBZ, because again, they are in trouble. Azen, one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players, leading the charge here. He's in trouble. They do answer back. It's a 2v2.
Their ability to swarm in and outnumber, even with Clutch Belk already sent to the Gulag. Z-Laner and Destroy working in tandem here just to get a little bit closer to Azen. And honestly, if they could just save at least one player with a Gulag on that squad, it would be nice. But you can see Destroy gonna connect with the lethal. He jumps down. He gets shield crack. There goes the knock, and Azen. That will be all 3 of them in the Gulag. Destroy, Z-Laner last alive for the team, and while they wait for their member to come back from the Gulag, have won the initial contest. But something I want to ask you, Ghosh, one member of Juki's squad elected to land over by airport, completely differentiated away from the other duo. Now you can see they're actually reuniting over there in H5. Why do you think that was?
I think they're probably trying to get not only some information, but potentially pick up a third-party shot, especially from distance, especially if you grab the signal 50 off the ground or what have you. You can get your loadout quick enough, you can get involved. But speaking of
Jesus,
Huskers pushing the fight. It's Dongi on the other side. Dongi was worried about TBE dropping on them. No, it's Huskers, it's Mutex, and it's Jesus, and it's not close. Mutex is down, Huskers in trouble. Nofo fallen. The final fight, Jesus has no problem grabbing the full team wipe, send them all to the Gulag. We'll see you later. We talked to Jay, he said, we're just happy to be here. If I win any money today, it's all
Mashkamandaga balet qilyapman makala.
At 9 years old was because of him. And guess who is here? TBE trying to play cleanup, play a little bit of trash collector, but Jesus not going to go down without a fight.
In a fight they did, but it doesn't matter. TBE already off to a better start and a perfectly timed third-party. Mutex just getting back on his feet, but Huskers able to snake away, but Noobs, he says, no, I am not going to let this go. You can see he has no plates on, so it's all flesh damage. Noobs just trying to play it a little safe, but unfortunately Huskers runs right into him, and to the Gulag they go.
Such a fun conversation point to see TBE starting out hot yet again, this time getting the better of their opponents. We'll see where they can go from here. After clearing their POI, they should be free and clear for a while to rotate through the mid-game and then make it into the end-game. Now let's check in with a hometown favorite, Wars, after an incredible performance from Stage 1 with their top fragger from King AJ, an incredible trio, and they had a decent Stage 2 performance, and I said this before, but I want to re-emphasize it. Wars said, I'm the old head, I'm one of the old guard, don't forget about me. I was at the top since the very beginning. I started competing. I was playing this game before anybody else was, and certainly the case. We'll see if they're continue able to creep up the leaderboard. Let's check in with our team in 6th place, just on the outside of Tapa.
Tapa got to hold out Limax, but you can see the number advantage as they try to stack the staircase. Tapa going to jump out onto this area, and Tapa just waiting for the push. Sometimes you can try to listen it out. You hear the feet climbing up the stairs, but look at them overlooking the balcony, but just trying to nestle in. Jowo looking to make the push, but unfortunately when you get the high ground, you can bait it out. You can bait out the windows, but not anything going to connect. Lethal's going after safety, he's gonna jump down. Limax, he caught him from behind, but no shots are connecting, and this is a mouse shake. The first ball is in trouble, but Tapa will go down in that trade, and now Jowo is in the Gulag. But here's the deal, guys. If you want to check out maybe the map view, you want to see positioning of where all your favorite creators are at home, because we have 150 players with 150 different POVs, but Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch has the map feed, so be able to go check that
out. Kam $1,200,000 bu o'yinga kam. 6 milliard 800 million pul qo'ygan bular.
Juki's on main stage. Team Infernal, a team that I talked to before the broadcast, and they said their crowning achievement in Warzone history was qualifying for this LAN, and a lot of teams said the same. They're so happy to be here, so happy to be competing, and I think some of these teams are going to surprise not only the other competitors, but probably also us.
Look, I'm just happy to be here, Goj. Honestly, we've been here since the very beginning. Think back to Verdansk when all of our players started competing. Hisoka back then in the Rising Stars of Warzone here, taking that map 1 win. And all I could think about when that was happening was, where is Hisoka's dad? You know, dude's probably in the stadium going absolutely crazy, and Wars, King, AG, and Co. is kind of positioned up against Lovey, but this is a little bit of a standoff. Wars does have the building available to them, and with Lovey and Co. on that head peak, sometimes it's best to just disengage, prioritize getting to the next circle. With that being said, it's closing in 2 seconds, and only one squad has left.
Yeah, I like this play from Wars. Of course, they lost Prodigy, which means they're down in player numbers, so you're fighting a team maybe you think you can win against. If everything was equal, you win 9 times out of 10, but when you're down a player, it's a 2v3, not a very smart fight to take, especially when that team is already set up in the building. So they're going to relocate, reassess the situation, likely either take this fight from a different angle once their teammate comes back, or they're able to buy them back because it looks like Prodigy lost that gulag, or just completely rotate out and let them go.
Look, I'm really loving this while we're looking through where Juki is, but I start thinking about that rotation with the circle coming in at the gas at their back. So as we take a look at that, we think of the areas that we saw the highest congestion area. In Satik Cave, that was where people started to get a little mixy, and Team Husker is currently situated in a solid positioning just on the north side of Said. You can do a lot of gatekeeping there, and it seems that they've gotten some of their numbers back up, so that regain is happening, coming back from the gulag and showing out strong. But Juki sitting on 1, they're gonna hop in a vehicle and hit their rotation as well. But when you start to think about that eastern side of the map that they're going to be going through, Al Shireen Pass will be their next POI, and that's pure high ground. And Adrian, well, he's got it too.
Uh-oh, Savvy Ultra's team in trouble. Blade will fall. The others able to get out, though. You can see Team 2 just barely sneaking out. Team 21, that's going to be one of our expansion teams trying to creep up and maybe grab this third party. Aiden and Rated gonna have to play Billy Goat here and climb the mountain a little bit. Just narrowly passing each other. There it is, Method, Sick. Apologize, Method, Sick, Cams, and Daga here from EU region, creeping up the bottom side of the mountain, but enough cover where they're not gonna interact. And Huskers yet again in trouble. TBE is still hunting down this team. Even after a restabilization coming out of the gulag, Tommy is not going to let his prey get away. Huskers in the water trying to do everything he can. Tommy does go down, but not dead yet. Noob should clean this up, no problem. Huskers get it taken out again. 3 teams have been eliminated, and folks at home, we're gonna check in with the first team that was fully eliminated. Let's see what Frankie's got to say on the stage.
Thank you. I'm with Team Rocket, who've come all the way from
Команда да
Poland. I know
илит
the
адам.
Polish
Она
fans
типа да тут
are
тикон
cheering them
нас
on in the
на
audience right now. And in the Team Rocket booth, I've got Zakar with me. Zakar, you got really unlucky in the gulag. Tell me what happened.
Well, I just missed 1 bullet, I think it was, and yeah, I was just unlucky because I should have killed them to be fair. I don't know why. Yeah, it is.
Well, it's only the 2nd drop out of 6. How are you finding things on land so far?
I'm loving land so far, honestly. Like, the land is actually treating me great, but first game was pretty much, it was unlucky for me because my PC just turned off, so I had to get that fixed. I'm still fixing my settings and stuff, so I hope I will get them sorted by now, like by the next game. And yeah, I hope everything be fine.
All right, well, Jinkoye, thank you so much for talking to me. Polska Gorum, let's head back to the map.
Polska Gorum, thank you so much, Frankie, for checking in with them. They were sitting in 9th place after map number 1. We now going out first, and you heard him. It's unlucky. 1 bullet. That time to kill inside the gulag is unforgiving. So many of our teams, once they go in there, start pre-firing every angle they can get. And with the private lobbies, you never know who you're going to go up against. He said Jay, and now DJ Moss, Z-Smith, they are fighting it down on the edge here at Observatory. Now, Ebates and DJ, they're not actually competing for any kind of organization here. They're actually doing it for DJ Moss's brother Maddie, who could not be here today, and they are laying it on the line, and I'm so excited to see how they perform. But so far, you've got to get out of Observatory, just ahead of them, and that's going to make things a little difficult.
Yeah, Observatory, after being demolished in their last couple updates, of course, not necessarily the favorite drop spot for a lot of these teams, a lot of nooks and crannies that people can hide into, but definitely one you want to rotate through because of the high ground. Let's take a look at another couple teams interacting here early. I see Tony White here on main stage, an EU team as well. He touts himself as the oldest competitor here at 32 years old, so shout out to Tony, still competing at 32, doing it with a full-time job and everything in between. Man's excited to be here, and I'm sure this team is excited to potentially have a solid map. Now, I'm taking a look at that top right-hand corner of our screen here, and I see Team Intex with Believe really creeping up the leaderboard. They weren't even inside. I think they were 4th place going into this map, so they've crept all the way up into 2nd place. They've got a nice solid map going, especially in the early game, already finding what looks like 7-8 eliminations. They could really bide their time and hold out their own into the end game and just set up. We'll see if they're able to do just that. Inksion finding a couple off screen as Adrian moving their way in, getting picked up by Signal 50. See you later. That's Ahsoka waiting, watching, and finding it. Adrian in trouble, raided in the gulag.
Adrian with no flares does have a precision airstrike available to him, but just trying to get into some cover. You start looking at the money situation. Will Rated come back from the gulag? Doesn't necessarily have enough to buy someone back, and once you start getting into hydroelectric, there's only like 2 or 3 buy stations right now on the map. We have a mobile as well, but you know those will be watched like a hawk. So Smixy, let's check in with her. Typically lands over in Rohan Oil. You said Smixy is gobbling down, looking to get a knock onto Castillo, but attract the numbers advantage. You stack every engagement, and then you reward yourself with that durable gas mask, picking it up.
Yeah, a nice win. They're going to continue to
play. Clear the high ground,
set up for the next rotation, and hopefully pick up a couple in the process. I believe this team, I was talking to them before, and they said they were going to run 2 signals this time around. Flanked running one and a tracked running one. Maybe they're running 3. Every single time I asked the team, they were like, we're running 1 signal. Then I asked them again, they're like, we're running 2 signals. And now I think they're running 3, so who knows. But the team, in 6th place going into this, Wsow squad got 2nd overall in the map. Needed a couple more kills to creep up the leaderboard. They're in trouble as well and rotating. Let's take a look at that map. They've actually got a nice, pretty clear rotation around this water. If they're able to cross over, you can see Team 11 is Wsow's squad. And as we see the circle, pretty centrally located still. Everybody's kind of staring at hydroelectric as potentially the end game.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one to get into. You have the cluster of teams that are going to be exiting out of the further southwestern side of Marshland and carried that forward, making their way to hydroelectric, but they will still have to cross through the open and through Team Stuwo, so that's
DBZ, after winning their early encounters, or rather, maybe in trouble in their early encounters, they were able to answer back against Azen after map 1, and now they've got some high ground here on the outside of Hydro. Look, you've got DJ Moss Z-Smith on the building next to you. You're not too worried about them. You don't think they're going to leave their location, so instead, let's find some easy eliminations if we can, as other teams are rotating in. There's several squads in this area. You've got to hold your position. Elo in trouble, but answers easily against Echo. They're going to be able to push this fight with ease. 3-on-1, 3-on-2. They've lost 1 in the process at least. Down. I thought it was going to be an easy fight, but Tomsterbomb goes big and then might be able to snake his way out of there.
Look, if anyone's going to go big, it's going to be Tomsterbomb, and you have to play your life. Once you get out of that player advantage, you can see the dolphin diving happening behind the tree, just trying to separate themselves a little further out. But with so many teams, 43 in particular left in this lobby, only 7 have exited. This is not where you want to start your map number 2, and especially as you see some distance there for FIFA Kill. Ab was there going down on that kill feed, but Serious Mariko, they're setting themselves up into that upper high ground engagement against Super Evan and Z Colors. Now, let me just tell you, I saw them getting their photos done yesterday, and they were here with pure confidence. They knew that this was a job to be done, and they were like, we had so much fun throughout the stages, we're going to bring it today.
I love it. Well, hey, confidence is key. We'll continue to say it today, but Serious on your screen is going to have to try to push into this next circle, and you're going to be met by, I believe, that's Nico Infinite on the other side. We can talk about the coach all day today. Crowder, an incredible competitor, coach, and everything in between, has a chance that no one else has to potentially be a Warzone champion on top of winning champs as a player and a coach. an incredible player that came through in the wild card of the LCQ. Ridiculous performance through the water, and you're always going to find them near the in circles. The question in my mind always is, do they have enough eliminations to make it not only into the money, but make it into the top 10 today?
That's true. It's a good shot on the money right now. Top 25 here on the day of our 50 teams will land themselves with a portion of the prizing, and it's going to be all the eliminations that you need. You see Team Biffle creeping up the score, trying to close that distance onto Hisoka, but Team Luki on your screen, Horrid gonna fall, go to the gulag, and some Semtex going out to kind of anchor down on that staircase. But the question of the day is all of these flares, it's flare warfare here. I just want 2 on the ground. Trev's able to pick up another one, so anytime they run into issues, you just gotta do a little dolphin dive 360 out of a window and hit the Hail Mary flare.
That's exactly right. That flare, of course, an easy way to get your teammate back. It will pick a random teammate, but a teammate nonetheless. And at this stage, at this level of Warzone competition, you trust every single one of your teammates, regardless of the situation. Team 36 having to rotate in. That's Teeny and Levi had a chance to sit down with that squad. That's our Australian expansions team. And, well, they really were relying on Zeppa to kind of lead the charge from an IGL standpoint and having LAN experience. Hey, speaking of Crowder, in trouble, and it's Swag answering against Nico, against Dez, and against Crowder, and I believe that's a full team wipe. We'll see you later. Gonna have to come back in map 3.
What's up with Swag always running into the wildcard teams?
Hey,
it was
look.
Tactical Brit in map number 1, and now Nico Infinite, Crowder, and Dez in map number 2. Look, if that's how you gotta do it, you gotta do it. But this positioning is quite nice. You can see there's a handful of teams just around them, so they will run into issues from the north and from the west and the east. So playing that position is key. Hopefully you've got smokes for rotation and the signal for picks.
All right, now this zone is going to be ridiculous. You just saw that the gulag is closed, so no more safety nets. Look at all the loadouts falling out of the sky. There are still 35 teams alive. We're just now creeping into the first multiplier. So when we talk about kills being king, this is what we're talking about. This is not chance, but there is a lot of things that you need to do to mitigate RNG to have a chance in the final couple circles. Juki's already finding more. Look, you're going to find kills because there's still 89 people left on the map going into this next zone.
Now, Goj, this was the engagement that I was telling you about just prior. We knew through their rotation out just north of Marshlands, they were going to run into Team Stuo, and you can see Patzuka is able to grab a knock onto Juki's, but so far, 2 members of that team are still up. They're able to take that squad out, but Soka, they've already made it into Hydroelectric. They're prioritizing those early rotates and keeping stocked up on multiple plates. They've got gas masks, and they prioritize taking high ground where all the teams are. You can see DBZ in the distance. You also have Empathy and Finesse still up for their squad. But to get a hand at Soka and to chow them, it's going to take everything that you've got.
Yeah, I don't mind this spot by them, especially if they get that southern zone pull. They've got a huge advantage here on the edge. Now, they've got to clear their backs. There are a lot of teams to go through yet. This isn't even hardly in-game, although technically it is. There are so many teams alive and so many pieces of cover they could be hiding behind. You've got to assume every single corner you check, there's going to be a team. Every single wall you peek over, there's going to be a team. Tiff, this isn't multiplayer, but I think the snakes are about to be in.
Let me tell you, you guys at home thought your Warzone ranked matches were tough, that you were like going for your SR. Well, think about being in the World Series of Warzone in endgame with 30 squads to go. We are 18 minutes into the game and 30 teams alive. And Skullface, they have set their sights on the next team. They want to clear out the south, so they're going to take that southwestern rotation and try to take up as much space, claim this building, because it is a game of space towards the end and high ground.
All right, Skullface again. This team is in such a good spot, but they're going to have to now rotate in. They didn't get the zone they wanted, but still not a bad spot. Swag pushes forward, getting held by J-Tech. Colors goes big with smokes and nades. You've got to use your resources effectively to zone off the advances. If you want a chance to make the in circle, you better have smokes, and you better find them on the ground after you use them. Binzy, Boog, Stukex, underrated squad from this area, trying to hold down the other squads as well, and this is going to be a tough rotation, and Swag has the chance to have the high ground here, but they've got to win the gunfight. He can't find his opponent. There's too much smokes. He throws the flare up. They at least have a floater somehow still alive. So much smoke and so little time to get to the next zone. In trouble with the floater. Hopefully can farm a bit of those multipliers. The question is, how many kills do they have?
Just on the outside in the gas. You saw the flare go up, so Super Evan will come back in. Boog's able to get the full onto Swag, but it's TBE with the high ground in the tower, and you can see Boog's just checking up into the sky. Hey, what is going on? I have a signal 50, and Panda goes down. This is where it starts to be really tough towards that end game. You don't have resources, you run low on plates, and that signal 50 is a heavy hitter. It just takes one sometimes to knock them down, but Mayapo, Hisoka, Skullface going for that ever-coveted high ground, utilizing smokes, and this could be the engagement that they need. They're going to clear out this building, one of the last ones in the zone, but Skullface, I mean, a little bit of a bathroom camper. Sometimes you got to do it.
I saw a lot of Team 40 there in the kill feed. Shifty alive as well. Some of the top teams from the first map still up, but some new faces here as well. Sway, Planticity alive without their third, but alive nonetheless. Inside, about to be the top 15. You're about to see a new multiplier, and Shifty on 6. Here they are. They've lost Sage, but Shifty and Biffle alive, continuing to slay out. This team is frightened. Rather, the other teams are frightened of them. Gonna hide out on the edge of zone with the smoke. Should be able to pick up a few more eliminations. Might have actually been able to get a buy off as well. Squad 12 goes down. That's Zun God. Tiff, we're down to the final 13 teams, and everyone biding their times. Again, just a moment of peace before the chaos that entered the last final circle.
Team Jowo went out, Team Almond went out, but Tomsterbaum from Team Echo, the longtime duo of Echo, still poised alone in that building. If they had any eliminations throughout this game, getting that coveted multiplier. Now, mind you, in 10th place, you're sitting with a 1.6x. You hit 5th, you go to 1.8, which is almost as good as that coveted 2x. But Hisoka, your map 1 winners, they're pushing the issue. They're getting a little bit closer, just taking all of the stun grenades to the face. But as a duo, Hisoka and Skullface, we chop out that Hail Mary flare, and then we go in for more.
Unreal, Hisoka challenging everything. Gets the flare off, and Hisoka goes big! Will fall in the process with a third party, but finds the team wipe. Sway answers back, but Hisoka's gonna feel good about that one, especially with flares in the sky, especially with some floaters. Who knows what they'll be able to do, especially if they make it into the top 5, Tiff. This could be another monster game, and all three up. Let's go to Team Biffle. They've got player advantage, they've got high ground,
Biffle.
and they are farming the skies.
Look, they were already so close to Soka on the leaderboard, so Biffle taking the prioritization, because Z-Colors, he's not paying attention. He's gonna fall to Biffle. You know that Repulse check is in the building, and Biffle looking to put on a show for them, and as they clear out Sage, just capitalizing, number stack, Biffle will fall, but Sage is going for the trade. Now, they just have to turn their tides towards it, but Shifty hits a flare.
This is about as free as it gets. Stukek trying to go big with the starter pistol. Castillo, our Mexico squad goes down. No, yes, Biffle answers back. Shifty, Biffle, Sage are your map 2 winners.
We knew that was going to be it. The moment Soka took that win, you can see everyone cheering for Biffle, and that is what they needed to do. They saw the 16+ point differential between them just after map number 1. They knew they had to come back swinging, and they do that tenfold. Looking at Biffle with the signal 50, just poised, playing Duck Hunter out of the air is everything that I was excited for.
Unbelievable job from the trio. They've battled so much adversity as a team. They had so many expectations and had to work through the team chemistry issues that come with creating this new trio of Slayers. But they found it in map 2, potentially the biggest map of the day. The math will check out for us, but a massive victory. Biffle with double digits already in map 2. They were in 2nd place, Tiff, and likely going to be in 1st after that one.
You know, you think about the roster changes that we've kind of hinted throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone. Shifty was actually on that initial roster, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment and Biffle just shooting out of the sky. Oh, Oh, Z Color's going down. He's on double digits here, but he doesn't quit there, Ghosh.
I love what they did here because they knew they had player advantage and they were willing to split up to farm this lobby, Tiff. I mean, everybody at home's cheering for them. Of course, there's a lot of fans back in North America, but I saw a ton of fans here as well for them. Shifty gets the buy just in case. Now, we gotta give a shout out to our Mexico squad. Castillo and Z-Dark, they actually won the Mexico region and they went big here for top 3 as well. Biffle flies in after getting bought back. StukeX falls, and there is that victory. Congratulations to that team. I know they're excited. You can see it on their faces, but not only are they excited, Tiff, they're excited to be at the top of the leaderboard. There is $100,000 going to the team that wins first today.
Ooh, and not only the money, but the pride. The first ever to do it at the largest Warzone LAN that has ever been seen. We talked about the 150 players behind us. 300 computers are in this building, Ghosh, so it's starting to get a little hot. But if you at home want to watch them, you know, go find your news creator. Maybe you want to check out Biffle's stream, Shifty's stream, Sage's stream. They're streaming live right now, so you can check out their POV as well.
Yeah, a lot of watch parties going on, and I know you called it out. The Pulse Check is losing their minds. Hector's probably jumping up and down. Maybe already ripped his shirt off. I have no idea what's going on over there, but they got a lot of love over there on the on-site watch party. Go hang out with them. And I think we're going to get an interview with that squad, which I'm really excited to hear about. And let's go check in right there with Frankie on the stage.
Thank you very much, Tiff and Ghosh.
YouTube'da ham qilsa bo'lar
These
ekan-a?
boys are so hyped about their victory as well. They should be. Shifty, what were you
Huh?
just saying there? You were talking about the squad clicking.
Yeah, I said basically the gears are clicking. We've seen it before when all 3 of us play great. We have big wins. And I told them going into that second game, let's win. We need it. We want this. We want every team to know that we're coming here to be dominant and that everyone should watch out for us. And it was a Hydro end game, so I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better. And these guys played out of their mind end game.
Talk to me about the tactics in the in-game. You're going in and out of the gas. You're playing a risky game, but you knew you had it in the bag. What were the comms like? What were you saying to the boys?
Oh, honestly, the comms were pretty intense, all right? Shifty was just trying to play his life inside a building, and I looked
Chempionat bo'lyapti. Va
Sage
alaykum
called out there
assalom,
was a bunch of
Ruslan.
people floating, so I looked up and got like 3 free kills with a sniper. Yeah, it was really insane end game. So like you can't really call on what's going on, but you know we were doing our thing.
You boys are known as a bunch of aggressive players. How are you finding the signal 50?
I think Shifty's the only one sniping on our team. So as long as he keeps getting all those picks, he's had like 10 kills that game. So we're doing pretty good on slaying wise.
Let's come over then to you, Sage. So tell me about why your team did have trouble when you got together to take on the World Series and now how you've managed to bring things to the point where you're standing on stage with me having had a victory.
I mean, in stage 2, we barely formed the team. There's not really much practice, no chemistry. We knew right after that we didn't want it to destroy us. We said it to humble. We didn't want to go into stage 2 knowing, you know, we're the best in the game. We wanted it to be like, we need to know our ground and know how we're going to be. Ever since then, we've only mainly lost 2 to 3 tournaments out of maybe the 10 that we've played. I trust my teammates. I trust D to get my trades. I trust my IGL Shifty. And ever since then, we've been playing perfect.
You've been playing incredibly. Second in the first drop of the day. Now you've got a victory to your name. Do you think you're the best team of the 50 here on LAN?
I think that my team is probably up there. I wouldn't say we're the best. We still got a lot to work on, but I know for a fact when everything clicks, like how we played that last map where our comms are still crazy, but we still understand each other and we still trust each other's judgment, and we play it perfectly.
Well, your trust is well-founded. Thank you so much, London. Give it up for Team Biffle!
All right, game 2 is done. What an exciting ending once again with a new fresh winner. Will we get back-to-back? Well, maybe so, but we haven't got it just yet. Hey, check it out. Danjo, straight to you, or excuse me, Enigma, straight to you, because I want to talk about a good recovery from TBE. From first out, they run into Huskers, they run into Dongi, but they have a better chance this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke a little bit previously, or at least I did, about the landing spot situation and how that's going to evolve throughout this afternoon. And one of the things is that TBE here refused to be bullied out of their spot after they end up falling first in map 1. It's a heck of a bounce back indeed, taking out Team Vombot and hunting Huskers to the river to make sure they're out of the way. And I spoke to Tommy literally seconds before map 1 started, and he said what he wants to do is establish space. In this meta, he wants space, time to get his team together, and he's doing just that by pushing those squads away.
TBE, good recovery without a doubt. Dream, I go to you. Aiden recovers just long enough to run into Hisoka and and just find trouble once again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, being able to fall, but I mean, right here you saw it hopping down from observatory, and then like they were rotating in. Guess what? They rotate into a Signal 50 into Huskers. But the good thing about that, even though Rated went down, yes, he still had his gulag. So right. Yes, recovery was the name of the game. I feel like for some of these squads though, the way that everything was rotating though, it was kind of like a little more centralized to where they had to get to those buildings first, right? So recovery the name of the game, but for these teams here, Reflections, I will tell you, this part specifically with Hisoka was absolutely insane. If he found a flare on the ground right here, which you saw, oh, if he was able to pop that off, that would have been a different game.
He secures top 10. Danjo, talk to me about this end game.
I mean, this end game was just insane. You see, obviously, Shifty Sage and Biffle. Huge thing that was a little bit minor. Shifty hit a flare to, I believe, get one of the other players back in. And we just see Biffle pick up that sniper and is going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you hear them speak in the interview there about how much they believe in each other and all of this, but I was speaking to Repulse himself last night, late on, and I was talking to him about this squad, and there was a bit of a difficulty for them when they first came together, some inconsistencies, they had real takeover moments, but some underwhelming performances as well for a trio as talented as this, and the problem was they were having was that the three superstars, the three slaves, that's very difficult to merge together, and what they've done as a trio is come together, assess where it is that they can be the best team, and they are delivering today.
Can we talk about Team Diaz Amir representing Mexico, Castillo, and Z-Dark? Like, they have been coasting silently in that 4th place spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have been. And 4th place is big for them because we talked about our expansion region. They're outnumbered. 21 NA, 20 EU. You only got 9 expansion regions. We've already seen Japan make an impact. And now you're seeing Mexico with 2 teams make a big impact. And that's what I was saying. Like, crowd wasn't getting loud for them, but they're a team that is still making an impact and also could, in fact, win today. Your team are map 2 winners, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage, 24 eliminations. Wow. That's the biggest game we've got yet. Hisoka, I thought, was setting the pace after map 1 with 21. But Diaz, Biffle, Shifty, and Sage say, enough is enough, we got this. And I thought it was funny. During the interview, Frankie asked, Biffle, Signal 50, how's it treating you, right? And Biffle goes, I'm not even using it. Yet we see evidence in the final clip of him just beaming players out of the air, okay? So wonderful job coming out from Diaz Biffle. He's an incredible player. We didn't talk about him pre-show, but we didn't forget about him either, right? He's that guy that can make some magic happen, and he is making some magic happen. Well, that's it for map number 2. 4 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our standings as well as map 3 coming your way.
Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty. The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
Hey, we're here with Team FIFA Kill and FIFA. You gotta tell me who your teammates are.
My teammates, I'm sure you guys already know, but I'm with Oki and Wiz, the boys, repping the European squad, obviously, on the stage, front and center.
Except you haven't met them in person until today.
Until last night.
Okay, sure.
Last night, and both of them were, a little bit stumbling around, enjoying London, but it just felt natural. We've been playing together so long.
So you're comfortable. You're 30 minutes outside of your house.
Yep.
But you're not in your shed. Talk to me a little bit about it, okay? Why the shed?
Originally, I'd be sitting playing in the front room, 60-inch TV, and you can't really sit playing a tournament for money when you got your little brother walking through, drying his hair out the shower. Didn't really have the room for a setup, so my dad just took every penny he'd saved, built a shed in the garden, got me out there, put some internet in it, and just went from there,
You really have become the shed expert, right?
Oh, 100%.
And so as such, we're gonna actually have you rate some sheds between 1 to 10. We're gonna start with this nice shed here, FIFA.
Lovely. It looks a bit like mine, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
I'd give that a solid 9.
Okay, so how about this shed? What do we think about this?
I love that shed, man. I'll give that shed like a, maybe like a, I'll give that one a 7 because it is wall bangable.
What about this shed?
Yeah, that's prime real estate actually. But I'll give it like a 5.
Okay, great. Okay, this shed, this is a fun one. You've got some tools that you could potentially use in this shed. What are we thinking?
Funny story actually. My dad loves flowers. And there's a lot of flowers outside the shed. He likes to decorate. And my house only has one bathroom. So if someone's in the shower, the flowers become the toilet.
Well, FIFA, this has been an incredible interview thus far. Really wish you the best. You and the boys, I think you've got a great chance of winning it. Thanks for raiding those sheds. A lot of fun. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
You're not a shed connoisseur like me, so I wouldn't...
I mean, why am I here?
No, come on.
Final shout outs to the Shed Gang. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Obviously, shout out to my dad. He's my number one, my best friend, manager, dad, obviously. Shout out to the Shed Gang, support me every day, getting me here. I mean, obviously I wouldn't be here without you guys, so thank you very much for that. I'll see you guys out there, hopefully put on a show, and I'll see you tomorrow. Woo!
Ben de kattan koyardı. Dostum.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming here in beautiful London, England. It's been incredible, without a doubt. 2 maps down, about to offer the map number 3, which means that will be our halfway point. So if your favorite team isn't doing too well, get loud for them, because they need your energy. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, as well as Dandro. Today has been wonderful, right? 2 maps, 2 different winners, but some heavy hitters starting to rise to the top. Now, I want to give a shout out to one of our great teams who makes Codcaster everything that it is, and that's our B-Nox team, who's constantly giving updates and upgrades. So B-Nox for the Codcaster, that's who you can thank. I'm not gonna lie, Codcaster is like, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing. We're able to see everything. But without a doubt, it's time now to see our standings. I gotta know who's in first place. Enigma, who are we looking at?
I mean, it's going to be Team Biffle right at the top here. 76 points after 2 maps. The big thing, though, 44 eliminations. So one of the things at the end of map 1, I was a bit worried that maybe they'd go into aggressive, getting a lot of eliminations, and then not placing too well. They fixed that in map 2, and they're going huge right now. A massive gap over the rest.
Going huge indeed. Well, map number 3 is getting queued up. Let's get it going. Goes. Tiff, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections. That's right, map number 3, almost halfway through the first 6 maps of the World Series of Warzone, which means we are that much closer to that solo YOLO 100K prize, Gosh.
London, are we having fun yet? I think we can do a little bit better than that, but we'll try again later, Tim. I'm excited for map number 3. You're right. We're almost halfway done, and you're right. Solo YOLO right around the corner as well. We have $600,000 to give away today, and, well, maybe not give away. Maybe it's earned, but let's take a look at this next drop. Map number 3, and Cam's first out of the plane. We'll see if that bodes well going into this map.
A very similar plane line to what we witnessed in map number 2. So teams in Akhtar Village Airport, they're going to have priority, and even over in the coveted H5 where Juki's typically lands. He's made history there, competing from that POI quite some time, celebrates a lot of quick cash, but let's jump on board with DBZ out towards airport. Now, mind you, they had initially won this contest in map number 2, so they're looking to pick up a couple more eliminations.
Yeah, and this has been an early contested spot since the very beginning of this tournament. Azen versus DBZ. A fun fight, a difficult fight, 2 really good teams. And the question is, are they going to interact again? Are they going to try to push each other, or are they going to grab their loot and move on? It looks like a lot of the same. Both teams think they can win this fight every single time, and so far it's 50-50.
Look, you just got to go on confidence. You said it yourself. Goes confidence is key, and we need to have a little bit of consistency here, because with that time at the top of the leaderboard starting to get incredibly close now, just 15 points separating Team Biffle and Team Hisoka. Everything is going to need to matter, and Mutex, Jay, starting off to an incredibly strong round here. There are 3 squads nearby. Team Savvy Ultras just north of this trio of Chaos. Sirius and Moriko, they need to stand back, but Huskers and Mutex, they were able to get the high ground here at Observatory.
Yeah, and again, this is a spot that Huskers and Mutex has been dropping into since the very beginning, right? They actually contested each other, I believe, in stage 1, and then they, of course, they came together for the the LCQs and made this kind of a hodgepodge team. And they've played together before, but not a ton. And Jesus is an incredible third add into this. Mutex and Jesus had a little bit of Kim as well. Jesus actually went and hung out with Mutex. So they've got some chemistry. They've got a chance to prove themselves. But Sirius goes big and finds Jesus from distance to take it to a 3v2. Huskers and Mutex likely going to try to rotate out here. Looks like they actually might be splitting. Mutex might not see that there's a pathway out, and all of a sudden, this could be a very difficult fight for Mutex to take. Sure, he has high ground, but a 3v2, a streak landing on your head, what are you going to do?
Mutex still has high ground, but he is going to be forced off of the roof. But when you have such good ground loot off drop, CPA is able to grab the down and finish onto Mutex, sitting into the gulag just early on. So Huskers Co, you know they had such a long journey to get here, and so far have run headstrong into resistance. But Nico, Crowder, and Dez, your wild card winners out of NA, starting off really strong, just on the low ground, trying to dolphin dive behind cover so Nico can get back into with his team.
Yeah, that CPA team, that's our Asia expansion region team. They play extremely aggressive, so it makes sense they like Observatory.
Okay, Crowder, phase up here.
Take a look at Crowder, sniper. Maybe not the signal, but we'll take it. Whatever you got in hand, find a down that's going to open up a pathway moving into the next building. Potentially could move into this fight. Still a very difficult fight to push up on, and this could be one of those fights, Tiff, I got to sneak the word in at least once in this broadcast. This is a quagmire fight. They're going to be fighting this fight for a long time, and sometimes that's good, but most of the time that's bad. You might sit here and fight the same team for 5-6 minutes, while a team like Hisoka's already wiped 2 full teams and then setting up for their in-game.
You can see Goat and Co able to call in their loadout, but Dez able to apply the pressure with the ground loot Cronin. And if you're ever going to get a ground loot weapon, getting the one with at least 50 rounds in the mag is going to be nice. It's going to be allowing them to put as much pressure as possible. But you're right, this fight isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but being able to whittle down your enemies.
Да, final идет, final, Wsow final.
One PA, one missile, everything would change the tide of that engagement. As you can see, Rated and Adrian.
Eshitasi kerak, hammasini tashlayman, bu yerda daxo'yayu.
One, but it's gonna be another, and he drops him. Rated, the IGL able to capitalize on that and immediately fly in.
Yeah, this is a great elimination because his team can do nothing about it. CZR goes down, but answers actually from a third party. Z-Smith comes in from behind and wipes his former teammate. Aiden sent to the gulag. Z-Smith, E-Bates, DJ Moss on the hunt, and Rated knows they're coming.
Look, if anyone's going to do it, having it be Z-Smith is pretty nice. When you think about the storylines that he had going throughout the stages of World Series of Warzone, kind of came out of a semi-retirement, and he always knew, I have so much to prove. And knowing how many tournaments Z-Smith has won throughout the history of Warzone, having him say, I am an underdog, is kind of scary. Because we talk about everyone that has their own stories and what they have to prove. Z-Smith, you know, this is the stage to do it on.
Well, we've got Reaper, we've got Diego Soros, and Lage on your screen. Lage looking for an elimination here. Lage actually one of our 10 mouse and keyboard players as well. Lage goes big, you can tell based on his sensitivity what he's able to do, snapping around, having to fight against some of these controller players, but it's a smoke. He doesn't get first shots down. Luckily still alive though, is gonna use the smoke to his advantage this time to get out of dodge and replay back up.
You see all the smoke, Zaf in the distance, gonna hit the parachute and try to expand out to another building. This is one of the toughest buildings, in my opinion, to push, but Hollow, he's gonna jump out, try to get a different angle onto Lage. Not able to capitalize, here we go, the shields are gonna be cracked, and yes, it's a 2v2, but it's gonna be Zaf that goes down.
Lage last alive, in trouble, running away. Third place from the Brazil qualifiers. Has a chance here to stay alive and should be able to get out of dodge, but it's going to be difficult to not get hunted down. Lage might actually be readdressing. Back to Observatory, Tiff. Look who's here. Hisoka on main stage and trying to hunt down this Asia qualifying team. CPA, Sirius, Mariko looking to answer back, but down on the low ground. This is going to be a tough fight to win, and they actually might just take the tunnels out.
Sometimes it's best to actually prioritize the disengage. Mayapo, though, already has the high ground. They've got loadout weapons. They're utilizing the buy station here at Observatory, because you start to think, while this POI is dead near center of the next zone, where do you go from here? You want to wait and see, because typically they are in that end game with some of the best positions, and similar to what we saw out of Biffle and Sage from map number 2, just being able to get to the end game and have player advantage can be nice, but Invader, Sway, and Huntesim on the main stage here, already with 2 eliminations, and Clown in the gulag.
Yeah, those are 2 teams that I was talking to you before the broadcast, and they were like, nobody knows us, nobody respects us. We're here to prove our name, prove our worth. So excited to see if they're able to do that here on main stage against some of the best Warzone competition in the world. See TBE sneaking out of that fight. Everyone's still biding their time. Now, we have seen the first team fully eliminated. Question is, who is it, Tiff? 49 teams alive, and many of our teams, if not all of our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, still up. Team Biffle, 48-point victory, and now a little layer cake action. You'll love to see it. DJ Moss, Ebates, Z-Smith, a fun fight against Jowo's squad, seemingly with the advantage. Breadman gonna sneak out of there. Limax, not sure he's able to yet.
Limax doing a little bit of crouch walking, trying to figure out the best way to infiltrate Team Ebates, but it's Limax from down under crawling to the mid-level of this building. Now, one thing when I was getting to talk to them, you know, I had a chance to sit down with Bread, Jowo, and Limax, and he's like, I just shoot my gun. I'm here to show out and shoot, and he's still infiltrating this building. Now, I've had this happen to me several times. If he's able to fully flank them, that's kind of scary, bro.
Sneaky, sneaky. Can he catch an angle? I don't think they know he's here.
Dude.
Trigger Discipline's gonna hold on to it. If he can catch an angle here, getting some comms from his teammate, he's gonna sneak up. Is he gonna find it? Couple grenades? No, goes for the nades instead of the gunshots. Could have maybe grabbed the knock there, but not sneaky enough. Gets the self-revive up, but Ebates should clean that up, no problem. Limax sent to the gulag. Nice try, buddy, but not enough. See if we can get back onto the map. Let's go to the team at the top here as we try to get a little bit of some more information, Tiff. We always talk about how information is key, and there's a ton of ways to gain information.
You can definitely interrogate a player if you're relatively safe, and it'll give you a live ping of the enemy teammates, so you can kind of focus that out, and Biffle gonna join in. You can see Shifty from that engagement is able to grab a gas mask. They all three have self-res as your map 2 winners are in it for the wins, and they're going to do just that as Sage Morpheus. You know, their journey throughout World Series of Warzone was really tough. Even Goj, you cursed them once when they were on the building trying to get into the World Series of Warzone Global Finals by 1 point, Goj, and that was a full elimination on Jukies that they didn't get. So now here on the stage, in person, on the Global Finals, they are going up against a massive Titan, and Zakar cannot get away.
Yeah, I wonder if this is what happened last map. We had a chance to interview them, right? They went down first, and they get wiped here again. I think they're full out of the lobby. Team Rocket can't catch a break, and it's because of Team Biffle going big, grabbing their early eliminations. They have a system, Tiff, and it's working.
Speaking of systems, Crowder, Nico, and Dez, the way they're able to stack buildings on the outer, looking to pick up eliminations and not necessarily worry about playing that center of zone, which is an aggressive way to play, and I respect it, but already pulling up 1 elimination, 2 gas masks, but Dez, no plates to their name, but a Signal 50 in hands, of course, I would expect nonetheless for Crowder to be the anchor running it, being able to kind of control the method of the madness, and 10x squad rotating in, just parachuting down. They're going to run into Kong, but they're able to get a knock into a full, cleaning and fighting their way in.
Strunk is in trouble, and it's a nice knock, but Solitude, not sure you're going to be able to do much here. If you're Crowd, if you're Nico, you need these eliminations. Again, a team that traditionally plays in-game well, but it struggles to find a ton of eliminations. Of course, they won the wildcard map, which was the one and done. If you're the last team standing, you make London. They made it in the final moments. They've been practicing for a while now. And let's take a look at our map view. Of course, you can take a look at the map view as well with the Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel. Go check it out if you want to see that view. And it's a fairly central zone. It looks like Observatory is still inside the zone, so you know Hisoka's happy about that one.
Crowder and them, they pick up another Tommy going at it against Intex in the kill feed. So offhand, you have to think about the rotation of where we're moving to. The teams at Observatory will have that eastern side priority, but for the teams coming in from Village, Shireen Pass, they are going to have that high ground disadvantage as you climb up Observatory. And just like the end game in map number 2 is going to be Hydro, with going to be teams that are all congested, they're rotating out of it. But Team Savvy Ultras on your screen, 47 squads remaining here on the outskirts of Village, one of those teams that will have to rotate through Observatory.
Yeah, they had a nice start in the first map, but couldn't really catch a break in the last one, and seemingly a little bit of a blender earlier. Heard that maybe Savvy Ultras even lost his gulag, but got bought back. There's a ton of ways to get your teammates back, so make sure you can do that, and of course to have player advantage. It's necessary in these moments, especially playing outer zone like Gooey, Glapson, Goat, DJ. Blade actually in trouble from Aiden. Would love to check back over to that fight and see what's happening. Here it is. Observers on point. Aiden was able to get the better of one. He split up Blade from Vortex and Savvy Ultras and took care of business. However, Savvy Ultras answers back with a signal 50 kill on Adrian. It's a 2v2. Aiden and Rated versus the former World Series of Warzone champions from EU. See if they can do it again. Rated on low ground. Aiden mounted up, looking for an elimination.
Oh, Savvy, the bait and switch. Here's the deal. Aiden was able to suppress fire for Rated, who jumped down, went for the buyback onto Adrian, but unfortunately will lose their life in the meantime. But Aiden, with the flare, will be able to bring them back. But the same goes for Blade. He was immediately brought back by his teammates, but chalk it up. Aiden not able to get the down there, but they know, and there's a medic vest on the distance. So we talk about the different med vests that are available, able to grab a gas mask, and some teams even filter through those different types of vests where, hey, if you got to hit the res on a team, you want the medic, you want a quicker res, but they've got comms, they've got stealth, and Aiden on the rooftop still.
Let's take a quick listen in with Team Aiden and hear some of their comms. I know the team at home are going to love this, and the people in the stadium might be booing them.
Maybe like that little building. Should we just play Tahiti? People charge? Yeah. I got it.
Cool, calm, and collected is what Aiden and Rated are always. The Cheddar brothers, having played together for years now and earned, well, a lot of cheddar. Hundreds of thousands of dollars earned, not between both of them, but singly. Each of them having earned well over $300,000 and trying to add an extra $100,000 on top of that here today. Increased view on your screen. You can see all the teams having to rotate in. Observatory outside of the next zone. We are headed over to Saeed City. And outside of caves here, Tiff.
So, look, this is going to be so tough. You're going to have Aiden. They're actually electing to grab the high ground, which is nice here for them at Observatory because you can kind of parachute off onto the other side, but you're going to run the risk of going through the river. If there's anyone that's going to have a beautiful advantage in that next zone,
Grand
it's going
final.
to be the teams that have
Lan
made it
Turinir
already
Angliyada
into
bo'lyapti.
Saeed
Butun
City
dunyodan
that have
yig'ilishgan.
the ultimate high ground, but you can see Mayapo from a distance.
Зачем он это сделал? Накрышу с гранатой, не знаю, брат.
1-2 down and out. We knew that was going to be the
Like
issue with the signal 50, but for another issue, it's the fact that Huskers taking on Tony White, man. For everything they've been going through early game, their ability to regain is exponential.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Huskers' team's ability to stabilize. I've seen them hunted down time and time again from TBE, and yet all three are alive and trying to take this fight from potentially multiple angles. We'll see if they can hit a couple jump spots up, or they're just going to all push up together. Sweezy's team, of course, has the advantage here, being that they have the high ground, some pinches. And if you take too long here, Tiff, I'm worried about a third party. There's a ton of teams close by that could potentially do it. Here are those jump spots I was talking about, looking for any angle they can get a chance to shoot through those windows and find their prey. Speaking of prey, Clutch Belk very much so in trouble as the team near the top of the leaderboard. Quick wipe of DBZ. It doesn't look like a full team wipe, but certainly not one you're happy about.
Yeah, but Skull on 0, and we're already on circle number 4. And the issue with that being is they need to be able to maintain the pace that Team Biffle has set. Yes, they won map number 1, but Team Biffle answered back in map number 2, and now well into map number 3.
Ularga juda katta summa ko'p aka, говно summa bu-ka bularga. O'yindan 6 milliard 8 million soqqa qilgan. Bular hozir bilasizmi? 10 ming so'm pul tiqib qo'ydi prizga. Grubi qo'pol qilib aytganingizda. Glani priz 10 ming so'm, 6 milliard 8 million qattiq, 1 million 200 ming dollar qildi. Az guruhga nimaga Haskerga deyapman-ku.
performing today
Yaxshi rahmat
from
aka,
Mexico in
yaxshimiz
third place going
charchamayapsizmi?
into this
Alloh
map with
shukr, charchashlar yo'q.
a team that a lot of people were
Hozir
watching
biz
out for,
stream
but there was
qurib,
really a lot more
bilet
chatter around
yukyapmiz
the
akalar,
second
mana
place team from
qaranglar.
Mexico, which is Panda
Beta
and
testga
Goclan,
bilet
who are nowhere to be
yukyapman,
seen,
mana.
at least at the very least inside of top
Qancha
5. So we'll see what they
ko'rsalar
can
mana
do in this
biletlar
map.
yutib, men hozir bitta bilet yutdim o'sha. Yangi Call of Duty'ga akalar mana. Yana ikkita bor.
Problem is when the team's on top of you, you're going to be in trouble. High ground is everything. Gets caught out in the open.
Prosta ko'rish kerak o'yinni. Mana shunaqa qilib yutib olsalaring bular.
Skullface in trouble.
Abdulvosit va alaykum salam. Xormen sog'lar, yaxshimi?
In trouble, no flare in sight, and this is what they were talking about with Team Soka. Their ability to get out of fights with at least one of them. That's why they're like, that's so hard to kill. But for Nesson, Empathy, Braxton, I mean, it's totally, they just made it look so easy to take them out, and they hit the redeploy drone and continue on the rotation. Team 25 taking to the skies, trying to get across the river. They'll do so, but it's Shifty, it's Sage, just answering back, finding. It doesn't matter. They just get a change to angle.
Hammasi Gamepad o'ynaydi bular.
One still standing, but Sage has to prioritizing healing. The question is, where is Shifty, and can they stack this?
Tiff, we have 26 teams
6 milliard so'mda o'yinni sotib olishdan yig'ilgan. Mana Modern Warfare 2 2022-yilda chiqdi, ana shuni sotib olgan, sotib olasiz-ku. O'shandan yig'ilgan pul. O'yinni sotib olingan puldan yig'ilgan. Shuncha pul yig'ilgan. Odamlar sotib olgan, shuncha pul yig'ilgan.
Without a great map to show for it.
Yeah, but the issue is they have 10 seconds and they are not in
Nech kun
circle.
bo'ldi
They have to
bu?
move. So look at King
Bu
AJ.
6 oymi 7 oy bo'ldi bu turnir. Bu oxirgisi final bu. Kim yutsa bo'ldi o'sha qanchadir $8,000 yutadi. Birinchi o'yinga 8,000 mi shunaqa. Qolgan bo'linib ketadi. O'sha bo'ldi, tugayapti. Bu 7 oy bo'lyapti bu turnir. 7 oyda ichida mana oxiri mana shu kunga yetib kelib, endi 10-noyabrga yangisi chiqadi. 17-oktyabrga beta testi bo'ladi.
Now the entire onus of responsibility on his back to stay
100
alive.
litrlikmishlar, 100 litr emas, 100 litr. O 10 qo'lda bir tedi yozib qo'ygan. 40 ta odam qoldi. 50 ta komanda, 30 tadan odam. 20 ta 19 ta komanda qoldi. 40 odam bor. 150 ta odam bo'ladi. Kartada.
But now you have to play your life and just crawling in through the smoke, through the chaos. But it's going to be Deuce, Amir, a top 5 squad.
Eng kuchli o'yinchilar yig'ilgan, eng kuchli streamerlar.
No health and a couple plates just inside the zone. The gas mask is gone. He's going to have to fight the team in third. No! Mexico on top. Sage goes down.
O'yinga $300 million ketgan xolos. Rosta bu turnir 1,200,000. Bu bashi ustidan qusvorish deganida. Jigarim 6 milliard 8 millionni. Hech bo'lmasam $50 million qo'yish kerak edi. 50 million. Ya 20 millionmi? Ana 10 million deng.
12 squads remaining and they seem to be at least north of 8 eliminations, but with having to fight forward, utilizing Semtex, you can only imagine how to clear out
Bugun tugaydi, mukofotlarni ham bugun beradi.
Is anyone still inside this building? Can they get it for free?
They actually can get it for free. You're
Yo. Bu rank etmaz bu. Global. Wsow, World Series.
Tommy goes big for 8 currently and should find a 9th. They've got high ground position. They've got
Gamepad joystick edi.
This could be the map they need to creep inside not only the money, but potentially the top 10.
The money starts at top 25, so halfway through the lobby, and now
Udan $1,200,000 qo'yib, udan qutvorgan o'yinchilar. Ibrohimjon.
Able to get just inside before falling, but finesse and capitalizing on the rest of Team Huskers.
Like boss qo'yam. Bu 3-o'yin, 5ta o'yin bo'ladi. Yana 2ta o'yin qoldi.
Underdogs in this stadium. They've earned the right to be here and they have a chance to go big to win map 3. But you've got to go through the behemoths that are TBE who have the clear advantage. Signal 50 in hand, sure, you'll connect, but can you find a knock and a full wipe? You love to drop some of these teams of 3 down to 2.
Angliyaga hammasini yig'ib multiplayer Türkler lan oynayapti
the
biraz.
zone pull, but it's still not a bad one because they've got angles and they've got at least Tommy's got a gas mask to use.
We're into the top 5 as Team FIFA kill goes down, and guess who's got the pull? It's
Ha, yo'q. Yangi turnir chiqarishda oldin bo'lmaydi. O'yinni birinchi marta Call of Duty'ning nimasida, istoriyasida. Voy jalla, yomon qo'ydi.
Did it connect because Noobs is landed. He hits the flare. We knew it was going to be a flare warfare, and Stukex able to end Team Lovey, and now we're into the final 3.
Biranyasi ham qolmadi bu
Back
balla.
with flares, now we've lost Noobs, and Omen gets shot out of the eye. The sky is just Tommy last alive.
Reytingda qana ochko olsa bularga ham xuddi shuni ochko beradi.
All signs are pointing to Team Braxton. No, Benzi, Boogs, going huge. Finessing falls. It's
Svagam
Tommy
o'ynayapti-da.
versus Boogs, and there's one
Kim
other
chiqqan
team
bo'lsa
remaining.
hammasi
Who else is
o'ynayapti.
floating
Swag
around
bor,
that game?
FIFA kill bor,
Braxton
Hasker bor,
still
hammasi bor pash.
Tiff, 3 teams, 4 players. Tommy fighting some weapons.
We saw another member hitting the mobile buy. We're getting Finessing back to join Braxton, and he was able to grab a sub on the roof. What looked dire for Team Braxton is starting to look a little better because he was able to grab a signal as well. Boogs and Stukex, you may have the high ground, but
Why, Bella?
the starter. Tommy knocks Braxton before he gets traded out by Finessing, but Finessing doing his best to anchor. This is looking so good for them, and they take it. They take game number 3.
Map 3 victors. Team Braxton.
Buna turnirga qatnashish uchun O'zbekiston rivojlanishi kerak. Qachon O'zbekiston rivojlanadi, Kibersport O'zbekistonda keyin qatnashadi. Buna turnir o'ynash uchun o'zbeklar PUBG'ni tashlab Warzone o'ynash kerak. O'zini ko'rsatish kerak Activision'ga. Keyin mana O'zbekistonda ham ko'paygan Warzone o'ynaydiganlar deyish kerak etdilar. Keyin bizga dostib ochib berishadi. Unaqa ertaklarda bo'ladi lekin.
It's an incredible team
Nah,
that's come
gaplar.
together. A fellow Tennessean with Braxton, Finessing, been in the scene since way before Warzone, even into Blackout, and yet they're still proving that they're one of the best here.
Ale transaksiyani hammasini tashlayveringna.
That's huge for their point totals. I'm gonna have to look back and see where they were. I don't think they were in the top 10 tip.
O'zbekiston qachon PUBG'ni tashlaydi, keyin bizda ham buna turnirlarga qatnashishlar yo'llari ochiladi.
Think about the journey that our players have made. They've been grinding, crawling for whatever tournament they could get their hands on, but to perform and take a coveted win, a map win on LAN is something that hardly
Server qo'ymaydi. Server o'sha men aytgan ishlarni qilsa keyin qo'yadi.
Map number 1, Biffle. Map
Server
number 2,
qo'yish oson emas.
taking map number 3.
Ikkinchidan O'zbekiston bilan bir-birini gapi bitta joydan chiqish kerak. Biznikilar toqqa qilishni yaxshi ko'radi-yu, dadasini bahosini aytadi, pashonni qo'ydi, Activision keyin uyga qaytib ketadi. Bizga qo'ymaydi server hech qachon, orzu ham qilmaydi. Biznikilar qonni osh. 10 ta barmog'ini og'ziga tiqish kerak. Server qo'yish bularga hech narsa emas, prosta biz o'zbeklar ko'p narsani talab qilib ularga yoqmaydi bu narsa.
To give TBE the coveted wooden spoon, and you can tell Tommy didn't really like it because now
Let's
they're
go,
answering
Musa.
back, and honestly if you're not going to get that 2x
Let's go, Lama,
multiplier that
Minsi,
Empathy and Braxton were able to get for the map win, a 1.8 is still pretty good. But let's go ahead and take a look at that HyperX victory moment.
Kelinglar.
This moment, Tiff, and as Tommy with the pistol in hand, doing everything he can. This is the flare meta that we're in, right? Of course, you've got the 3-2-1 meta with the signals, but when you've got flares in the in-game, for a moment, you have a bit of reprieve flying up into the sky. But the question is, can you land on weapons? This is a key moment looking back at this victory. Braxton was able to find not only a Lockman sub, but also a signal. Gets a couple shots down lane, and guess who's alive to back him up? It's Finessing. Tommy cleaned up by Finessing from distance to keep Brax alive, down but not out. Finessing alive, they clean up the victory. Very well done to think on their feet. Sure, they played the last circle well, but thinking on their feet at the end was what won them that victory.
Not only were they able to find weapons, but it's Braxton who comes back in, lands on the mobile local buy station, gets himself a Lockman SMG, a Signal 50, and a buyback to bring his team in. So now I know that Frankie is on the floor looking to talk to them.
Okay, let's go. Oyun mas.
Have to say.
Hormuzla
So
oyun.
am I, Tiff, because that final fight was absolutely
Hormuz
electrifying.
bachchalar.
Braxton, you actually managed to take the victory with
Bunaqa
all
tez
three
o'yinlar
of you
o'ynaylar, qattiq
alive,
to'g'nab
which was
qolganlar
a
o'yinini
miracle
o'ynamaylar.
considering the chaos.
Qo'yog'iga
Talk to
o'xshab
me
to'g'nab
about
qolgan
how you
tezda.
managed to take the victory.
Qo'yog'i tezda
We got
to'g'naydi-yu.
building control. We knew
Tez
we were
so'ydi.
going to hold the building. We knew we had a good
Ha,
zone
shunaqa
pull.
kezga.
So I basically told my boys, you know, stay true, stay home, stay in our building. And once we saw that zone pull farther to that portable buy, I knew we had won the game pretty much because we had the best rotation. And I ended up getting knocked and got flared back, and I was pinging for my teammates, and they held it down, got big kills, and that's how we got the win.
The flares were flying from all of the teams, and when that is happening, are you noticing the other teams around you also using their flares?
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of people coming back.
Activision
But a lot of free kills for
yeliga
us.
A
chiqaradi.
lot of free kills.
Da,
Is that what
yeliga
you call the kill on
chiqaradi.
Tommy?
Yeah.
The Brits offering up the free kill. That's where we go.
Bu har yerlar yallashadi-yu, lekin bir ikkita chiqoq, to'ti bo'q joyi borda, anti-cheatda gavno.
How are you enjoying
O'yinni
the spirit
detalizatsiyasi gavno, Dualshock gavno bularda. Mayli, Dualshock ading qo'y, bitta normani anti-cheat qo'ysin. Qolgani qo'yinglar.
Do you think that your
Ozodbek,
focus
va
is much
alaykum
better
salam.
going into that map?
Maga
Of course.
jigarim.
I put a lot of trust into my IGL Brax. If he says to rotate, we rotate.
And Braxton, that's lovely words for you, but have you got any nice
Ha,
words for
sizga
your teammates?
yarashaveradi,
It's clearly
qolganlarga
pulling things
sho'lpillab
together
qoladi
here in London.
Ibrohimjon. PUBG ham o'ynab turing ara-arada. Mobilini. Steam versiyasi emas, mobilini o'ynab turing.
And why is North America looking like the
Super
best in the
People
world
degan
right
o'yin
now?
bor, shuni ham o'ynang, zo'r o'yin degan.
Oh, London! Braxton saying EU sucks. Are you going to let him get away with that?
Tinchroqman, rahmat, Xudoga shukr, Ozodbek o'zi demagan. Ha, bo'ldi.
I think we got some fans in the audience, although to be honest,
Ma
London, I
bo'ldi,
think we need to
jo'natdim.
work on it. We're going to head back to the
Pochtamga.
desert, Braxton. Congratulations
Hozir
on
bir
the
minutda akalar.
victory.
I heard a lot of boos, but I heard one
Mashingam.
scream from like somewhere over on the right side. So I was like, here we go. There's somebody out there for NA. Well, NA is looking good.
Oz.
3 games, 3 different
Oz.
winners. And Brax, for the first time,
Oz.
gets up on the leaderboard super high. Well done. So game 3, a lot to take away from that. First, I'm going to you, Dandro. We
Mana
discussed
mana
Stukex
yozgandim
landing
man.
and just,
Ano.
or excuse me, Stukex leading the way for EU as a whole.
Nochi bilan
A team that we didn't
ketdi.
necessarily cover too heavily in the beginning.
No, I mean, we didn't cover a lot of them at the top, but this is kind of one of those
Mana
Euro squads on the
yozganda.
back end, you know, I mean, sure, there's like the best of the best,
Man
you know, sort
yozdim
of
mana
the teams that we want to keep on
qildim.
there. But, you know, the one
Lekin
thing I
menga
really
javob
like is that
kelmadi.
I'm like seeing them come online. We
Mana.
saw Brax come online, we're starting to see some of these other
Albatta
Europe teams come
jo'nataman.
online, and I'd be curious, Enigma, you're kind of
Yeah,
my
shunday
EU
yozdim.
guy, you were hyping them up, you were getting excited while we were watching that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I
Mana
wasn't
da man
expecting
shular
Team
so'ragan man
Stukex to be
yozganman.
the leading line for Europe. I mean,
Tinch
a
bo'ling
couple of star players are
Ozodbek.
performing right now, but the one thing about this Team Stukex squad, they average placing
50 poy
16th
cheater
throughout stage 1 and 2,
deganda bir
average kills
ko'rganimda.
43rd. But one thing is
50
that
foiz
they
emas,
just keep
99
enjoying
tochka
themselves, and they
9
said
tochka 0 foiz
stage
cheater.
1 and 2, they were talking about how some of them
Ichida bir
set their
foizi man
roles. One
cheater
of them is the low
deb
amateur that just
o'ynamayman.
carries the equipment and plays well with other two Slayer. It is indeed that squad. So yeah, I wasn't expecting them to put up today for Europe, but they are doing that. Nearly take a map win there. We have got off to a slow start in Europe, but we're getting better.
Getting better and better. And speaking of which,
O'zi yozgan narsalar, o'zi jo'natgan narsalar yozdingmi?
to an even better game 3, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they
Mana
do not
ko'rdingizmi,
do what they
tepga
want in map
chiqingni?
number 1, right? They go out to the first team here, it's global.
Battle tag deyapti, mana. Ifkuchi sifli postlarni unda sifras bilan yozingmi?
You win this critical fight against Huskers and Zidongi, and then you're back in it. And map number 3,
Qanaqa qilib javob beradi? Mana hozir shu keldi, qanaqa qilib javob qaytaradi?
unlucky with the zone pull. Tommy tries his best, but that's still a really good map 3. Did jump up the leaderboard.
Very good map number 3. I go to you, Dream, as we pull up our winner player card, right? Brax, of course, winning there with empathy and finesse. And the first time we really see them shine, and shine they did. A lot of credit given to Brax as the IGL.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy because Tiff is like, yo, on top, like, some of
Arası
those players, man, I
bloğu
think they have
çıkışı
like 9 in stage 2. It's crazy, but recovery from them is absolutely crazy. But one thing that I wanted to point out was how a lot of players were disengaging and
Arslan,
re-engaging. I
Twitch
mean, the
account,
fact that, like,
Papa
Sage was able
Office,
to stay
unlike it
alive
from
for
your
so long, that was the
Call of
craziest
Duty
engagement
account,
that I've ever
yeah.
seen. But, I mean, with Brax, finesse and empathy, this is actually an interesting squad, and of course, players that have been around for a while, wanting to be here to make a name for themselves. But actually used to play with Invader and Hunt Cities, right? So making a roster change, being able to take that map right there.
That's right.
Putting in a good spot.
And 20 eliminations, that's the lowest when it comes to map 1 and map 2 and map 3.
Yangi Warzone dekabrda chiqadi.
40 points going their way with the two. It's still a lot, right? That puts them up there within conversation, maybe even top 5.
Mana men hozir yana birorna sutgan bo'lishim
Take a bit
kerak.
of a break. 3 games down, the halfway point has been reached. Therefore, we're going to take a break. When we come back, your halftime show will start.
Ha? Yo'q. Qo'qol bosib ulanmayapti-yu. Programmachni bu narsa. Ha?
Get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit
Voy chiqib ketib qoldim.
And so is the Solo YOLO pack. Drop into the game with the essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store now.
Hello, I'm Frankie Ward, London resident and the stage host here at the World Series of Warzone 2023 Grand Final. And I'm so excited to have one of those Grand Finalists with us now. Mixie is joining. Hello. Welcome to Europe. This is the first time you've been on this side of the world.
Yes, it is.
I think there are a few people who are really looking forward to seeing you perform on stage as well.
Hope so.
Definitely, I know so.
No, you guys did not make a video.
You're out there to...
Oh no, I'm gonna cry. Stop. I'm always so emotional. I'm already gonna cry. Okay. Whew.
Yo, Smix, congrats on making it to London again. You absolutely deserve to be there. You have been killing it all year, and we're so proud of you. No matter what, make sure you go out there and show the boys what's up.
Hi Smix, it's Kins here. I just want to say congratulations on London. You've been killing it all year and kill it in London. Good luck.
Hello, just wanted to stop by and tell you that I'm so proud of you, Smixie, and I cannot wait to watch you and your teammates go crazy on the main stage. Good luck.
What's it like knowing that there are so many people who want to see you do well in London?
It's awesome, honestly. I feel very grateful and excited to be here. So the fact that there's so many people rooting for me is very nice.
I don't think there's any doubt that you have the respect of your peers. We've seen messages from some of your friends, and I think they're your fans as well. How do you feel knowing that you are representing other Warzone streamers and competitors like yourself?
I wish that there was more women here with me today. Honestly, I wish the room was filled with women, but I'm just gonna try my best. All I've ever wanted was to prove that women are just equally as good as men in games, so we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, anything you'd like to say before we let you go compete?
Thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting this. This is awesome. I'm super excited to compete in World Series
PALIT
Warzone. See you guys on the stage.
Yeah, otherwise,
Uskirste. Mana o'ynayapti-yu. Mana u bola. Yeb qo'yyapti bu bola, asam o'ynayapti. Twitch'da stream qiladi bu, YouTube'da yo'q. Ha shu bala.
Normally I'm just looking at you as Twitch names, but today I get to match you all with
100,000 odam ko'ryapti.
I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host for today, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro, and today has been truly electric. With all of our game, or excuse me, 3 games done, we're now at our halfway point, but don't you worry, 3 more games, including Solo YOLO, still to come your way. Also coming your way, COD Next, right? COD Next is going to be coming through October 5th, and it's going to be a great event. Modern Warfare 3 is arriving on November 10th, and we wanted to call out a couple of big moments you should know about over the next month. First of all, make sure to tune in to Call of Duty Next on October 5th. which will be the premier showcase event for Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, Call of Duty Warzone, and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Get your first look at Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer and what's next for Call of Duty Warzone and Call of Duty Warzone Mobile with live gameplay from your favorite creators. Additionally, get inside information about these games directly from the studio teams making them. Also, tune in to next to get additional details on zombies coming to Modern Warfare 3.
oktyabr ekan. Beta testimiz akalar.
With multiplayer in the Modern Warfare 3 open beta, which kicks off soon after the next event. Pre-order on PlayStation and get early access to the open beta starting October 6th, and pre-order on Xbox or PC and get early access starting on October 12th. Hey, it's going to be a great event. A lot going down whenever it comes to COD Next. I can't wait to get it started, and we'll see what's going to be taking place. Because hey, always good to get those little sneak peeks, right, Dream?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention, we have that sneak teaser of it being Modern Warfare 2 2009 maps. So that's kind of where I was born at. I'm excited to play it. I was already looking for my beta code. I was like, man, is there one laying around? But I'm super excited. I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
That's right. First female Call of Duty professional. Don't
YouTube'ga faqat video qo'yadi xolos.
I forgot. All right, you were the goat.
Twitch'da qilar streamu.
Well, that's 3 games done, and we need to check out our standings, okay?
O'zi любой стримерda YouTube kanali bo'ladi, ko'pni Twitch'da stream qiladi. Stream qilmaydi YouTube'da, faqat video qo'yadi.
Let's go ahead, and unsurprising to anybody, it is Biffle at the top. We have 63 eliminations, 102.6 points total, but I gotta give a huge shout out to Team Stukex. After that map number 3, they have leapfrogged their way to second above Team Hisoka on third. So I'm looking at a couple of those squads. TBE though, with that map number 3, also jumping up to 5th. So a couple of big teams coming up here at Enigma. Who else are we looking at?
Well, I mean, I think overall, I'm actually taking a quick look at that Team Zach squad there, coming in from the European side to the French lineup, and they're giving us a the performance that we're needing out of the European teams right now. We've got 3 teams in that top 10. I was hoping to see 4 or so, so we're doing not as bad as I thought we were. Hopefully build up more throughout the afternoon to see our superstars such as our FIFA kills and our Jukis come on through and see them rise to that leaderboard.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I'm looking at Aiden, I'm looking at Huskers, I'm looking at Savvy Ultras, like top players that obviously previous Warzones have been in that top spot, previous winners, and of course Aiden Huskers and rated winning World Series of Warzone 2021. So being in that spot, I expect to see them maybe make a huge jump up.
Yeah, huge jump up indeed. Team Swag there, of course, Super Evan Z.
Rekretlar qatnasholmaydi, ular Rossiyalik-ku. Rossiya zapret.
You know, being down there at least
Esengi davlatlarda hech kim yo'q.
Recover, right? 3 more games to go, only 3 games down, and we have already seen some recoveries. TBE being the biggest talking point, but Diaz Biffle being in first.
Ularga deport qo'yishgan, urush boshlangandan keyin.
Right? Because he comes off the back of a huge tournament, 5 total weeks that he played, and he wins 4 out of the 5 weeks, second place week number 5, and now he's here in first place. The man is absolutely on fire. But let's take a step back in time and go to map number 1. And Dandro, this is where we started the day, right? It was a big, big moment off the rip. Azen, keyboard and mouse player, going against Heeds, or should be with Heeds and Gromalog, loses 1 player, but gets first squad wipe on TBE.
Dude, for it being the map 1 of Global Finals, this was so aggressive. I thought everybody was going to be shaking in their boots. I thought they were just going to be sticks in the mud, not moving. We're seeing teams get aggro. I'm watching Team eBay land Bay and rotate all the way across the map into Rohan. I mean, players are just here to play, and I love just how unafraid some of these teams were to take these early fights.
Yeah, seriously, I'm being unafraid. I mean, Enigma, that's the way of a competitor. You got to come in here. You can't be shaking in your boots. No shaky hand syndrome here. You got to be going for it.
No, absolutely. I spoke to
Dr. Disrespect'lar urushib qolgan Activision bilan.
Just last week, 10 days ago-ish, and the thing is, he was
super ular qatnashmaydi. Ular o'ynashni zo'r bilmaydi, ha.
And if you want to check to see just how locked in him and his teammates are, go back and watch the
Activision'ni ko'tiga miqdib hammasi tashagan o'yinda.
Face mask on himself. So that squad are ready to go today and are putting on a show.
Final moments coming up here, Dream, and it was a pretty good hold from Hisoka and Co. standing up top.
Yeah, and essentially that was Breadman and Jowo and Limax's position that they were fighting for early, because in Rowan, the way that it rotated out from the buildings, it did rotate in that more open space, and that was the only building that could potentially take the win. And of course, fighting for it, it was Hisoka, it was Skullface, able to dominate right there and able to take it.
That's right, dominating, taking it, and a goated interview, by the way, which we expect from Hisoka. Yeah. That was a 21 elimination game. Well done from them. You see Hisoka in those final moments. Skullface obviously on your screen, and he's pumped up. He knows what's taking place. He was sniping people out of the air with the Signal 50, and he held that rooftop like his life depended on it. And quite honestly, it honestly did. I mean, and they were able to take that victory. And 21, that puts them up right at least within the top 5, which is a big deal. And they're looking to take it all. Top 3 right now. In fact, 3rd place for Hisoka and co. So they set the pace. They let EU know we're here. We're on your home turf, and we don't care, Dandro.
I mean, top the teams here are NA of these first 3 maps, right? I mean, I don't want to say I said so, but we still have 3 more maps. I'll give you some credit. We got 3 more maps to go through. We're seeing some of the EU squads are starting to heat up, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the back half of these maps that looks like.
Hey, but top 4 global expansion team, right?
İşte karta kal.
They've been doing and holding their own, and even in this map number 2, they took 2nd and
5'te oyun bo'ladi, 3'tasi tugadi. 2'ta qoldi.
About proving themselves, about showing that when they're in a fair environment, when the stakes are even, they are able to take part and play. So they did a great job representing their region, and that's a lot of pressure, by the way. You've got an entire region on your back. This is not just about, you know, we're talking Italian teams, French teams, Spanish teams, whatever. That's individual countries, and they've all spoken about what they want to do. They're bringing it for an entire region.
Anybody's region indeed, and any region can win today. But overall, Smixy even showing herself there, which is great to see. But game two really came down to that big in-game. Diaz Biffle really showing what he was made of, Dandro.
I mean, it's Biffle Sage, and of course Shifty, right? I mean, we're not surprised about that. They have these amazing end-game plays with the flares. They're able to get the team back, and they're able to clutch up the map.
Yeah, as said, when I spoke to Repulse yesterday about the way this team works, they fixed so many of the problems that they had. When they came together as a trio, everyone looked at it and thought, those are 3 superstar Slayers, that's not going to work. And sure enough, it was very inconsistent. They managed to sit down and talk together, which is something the top teams often struggle with, figure out the little kinks, and now they're fantastic teammates. And, well, I mean, delivering here when we come to our World Series of Warzone Global Finals.
Yeah, and a lot of people would question that, right? Because stage 1, with Shifty especially, or excuse me, with Clamp, they got 10th, right? They replace Clamp, they get Shifty in, and then they get 11th. And people were like, you guys didn't do any better. But then it's like, hello, they needed to build up that chemistry. They built up that chemistry, and then since then, the last 3 weeks, just been dominating every tournament.
That's right, been dominating indeed. This was a massive game, 24 eliminations.
Evet, 10 tarafta çumana qalan turibini.
From game number 1, which was 21 eliminations.
10 tarafta
so that put them in
3.
first place.
Stage
really
yani.
haven't slowed down since. After game 2, they set the pace, but then we headed into map number 3. And map 3 had a lot of exciting moments and some big plays as a whole. But I think the big talking point of Enigma was Stukas, who came in and leading the way for EU.
Yeah, absolutely. We, as we've said, Europe, we've got off to a slow start. I fully believe in the boys to bounce back throughout maps 4, 5, and 6. We are on home turf. We have the home crowd. We cannot disappoint in the copper box. But when it comes to Stukas, Benzi, and Cole, we didn't expect to see them leading the line, but I will take that all day. They're here to enjoy themselves, they're having a fantastic time, and all they want to do is show that they deserve a little bit more respect, and they should well get it after that map 3.
That's right, in map 3, a big talking point for TBE. They recovered in map 2, we highlighted that, but then in map 3, Dandro, they looked even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they played it really well. They make this read on where the zone is pulling. They have the high ground up on top of this building. You can see from their POV, they're just looking down at the rest of the lobby, but an unfortunate zone pull pulls them off of that building. Right, Tommy tries his best to try and stay alive, but that zone pull, you got Team Brax who's able to read it perfectly, and they come out on top. Brax kind of throws his life away, so that way Vanessa can and that really leads them to be able to take the map.
Can I just point out, though, at least, if you notice, FIFA Kill was alive on the other side, just lamping, waiting. So at least we did have some type of, bounce back for the EU regions.
That's right.
going out there anyway.
Hey, I'm telling you, our superstars will step up. I have no doubts. I spoke about it at the start. There's a lot of pressure on the European teams to deliver, and it makes diamonds the first place. But some of these guys have already turned into diamonds in the past, and they will shine this afternoon, I guarantee it.
That's right. But 20 is still great. That's taking first place, 2x multiplier, 40 points. And for Brax, Finessen, and Co., that is a big game for them to have. Now, how will they stand after 3 more games? Well, we have yet to see, but either for them, it was great to see a fresh face starting to rise up. And like I said, familiar. Again, going back to first place, Diaz Biffle is like not the biggest surprise to me, right? But I mean, just he's so incredible. And he is just truly rose up to the occasion from the previous weeks now to World Series of Warzone Global Finals. This guy's on fire.
Yeah, I think that one of the things is that there was a lot of stuff on the timeline, right, about who is in the best form going into this World Series. And one of the names that was regularly missing actually was going to be Biffle. They were kind of not included in people's top 5s, but the form that they've shown throughout these last couple of weeks, they really have given themselves every right to be considered contenders. And again, they had some inconsistencies in the past, they managed to fix it now. Realistically, looking back, we probably should have expected this.
Probably should have, and honestly, it was a team that I did want to highlight, but we had to highlight 9 is what we got. But Diaz Biffle was always in my mind, okay? But now transferring right from the trio now to solo YOLO, which is going to be taking place after our 6 games. 1 game to win it all, 150 players, and 1 person walks away with $100,000. Last year was incredible. This year is going to be even better, I'm sure
winner
of it.
takes all $100,000 birinchi o'rinda olgan. Hozir solo YOLO bo'ladi. Solo YOLO degani solo o'ynashadi. Bir kishilik. Kim birda olsa $100,000 o'shaniki.
So if you happen to miss the LCQ,
Bo'ling,
we
Johon,
talked about some of the teams that we're going to be winning that wild card match. Gave me this idea. Well, why don't we put all the teams on a wheel? So we thought for the solo YOLO, let's just do the same thing. We have this giant wheel with all 150 of our players' names on it, and we're just going to spin it because this is about as good as us trying to make an estimated guess on who's winning. I'm going with the RNG. I'm leaving it up to the universe on who is taking home the solo YOLO, and it's landing on DJ Moss. And you know what, Reflections? This would actually be maybe my pick if I was actually picking a player. DJ's been a long-time player. He's my homie. And that guy can play like an absolute rat.
Hey, you know what like, and I took that personally. Juki's was right below that, and Juki's like, nah, hold up. I'm winning. Okay, I'm coming in. I'm going to do even better. But like Tommy, you got just so many great players. From what I'm hearing, though, DJ Moss, he might be one of the winners, but let's at least, collectively see how or who else is going to win. Let's spin the wheel one more time and see who's going to win the second go-around. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to spin it. It's coming on through. Let's get some hype in the building.
O'zbekistonga zabt bo'ling.
Someone's taking home $100,000.
O'zbekiston bir 50 yildan keyin chiqsa kerak bo'ling.
We tried.
Bit greedy, he doesn't need it.
He's leading the way. His team is
He's first place already, and now he's looking to win solo YOLO. Why not take it all, though, Enigma?
This is rigged. This is,
oh, don't do that.
I'm not happy to do that. I'm not happy right now.
Now you're going to get everybody acting wild, and you're coming
Speakerlar o'ynamasa kerak, bu yerda bilasizmi, nechta moderator ko'rib o'tiradi. Ular tepasilar bittadan moderator turadi. Bu yerda chit qo'yamiz. Sразу displikatsiya deydimi, nima displikatsiya deydimi, sразу haydab yuborishadi. Komandasiga qo'yish. Necha soat bo'ladi yana? Ikkita o'yin bo'ladi, ikkita karta bo'ladi.
Oh, okay.
6 figures off for grabs.
Sizlar olib chiqinglar. Biz olib chiqishimiz uchun O'zbekiston Warzone tanish kerak.
Not rigged because we gave you a chance. That's 3 down. So Desmond, DJ Moss,
as well as
greedy. But there's honestly, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. The guys absolutely incredible. Well, there it is. We spun the wheel 3 times. If you want to put in the effort, I don't know, and add 150 players to your own wheel, make your own prediction, might as well go for it. But hey, we have Frankie, and this is special to me because I had a chance to do this event myself with the Code Bowl champions of last year.
Thank you very much, Reflections. Yeah, we are kind of struggling here as Europeans on the World Series of Warzone. But back at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl last December, Europe came out on top because the RAF Reapers and Matty here especially were able to slay the competition. Tell me what it was like to represent the UK.
It was all down to the last game. It was very tense towards the end. But we managed in the end to clutch the win. I think it was only by 3 points, so it's relatively difficult. But we got there in the end.
Do you think your military training helps that focus in game?
Jamal aka.
In some respects.
Chetamiz Jamal aka.
It's always
O'tiring turdi, bratishka.
How long have you been playing Call of Duty?
Plantaga qo'yib olaverasiz aka, siz shuncha turganiga katta odamni.
And so the RAF, they're saying we're putting out trials for an esports team, and you're like, I'm right in there.
Say again, sorry?
So the RAF, they said we're putting together an esports team. We're going to send you out to represent us in Call of Duty, and you were like, sign me up.
Exactly that. I was like, yeah, sign me up. I'll play.
Was there stiff competition for the spot in the RAF team?
In the RAF, yes. However, the other services, you know, we're the best, so.
What is it about the Royal Air Force that makes it the best?
We just have a better skill set, I think.
Tell me about your skill set.
Our communication's better, our gun skill's better, everything's better, especially than the army.
You know what? I might send you in to go and talk to our European teams and maybe give them a bit of a pep talk, teach them all about communication. But I know that you also have to focus on yourself and your team at the moment because you're actually going back to the next Code Bowl in a couple of weeks' time. How's the team feeling about the competition this time round?
We feel pretty strongly at the moment. Yeah, we feel confident in our own skill set, but we'll see on the day.
And you good at team talk? Can you pep talk maybe some of the players on LAN here today?
I had a little chat with Louis CM before the break, so hopefully he starts performing a little better.
Ayo, okay, what did you say to him?
Stop landing with Team Biffle.
You know what, I probably would have given him that advice myself. No one should be landing with Team Biffle right now. Matty, thank you so much. Thank you for representing the UK so well at the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and good luck at the next one. We are going to head back to the desk.
Well, there it is, Royal Air Force taking everybody by surprise during that event. Literally came down to last map and saying the Army, it was a, by the way, that was a dig at me. I'm Army, and he was like, hey, we're better than Army. I don't know, but maybe this year in Code Bowl, we'll see what you got. Hey, we got game number 4 ready to go. Go, Dandro, take it away. Spider Tiff.
Gosh, it's okay. Dandro's handling down on the desk. We got Spider Tiff here. And Frankie, what a beautiful interview there. You heard it there. Louis CM, do not land on Biffle, because Biffle's team right now coming into the second half of our World Series of Warzone Global Finals into map number 4 on 63 eliminations, Gosh.
Yeah, they are dominating, and they're starting in Hydra, right? So when you have a zone that lands in circles around Hydra, they don't even have to leave. They just slay out the entire lobby and then hang out and wait for in-game. So, hey, it paid off once. We'll see if it pays off again. Let's head in to the second half of the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Map 4 is here, Tiff. I am super excited to see if maybe Braxton will be the first team to go back-to-back in map wins.
That's right. We've had 3 different winners in our 3 different maps thus far, but even then, Biffle's team is averaging 34.2 points per game, Goj, but it's okay, because our 150 players, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to throw it all on the line here at the Global Finals.
All right, London, one more chance. Get loud for the second half of the World Series of Warzone. Tiff, map 4 is here. Had a chance to talk to Empathy on Braxton's team right before this. Said he's known Braxton for about 1.5 years now, and he DM'd him out of the blue, begging him to team with him, swearing that they could be one of the best teams in the world. a chance to go back-to-back here and prove that. And guess what? Guess who's fighting at the very beginning of the game, Tiff? Neither team relenting. Who's going to come out this time around? It looks like DBZ, a full team wipe, send them to the gulag. DBZ, they need to move different. They are not in the money currently.
We're talking all about EU versus NA. Well, the contested airport is just that. And so far, Clutch Bell, Z-Later, and Destroy have been able to win this contest each and every time. And that was even more atrocious than the last because half of them didn't even get to pick up a weapon. It was just starter pistols, but Rated, Aided, and Adrian, the young gun that has joined up, now known as the Cheddar Brothers. And I believe his nickname that they told me in the interview was Buddy McBuster. So Buddy McBuster has entered Village.
Buddy McBuster, I'll use that one later. Hey, there's Meeks and Santify. They had a great showing in World Series of Warzone qualifiers leading up to today. So far, not great, but still have an entire second half.
Interview bergan balla ko'rmay qopman men. Bak. O'yin menga kirib berdi.
Needs to find a knock. Playing low ground's going to be tough. Looking for another angle. They've lost Reader already and they've lost authorized.
Solo yo'li emas ekan. Solo yo'li oxirida bo'lasiz.
Reader in the gulag.
Reader in the gulag indeed, and I did see Aizen in the gulag as well. He was going up against Team Smixy, so Rohan must have been a little bit of turbulence for them because they found themselves early on in the gulag. But Savvy Ultra's back again here at Observatory, collecting cash up, hitting the buy station, trying to get their quick loadout in game to make sure that they can get aggressive. You can see squad number 39 just on the distance, closing up on them, so they're going to be underneath, so no real issue just yet. But Blade trying to get a line of sight, maybe he can get an early pick.
Yeah, we're definitely picking up on some patterns here from a lot of these teams. Of course, they have favorite drop spots. When you have a fairly central zone, you can land in whatever spot on the map that you would like. And it looks like our Asia team, the team that dominated the Asia regional expansion qualifiers, they've been hanging out here in Observatory, but they've been going underground to rotate out nearly every single time. They do not want to risk their life, and we always talk about the high-risk, high-reward playstyle that maybe a DBZ is playing, and some of these other teams, they're worried about staying alive. So that's what our Asia team is doing. We'll see if they're able to find some eliminations and continue to move up this leaderboard as well. A hometown favorite and a shed expert, FIFA kill. Finding a bit of fire, but looking to take down Diego Torres.
Why, Jelle?
From the back does go down. Abwiz on the low ground. Reaper trying to cover fire. As you can see, Laga just getting into the mix, but Oki, FIFA, and Abwiz able to swarm. And unfortunately, Reaper is just able to plate back up and overlook his teammate while Oki peppers from afar. Now, the issue of this is if I'm Reaper on the rooftop, I'm getting out of dodge, I'm playing my life, but you can already see that FIFA closed the gap and is able to wipe the entire team. To the gulag you go.
A huge take early game. FIFA Kill's team really needs to start moving up.
Kartdan o'zgartirgan yo'q o'sha karta.
Taking a look at that leaderboard.
Kartdan o'zgartirmaydi.
But it's top 25 walking away with any cash today. You get 26, you're walking away with $0 to your name, unless, of course, you win that solo YOLO in the 7th map. Of course, it's all going to be on your own back, as it is solos. It's called solo YOLO for a reason. We've had a modicum of different winners in the past, Tiff, and could be anyone's game. We saw that wheel being spun, trying to get some predictions. Intex not leaving anything up to chance, though. Quickly cleans up GUI. Teammates on the move.
Oh, okay. I've seen him hit a crazy shots throughout Warzone competition history. Able to stow a flare for later should they need it, but
Observatoriyani portlatib yubordi-yu. Ancha qolib ketdi orqada. Abdulvosit. Ataylab space operatsiya chiqdi u haqda. Arada ko'rib turadi-da o'yinni.
Positioning, and honestly, they're doing incredibly well here, averaging 24.1.
Observatoriyaga raketa jo'natib yubordi-ku.
Who's got Smixy on deck.
Thank you very much,
Shadow
Tiff.
Company.
These interviews are sometimes very hard to do because obviously the team wants to focus and get back into the next game. Smixy, tell me how your day is going so far, because I know the last map has not been great for you.
Yeah, no, we're definitely struggling, but you know what? The last 3 games we
No,
were playing as a team, and then we just lost our initial gunfight this map, so it is what it is. All we can do is do better in the next 2.
Do you think you can spend the time now focusing on how you can rebuild as a team?
Yeah, we've been discussing, but you know, if we don't win our initial fight, then there's not much that we can do.
Why do you think you're losing that initial fight? Is it always the same team that you're dropping with?
No, we've been getting contested by
DMZ ham o'zgargan.
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see. Well, I'll let you guys get back into focusing on your opponents, and we'll head back into the game.
Well, Tiff, that was a good, interesting interview because, well, sometimes when you take those early fights, they don't go your way, and we've seen it happen time and time again, not only with a team like Smixy, but also TBE at the very beginning of the game. Now, TBE has bettered themselves the massive last couple maps, and you can see a fight going on screen. Echo finding his first elimination, but it gets revenge from his teammate. TBE is inside the top 5 after a nearly dropped map at the very beginning. Be interested to see where they fall at the end of the 4th.
That just goes to show you how it just takes one game to turn the tide. Second in map number 2 and already breaking into the top 5, but it's this team on your screen that has been, lo and behold, the front runners of the entire global finals seal at World Series of Warzone so far at 109.4 points well into game number 4, and they're going to continue on that momentum. Shifty, Sage, and Biffle, the titans here of the lobby.
Nice aerial view of Shucks. There was a couple teams out there that said they needed to watch out for Shucks, and a couple teams that said, well, if I see Shucks, I'm sending Shucks. So some difference in opinion on skill level, but everyone has something to prove here, Tiff. Taking a look back, I would love to see Juki's really has had a tough tournament thus far. I was looking back at the leaderboard. I think they're outside of the money currently, and it's not all that close. They've been contested off drop, and seemingly things aren't going their way. They need to get a move on, and they need to get a move on now. Juki's, Vision, Lennon, a chance to go big here. They need a monster map to climb back into the running.
Lennon found himself in the gulag, and it looks like Vision's gonna join him. Juki's last on Al Mazrah for the squad, and they have the high ground sway, but they're gonna be able to push the issue. Invader doubles down and completely stack onto Juki's. That is a full squad wipe to the gulag, and you heard Smixy in that interview that Frankie just had with her, how tough it is to go to the gulag early. One bullet can make the difference. Now checking in with Aiden over here at Observatory.
Well, every team did a ton of research, which means every team knows that Savvy Ultras and Blade are gonna be at Observatory. There go Blade, and the entire team is wiped. I think they're out of this map. Unfortunate circumstances, and when you can't pivot off your initial landing spot, maybe you haven't tried something new and things aren't going your way, you only have a couple more maps to go. You've got to make a move now. I would love to see where StuKX is. We got to show the EU folks here in London some love, and they've been playing fantastic all day today, currently situated in 3rd place, just right behind Hisoka. StuKX has been going big today. I'd love to see what they're doing and what's setting them apart from the rest of the EU competitors.
Yeah, they've been really solid. StuKX out of Germany, Boogs and Benzi both from the UK. I mean, look, they've transferred the leadership on that squad pre-stage 1, pre-stage 2. At this point, StuKX is the brain behind that squad. They only thought they would get maybe top 10, top 15, and they are nestled into a top 3 position as we work our way through the rooftops with Z colors on your screen with Team Swag.
You get Stuo, Inxian, and Padzuka on the other side. They're actually picking up the rotation. They found Super Evan on rotation. Find him off the top of the building. Swag's down as well. Color's in trouble. Color's last alive for his team. It's Inxian, it's Stuo, it's Padzuka going massive. Looks like they were able to answer back on 1, but they are able to get the cleanup. Still a 2v1, and Allman's right around the corner to potentially pick up a 3rd. This could be massive for Stuo and Inxian. Hey, I know there's a lot of people watching at home that have never seen Inxian's face, and he's showing face today. Full wipe on Team Swag.
Z Colors was just trying to get out of that engagement. He didn't have any smokes to cover for his rotation out, and you can just see as soon as they swarm, but Super Evan was able to win his gulag, and you can see we're hitting the rotation with Team StuKX, but Empathy, Finessen, and Braxton, your former map 3 winners taking on the Titans of Aiden, Rated, and the young gun Adrian. You know, we were talking about nicknames earlier. Well, little A, it's kind of cute, but he is that young up-and-comer, just turned 18, finally able to be one of the first major competitions here from Activision, because that's just how it is. He moved and wanted to compete, and they are throwing it down here.
Yeah, totally agree. Somebody that's continuing to prove that his name and the kind of reputation that follows him is true to form. They've got an opportunity to do here at map 4. They got to win this gunfight. It's going to be tough. Let's take a look at the map. And again, if you want to take a look at the map, go head over to the Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch. You can see this at all times. You can see where our zone is pulling to. Well, Tiff, it's probably going to be the marshlands or just outside of Al Sharim Pass. I'm excited to see what happens as the teams coming out of Observatory have a little bit of a moment of reprieve to fight each other and see who who the last team standing will be in Observatory before the next zone pulls.
Well, then where Aiden and co are is going to be absolutely solid to rack up a ton of eliminations, holding Marshlands hostage. But I'm keeping my eyes on the teams that are rotating out of that southeastern
Twitch
side.
programması ham bormi Windows uchun deyman. Yo'q, faqat website. Nimada bor? Telefonda bor. Play Market'ga kirib Twitch yozsiz chiqadi.
Even Azen going out early on to DBZ at airport have made a nice regain because they went up against Mixi in the Gulag and mostly won theirs.
Yeah, I was about to ask you to take a look at this because it's our top two teams fighting. Mayapo, Skullface on the other side of Sage, Biffle, Shifty. They've already gotten their better of their opponents once. The question is, can they do it again? Shifty needs to go big here against Mayapo. Fantastic place, grenade to break plates. Mayapo had to back off. You don't hit that nade, Mayapo grabs a knock on Shifty.
Sage is down, but does have a self-res. You can see that Shifty is able to tap him. Basically, what that'll happen is he'll be able to preserve it, but look what that does. It gives Hisoka time to get a pick onto Biffle and send him into the Gulag. We knew Mayapo from Team Soka was on the rooftop. A man of few words lets his gun do the talking, but Shifty able to navigate the fence line, just looking for an opening. He spots Soka, but not able to connect just yet. The former teammate looking to take Shifty down.
Sage is gone as well because of a third party from Desmond, Nico Infinite, and of course Crowder. They've got to get involved. They're lingering on the edge of the money. They're a fantastic team on rotations, but they need eliminations, and they found a third party to get one pick. You get a couple here, there, the next zone, and the next. All of a sudden you're looking up and you're closing in on double-digit eliminations. Mayapo in the Gulag, and it's against Biffle, Tiff. This is huge, and Biffle wins it. Biffle wants the 1v1 against Mayapo, and this time proves Mayapo wrong. Biffle wins the Gulag.
Hey, you heard Mayapo talking about the 1v1s that he likes to take. Well, he lost it straight to Biffle. That nade forced him out of cover and straight into Biffle's weapon. But you can see we're looking on the flare. We've got smokes in the distance now. Hisoka has taken to the roof, but Sage, can he take down FIFA in the Gulag? Lethal's going out. Snapshot's not connecting. He's got the Molotov in hand, throws it immediately where he thinks FIFA is, but FIFA gets the opening shots.
Plays the wrap. FIFA should know where he is. FIFA rotating in kind. The crowd is starting to cheer FIFA's name, but time is running out.
Skynade.
The Skynade hits. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to run around this stadium. FIFA on flag here shortly. Pushes the point. No! Sage answers back and wins it. And the five-person NA crowd over to my right goes crazy.
The entire crowd primarily being from EU here to support them, but for those who have traveled across the pond to support their North American teams flying out. But here's the deal, Aiden and Rated have maintained the positioning here at Marshlands. It's giving them that overview. You can see in the distance, Team Echo has still got into zone, but they're relatively split on that northern river across from Marshlands. But this is what I was worried about. We knew it was a 3-2-1 meta with the Signal 50, and Adrian has it in hand, keeping an eye out. We got a crack already. Castillo, you got to be worried.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be if you're Aiden, Rated, and Adrian. I did spy Azen down below. I think it was Gromalok somehow stabilizing after the DBZ encounter. You got a moment of reprieve here before the chaos ensues of all the teams trying to rotate in, and we might finally see some water zones. We might finally see some F-Tac sieges. I know Skullface had pulled one out earlier to prepare for it, but it stayed on land. This time around, I have a feeling we're going to see something crazy underwater.
When our players make that F-Tac siege loadout, they come up with such cunning names. I think Z Smith himself called it like the shark catcher or something, like my shark loadout. So you can just get into the water. That makes such a big difference because if you don't have that F-Tac siege in hand, you will not be able to fly underwater. But Mayapo back in to join Skullface and Soka. A nice buyback or a flare. Let's jump into a listen and check out what their next move is.
Mate, you have your blue archer, right?
No.
Oh, behind you!
Boy, back out of possession.
Under the bridge. Under the bridge, right?
Somebody lagging, holy shit.
I can't get the flare. It's probably underwater.
I'm smoke again, I'm gonna smoke again.
You got the flare or no?
I do, I'll flare.
How did you want? Under the bridge.
Okay. We gotta keep swimming. Swim to these little other buildings.
We gotta go march.
Guy landed in the water over here.
Yeah.
Keeping eyes for a smoke?
No more smoke, by the way.
Hey, good use of the flare and smoke to get Skullface back into the lobby. And you know what happens? They're not necessarily going to immediately drop down on them. It's not necessarily safe, but Skullface can call out for the rotation that Soka and Mayapo are making. But Sage over here intense, running into a little bit of an issue. Shifty and Biffle still alive, but Sage on the ground, going up against multiple teams. But it's the starter pistol from Palooka that comes in and takes him down.
Flex, Palooka, Tojo, they got 15th in stage 2, just barely eking their way and skipping past LCQs. Here making a name for themselves on main stage, taking down the current leaders and the reigning champs of the first 3 maps in terms of point totals. And there are a ton of teams in this area, front, back, left, right, and everywhere in between. You got to fight together and fight as a unit. Which team do you focus? And well, Stukex finally on main stage, all of a sudden getting shot from behind. They still come out on top. Stukex last alive for his team, and King AJ right around the corner.
Able to survive thus far, but the rotation's not over. You can see just in that mini-map to your upper left-hand side of the screen, all of the congestion that lies ahead of him. Team 26, that's going to be Tactical Brit, is going to have the ultimate high ground, but not before they have to get through Dongy and co. So things are going to look a little messy for them, as you can see Team Jowo going to fall.
Wars does win the Gulag against Clown, so should be coming back free and clear. Question is, do you land or again kind of play that aerial recon, almost micro UAV that you can play up in the skies? Stukex trying to stay alive, and it looks like Prodigy's going to leave him alone for now, so Stukex might be able to buy some time and hopefully buy his teammates back, as TBE all up, all alive, but not a lot of resources to share. Question is, where do you go from here? You're not quite in zone, but you want to pick up Crowder and co as they rotate in. Problem is, if you expose your back, all it takes is the, well, 3, 2, 1 signal shots, and you're out of here. They need a knock to pave a way going forward.
At this point, with Alman not having any shields, no ammo, no resources, you just have to prioritize what you got, but Soka doesn't care. He's gonna go through, down, and out the building, able to grab a crack, but Skullface back in, and Mayapo now not with the squad, but they have found themselves just inside that next circle, and when it closes in 25 seconds, squad number 9, that's gonna be Vonbot, is gonna be forced directly out of their building and into Soka and Skull, and this would be a well-needed team wipe for them so they can get resources, maybe find a flare, get some cash, because buy stations are going to be few and far between, and you see the smokes come out. TBE in the water just ahead of DJ Moss, but not before Sage and Shifty are nearby.
Noob's in trouble, last alive goes down. TBE is out of here. That opens a door of opportunity for rest of the teams inside the top 10 and top 15 to start creeping their way up the money. The shark catcher in the water. Unfortunately, when you've got that pistol, you can't shoot down, and good luck, my friend. Z-Smith fully eliminated as well. Sage still alive and finding more kills to boot. Left, right, and center, and a flare up into the sky. A full stabilization for Sage, Shifty, and Biffle as they creep into the next area of land they can find feet upon.
It didn't even matter that DJ Moss did have that F-Tac siege, was able to find a couple eliminations before they were taken out by that starter pistol. You see Biffle flying back in, Shifty in the distance, just trying to anchor down, but he's coexisting nearby. Nico Infinite trying to pay for placement as well, because now that we're into 19 squads, that multiplier 4 kills is going to be climbing up, and Soka still alone with Skullface. There is typically a buy station just ahead, but look how many people you have to go through, Goj.
That's a rude awakening if you're Dongy. Hisoka goes big. Skullface in trouble. Question is, can you get the revive off? You have to play patient. Don't want to give away your position just yet. Other teams are focusing forward, and you've got a moment of reprieve to get it. Skullface able to stay alive. Huge for the team. Skullface goes down again, though. It's all going to come down to Hisoka. The fact that he's even alive inside the top 15, Tiff, is ridiculous. They've gone through so much adversity in this map, yet somehow still alive. Speaking of still alive,
Arasidami bor xaskir degani Javohir. O'shanga PALIT qilyapman. Final Javohir. Final, global final. 1,600,000 $1,200,000. Butun dunyodan, Angliyada bo'lyapti. Wsow. Sizni arasidan sizni oqtaryapman, hech chiqmayapti. Javohir. Haqa yashib olgansiz. Voy balla. PUBG'lar yotishini ara yerda. Va oluni haqqillat Uzbek qilma.
Victory could push them all the way up inside the top 5. Empathy in trouble, but finessing going massive. Somehow Biffle is still alive with health and plates to boot.
Abjilat qilyot, chevili. Yana bor. Qidir mashta chap qo'lingda. O'ngona ro'par endi. Davay, qarrosh bilan. Ot uni ham. Qoq. Qarrosh bilan. Bilan pishdi bu. Ya, lazım.
A huge double flare from Biffle means their team's still in it and they're inside the top 5. They've got the multiplier.
1 million 200 ming. Onu qarang. 1 million 200 ming kami bu javohir bu o'yinga. 6 milliard 8 million soqqa qilgan MVP ning orqasidan o'yinini sotib. U ballarning ustidan qusushdigani javohir 1 million 200 ming dollar. 6 milliard 8 million dollar qaytdi-yu 1 million 200 ming dollar qaytdi. Yejjala tursiyagani bilan shortlar bilan. Ha, chumola yutib qo'ying. Javohir siz ham shetdanmisiz? Fanatlar ichida. Voy, bir dop qo'yibdi-yu bu o'yinni bu. Buqa endi bu hozir bu. Bu o'yinni qoqib tashibdi bu. Zlaner bu. Ano Zlaner yaxshi o'yinchi ano Zlaner. Mana ochkari. Zo'r o'ynaydi Gamepadda.
You're getting contested every drop. You're outside the money. You're having to fight.
Doktor Deathadder respektanizda javob sham bilan ko'p o'ynaydi bu bilan.
And they proved me wrong. They said we stick to our strategy. We're confident in it.
O'shani ayting, o'shan.
Let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment.
Menimcha o'sha bilan ko'ntezdan tushib qolgan bular ko'chada ko'rib qolgan o'rta. Mana shu zo'r mazza qilib bular. Zo'r ochko olib ketishdi-chi, ancha res qilib. Ko'chada ko'rib qolganda Ko'ntezda tushib qolgan pulni olib chempionatga tiqib olgan bular. Ana shu bilan ko'p o'ynaydi Zlaner. Teammate.
Yeah, it's just such a crucial moment too because that double flare allowed Biffle's squad to get the 1.8 times more.
Ichida paketlar deganingiz nima degani u? Abdulvosit tushunmam. Qana paketlar? Bir tushunarsiz tillarda yozar ekansiz, tushunmayapman. Общий summa 1 million 200 ming dollar.
Drill charges, semtexes, restock on, allowing them to have so many.
Naqa homiylar pulida, to'g'ri.
But it was Biffle fighting Jusamir on that northern side of the zone, kind of taking a lot of those initial engagements that DBZ was able to spread out on the south, on that high ground, and just really focus on that.
That's exactly right. They set up perfectly for the final fight. They didn't overextend oftentimes with teams like DBZ that can get really aggressive if not reined in. They might have high ground and they say, there's some free kills, we gotta go get them, but hang out and stay on top, keep the high ground, so you got the 2 times multiplier. Very well done.
It is the discipline, you're right, the patience to take that in, but they actually opened the door with those drill charges and the semtexes a lot for that initial, because if they can pick up as many KP at the end, it will only further that 2x multiplier that they get. Let's jump on over with Frankie, who's got DBZ on the stage, so we can hear from him.
I do, and you know what, there have been some pretty hype teams stood with me in this position today, but this has got to be the most hypeable. They're in 29th before that drop, and now they should be safely within the top 10. All right, Destroy. Debrief the
shunaqa,
You were just
dostum.
excitedly going over the match with your teammates. Share it with the crowd here in London.
Yeah, we had a couple of rough games the first three. We weren't really getting any zone pulls. Wasn't going in our favor. And then this last game right here, we were able to get a black site,
Normalnie
which is
patsak
just great
ekan,
for our
Uzbek
zone
o'xshab
pool.
ketar
So we
ekan
got our
mana
black
bu.
site, got our money up, and we had a little sense of direction going into this game. So we got a little back pocket UAVs, and we were able to capitalize on that and get 15 kills as a squad and get a 30-point W.
Yeah, the 30-point W is definitely something you needed. You've still got 2 more maps, though, ahead of us finding out who is going to be taking home the prize today. But talk to me about the end of that last map as well, because it seemed like you were waiting to join the party. Biffle and Deathadder, they were leading the chaos. You guys were watching from the sidelines. When did you know it was time to make your move?
Oh, after that halftime, we had a 15-minute break. We regrouped with the boys, and we were like, look, we haven't been having the best luck the first 3 games. It's time to turn it around.
Ularga baldag'ini yechib sotish kerak buni o'rta. Birlan nima qo'yib.
You know what? There's been some boos for LA so far today, but London is loving DBZ. You've got a lot of fans here on this side of the pond. I can see them cheering for you everywhere. This obviously is a team with a lot of history. What would it mean for you to win today in London?
It's been a long time playing with these boys. I consider these guys my brothers at this point. We've been through a lot of ups, a lot of downs. This year wasn't
Johon, nimaga jigar.
But this last little bit we've been
Jigar ko'pni yeb yuribsizmi?
That last game right there. It's got us team ready to go back to back on this.
Chiqilgan chempionat bo'lyapti, Wsow grand final. Yeb. Mazasi yo'q, mana amakini.
Get back to you before we head back to the death. London, give it up for DBZ!
DBZ, UFC.
Destroyed his crew, taking game number 4 in spectacular fashion.
7 oy deganda finalga yetib keldik.
A guy that I've been watching literally for the past 4 or 5 years. Every
single odam o'tiradi-yu.
landscape, he's always bringing that energy, bringing that hype. I ran into him in backstage and I said, bro, you know, I love you. The hype you bring is crazy, and he brought it, right? I mean, that is a big win to say the least. And they said the next 3 games are theirs. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but at least
tanimayman, Xaskerga balet qilib turdim, chichib qo'yapti shogirdim.
Recap game number 4 because a lot went down.
Tinchman, Ahmad, o'zingiz tinchmi Shahriyor?
It was just insanely quick by the time
we got to zone 3. Gamepad
teams were already eliminated. This is kind of feeling
hamma shogirdlarim yig'ib qo'yganman Shahriyor.
Right off top, we just see a ton of action. Players are trying to get these
7 oy deganda finalga yetib keldik.
to their name, but then when we transfer into that mid game, it's slowing down. It's like these players
7 oy ham qiladim. Ay, turnirda
goes to a crawl, and finally towards the end game, we even saw it there with DBZ. Teams are just fighting at tooth and nail, trying to wipe out the rest of the lobby. So it's getting
yaxshi o'ynayapti, tanimayman ularni. Notanish bolalar. Bir g'alat. Hozir keldim ishdan. O'y, kech qolib ketdi. Xo'jayiningiz urishib qo'yaman shekilli. 9dan keyin voyaga yetmaganlarga ko'chaga yurish mumkin emas-ku, Shahriyor.
I spoke about at the start about how they have this unique comms set up and the unique strategy in which they play. And the way in which they are as a 3 is essentially Juki's is more of an aggressive individual vision, more of a
chiqib qo'yapti, Shahriyor.
assessing the situation. And what they do is they both plead their case to Lennon, who essentially plays pair and IGL and decides on the strategy in which they all trust. Every time we seem to tune in with the 3 of them, Lennon seems to be down or far away. And I think right now that's really offsetting the rhythm of this Team Juki's lineup.
Dream, we got in game here. Walk me through it because it was exciting.
This was so crazy because first of all, Sage beat FIFA in the Gulag to even make it to
All
this point.
of
those redeploys, that was dropped if you saw it. It went down. And it was like 3
Oh,
down. I was like, okay, maybe Adrian will get to pick off one. But no, of course, Dark, Amir, and DS, like, Castillo, like, they all were alive, right? Strength in numbers. But to be able to even stay alive that long from Team Biffle was insane. Because as Goj mentioned, it did put them in the 1.8 multiplier. But DBZ...
Mana endi bilib olasiz-da bularni. Mana shunday joyda Shahriyor kim cheat o'ynaydi-yu, kim cheat o'ynamaydi. Ana Aydinni tanirdiz-a? Chiqib qo'yapti mana shu bola. Yo'q, mana chilini nusha olganmi? Aydın'ı tanırdingiz-a? Twitter'da biladi. Mana endi kaka qilib yuribdi hali. Nadiyaga o'xshab chiqib qo'ygan men. O'tirdingizmi sizlar?
Fighting for that back and setting themselves the correct foundation for starting maps, then gaining the black site as you correctly said, and then putting themselves in the best position for a map win.
Twitter o'g'ilma o'ynayapti. Yigamalarda yuribdi u. 15 tepasida yuribdilar. Kaka qilyapti. Nadiya 2da u. Tukani hamchi ban berish kerak, plusga hamchi vechniga. Kamerani yoqmayman, nima yo'q. Svetni o'chirib qo'yganman, qorong'i ko'rinmayman bari. Boshqa kanalar o'chirib qo'ying.
In-game content with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com and link your accounts. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the World Series of
Ana
Warzone.
qorong'i ko'rinmayman.
HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty.
Attention all Warzone warriors.
Yangi Warzone.
The ultimate battle royale experience. The Call of Duty Endowment Bowl presented by USAA.
Mana drop yutyapmanman. Chariyor. Drop. Dropni bilasizlar Twitchda.
Representing 3 nations.
Mana o'zi beta testga 2 ta nimam bor. Ticket nima edi? Ticket ochko emas, bilet. Bilet yutyapman. 2 ta biletim bor. Hozir yana jicha ko'rsam, mana bunaqa skinlar yutaman. Yana bitta bilet yutaman. Ko'rdingizmi? Drop yutyapman. Mana qarang. Что bizda брат свой трофей получить дроп до 18 сентября. Droplar yutyapti jigarim. Dropda to'rtta bilet bergan beta testga jigarim yangisiga. Oktyabrda o'ynaymiz, 12-oktyabrda. $1,200,000 qo'ygandan xarablar. 6,800,000 soqa qilgan mana MV2dan. $1,200,000 qo'yib qo'ygan xaltalar bilan. Bilasiz, jimoti bular. Jimoti bular. Bu ham $1,200,000 ham sponsorlar puli menimcha. O'zlari qo'ymagan xaltalar. Musirda bularchi. Tashki hammasi. Mani ko'raylik, nima deganingizni mani ko'ring. Birinchi o'ringa $100,000, 2ga 80,000, 3ga 65,000, 4ga 50,000 yana ko'ryapsizlarmi chap qo'lda chiqyapti. Birinchi o'ringa $100,000 ekan akalar. Birinchi o'rinda Bifle deganlar ekan. Bilaman, xaskirim va shu lattaga o'xshab o'ynayapti bor. Birinchi o'ringa $100,000. Rasha axlat.
To the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. We are 4 games down and we are about to hop into Game 5 quickly. So we got to pull up our standings in just a quick second and lay down the law. See where Destroy is landing after that one.
Buni kompyuterxona ochib beramiz. Shahriyor mana bunaqa zalni ko'ryapsizmi? 150 Italiya qilib.
What I just did, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's about 50. Dandra, who else do we got?
I mean, look at that. Soka back up in
Aydın 7-ci o'rinda ekan.
The 95.41 points and Duzamir not too far behind them, but I just got to call this out a little bit. I mean, they have such a significant gap in first place. So some of these squads that we see on our kind of screen right here, specifically Team C laner number in 13th, 49.2.
That's it. Well, there's your top 20, and it looks like
Nakamxona olib beraymi Toshkonda Qumorinaga. Qumorina meniki-yu, olasiz Qumorinaga shuna kamturxona qilib beraman, Shahriyor.
The top 15 after going through that map for victory, but
Mana unaqa samolyotda ham qo'yib qo'yamiz Qumorina yoniga. Nimaga? Hasad uchun.
one name stood out to me the most. It was Juki's. He said the
5
first
sekund
3 maps were absolutely not going their way. Time to step it up in the second half. But now it is time. Do or die. 2 maps remain.
Do or die.
Bo'lma Yevropaga borib kelib beraman birinchi oyligimga.
They have a 50-point lead over second place. That is absolutely ridiculous going into the 5th map. And I got to give a shout out to Team Braxton, by the way. Empathy was able to stay alive as well into the top 5 last map. Hanging out on top of that arch, Sage grabbed the kill, however got 5th place, and now they are 5th place overall. So very well done from that team.
Oxirgi o'yin, menimcha.
Can EU grab a win?
Ki solo yo'lo bo'ladi bundan keyin.
Warzone. It's kind of now or never. 2 maps left to go here.
Solo
Tiff, and
bo'ladi.
I'm excited for it.
That is true. Map 1 went to Soka from NA, Sage, Biffle, and
Abbos ham 5 ta karta bo'larmidi? 5 ta karta bo'larmidi?
Map number 4. As we check out that zone, our
Chempionati.
teams making their way in. It's relatively central, but this could pull towards maybe Al-Shireen Pass. So I'll look to the teams over there to maybe
Twitch rivalsida 5 ta o'yin bo'larmidi oldin?
with DBZ just yet because no real massive there, but Wars & Co. Intex getting into early action. They able to grab a knock on
yo 5 ta 6 ta kerak.
looking for that, but it's TBE who are able to grab an early game helicopter, one of the rarest vehicles on Almaz.
Yo'q, qarab. Nimani ko'ryapti, qaqotyapti. Cheater ekan bu. Modellar qaranglar, mana bular cheater bular.
Pieces of damage just to pad the stat sheet. We'll see FIFA kill though already in an early encounter. They know they got to get a move on. They got to play aggressive and quickly taking down one of our Brazil teams.
Yeah, going for the stronghold here is an easy way to maybe get a load of cash or maybe an early loadout, and FIFA looks to be doing that, but has that in hand. And the Vel, not a bad SMG, and here you go, getting that loadout early.
FIFA kilni tanisana, brachka bilan, sarg'aygan bilan.
That's going to give them that advantage to any team that they run up against that wasn't able to get it. So you can see that team that was challenging the stronghold is forced to resend.
This is the best part of the tournament because this is where most of the teams down near the bottom of the leaderboard have to make some major adjustment and go for broke. They're going to be playing highly aggressive. You're not going to see as many teams in the in circle. Teams are going to be flying at people. So a team like FIFA Kill that can get a load out that quickly. Like I said, quickly finding Reaper to find the full team wipe on the team from Brazil.
Bro, Reaper hypes in the vehicle. He's like, I'm trying to get out of here. Able to cut them down, but it's Shifty, Biffle, and Sage that are taking on
cheaterda qani o'rin ololmay yuribdilar. Only paslarda yuribdi, xaltalar.
Landing near Biffle, and what are they doing? Map number 5, they are sharing a corridor with them, and Sage is just looking for an opening.
Basharaga web kamera qo'ygan, prosta bular qo'ymayapti, shu yerda ko'rsatmayapti basharasi. Hammasini basharasi to'kilib ketganda shu ancha ko'rsatmayapti. Har bittasiga qo'ygan basharasiga. Basharani qara, bamisoli sharshara deydi.
Rodrigo, Zun God down below. Now with the player disadvantage, they're going to try to grab some inside cover and reassess. Zun God in trouble. Attract pushing the fight. Attract doesn't get the better of it. Zun God goes huge. A nice answer back, of course, from Flank. Rodrigo grabs another angle, grabs the sniper, breaks plates. No, can't grab the knock.
Just a sniper from the ground, but Sage able to not capitalize on that because Louis CM's teammate Vapular was able to take him down, send him to that
basharasini qo'yib beraymi, Svegdi? Kimni ko'rgis
We'll
kelyapti?
meet him there, but here's Louis CM able to reunite
Kimni qo'yib
alongside
beray
his squad,
basharasini?
operate
FIFA
this.
keldi basharasini qo'yib beraymi?
Up here.
Ana.
Climb up here, I'll keep driving. Climb up here, I'll keep driving. Look, Sam, jump out. This guy doesn't know. He's looking at me now, he's looking at me.
Yeah, men bilet olishim kerak, men nimani ko'ryapman bilet.
He don't tell me.
Qani, yo'q ala. Basharingga basharam bilet.
Where he thrive, attract them
nima yig'ishim kerak-ku?
a ton of prowess. Doesn't have a sniper though,
Svegdi qo'yib beraman.
I think I'm leaning Biffle, but anything can happen in the gulag.
Well, you remember what Smith
smoking out.
Mana?
I'm hit. You got a point right now? I'll fly back now. Oh no, I ain't.
Yep qo'yla anasibe.
I'm just staring at it, bro.
Oh yeah, to the right too. Let's keep it right.
Yeb yuribdi yigit guli.
I'm gonna hold us in here.
O'ynalmayapti.
He's gonna push us. I have a box bomb.
Burburchiganlar.
I'm gonna land on you guys. Land on you guys.
Oh no, wait.
They're trying to snipe me out there. They're trying to snipe me out there.
Yana face'da bular jallar. Facecam.
Look on me. I down one.
Shut on them.
I'm inside.
Shalab. Ashla aytyapmiz. Shalab. Ana shalab. Ye nima bo'ldi? O'tlardan yeb qo'ydi-yu.
They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Come out to me, Bullet. Wait.
Bolo.
Where'd he go?
Bol.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
20.
The last one?
Yeah, last one.
Bu ikkitadan oshiqi o'talmayapti bu. Ikkita 3 to'ldiryapti xolos bechara. Atak o'zlari stream qilsalar uylarida 15 ta 20 ta kill qilib chiqarlar yigit.
Backside. Weak.
Voy. Dimni chekirib ketib qoldi. Dimda aymasiz ishlamaydi-yu, bilmaysizmi jigarim? Dimda o'ynaydi ag'ida. Setka petkalarda ag'ida aymasiz ishlamaydi.
My UE still there on the buy? I don't think I bought it actually.
You didn't buy it.
I got it. I need to get that loadout.
Bo'ldi, ko'rdingizmi? Men nima ko'ray, men nima yutishim kerak? Drop. Ana qanday to'xtab qolgan, ko'rdingizmi? Bale.
I would have lost my mind.
That would have been crazy.
Should head to the gulag, should come back. We'll see. Braxton finessing inside the top 5, looking to continue to better their performance. A lot of money on the line, and every single time you move up this leaderboard, every single dollar you start counting into your bank account. But the question is, can you count it early? Maybe for Biffle you can, for Team Braxton, still a long way to go. 5th place is going to net $36,000. 4th place, Tiff, would be 50K.
That's worth it here at Marshlands. You're surrounded by Team Zeppa, as well as a few others. So taking the high ground will be very important. They do have a flare alongside them. Knows there are players nearby, and that's really kind of what you need to do is make sure you're not overextending, not peeking, because of Signal 50 on a roof, you're 2 bullets away from finding yourself towards that game. So Teeny likely is going to rotate out, try to join up with Levy. Let's check in. Biffle and Shifty, your current leaders, like north of 50 points. Just a staggering pace that our squads are having trouble matching.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the leaderboard, and the only EU teams inside the top 10, 10th place would be Stuo. You've got Boogs and Stukex in 4th. And you've got Team Wars in 8th. So 3 teams from EU trying to better their performances here. Several outside of the top 10. 1 Mexico team. The rest are in a quiet team inside the top 10, by the way. Team Jowo, after a fairly strong start at the beginning, still finding themselves in 9th place. We'll see what these teams are able to do in the final 2 maps. We've got Freed. We've got 8th. Clown is down. Should be a 2v2 on the other side. Maybe a 2v1. Yeah, see you later. 8th gets the better.
26 fully wiped. May still have a gulag available.
Johon, alaykum assalom. Jigarim nima gap?
Here in map number 4, 8 minutes into the game, and the rotations are few and plenty here, but you can see
Chempionati, Uzbekiston chempionati. Johon.
Trying to find some
Arenada bo'lyapti. Bormadingizmi?
About 150 damage and no eliminations. Well, 1 for
Bizda qilibdi O'zbekistonda. Toshkentda bo'lganda borardim.
Anytime I ask players about teams they were threatened by, especially from other regions. Anytime we're talking about Mexico, they were actually talking about the 2nd place team from Mexico, which would be the team on your screen. You've got Panda, they have a large, history of experience in not only the World Series of Warzone, but also in tournaments in the past. Go Clamp even playing with one of the teams at the top, right? Before changing out teammates. So, an interesting team to watch out for. I don't think they've been the best shake of it thus far, but they might be
bormadingizmi?
looking to find Smixy, little to no help though. Smixy
finds
another Panda.
Men Toshkentda yashamayman-da, borardim bilan.
Find a moment of reprieve, but all of a sudden,
Toshkentlik bo'lib turib bormaganlarga qaranglar.
yes, spots him through the smoke.
Smixy even used to compete alongside Goat Clamp throughout her competitive history here in Warzone, and it's just like they're losing that initial gunfight and can't keep that momentum moving forward. Smixy jumps straight towards Panda, and unfortunately that squad will be wiped.
Nima o'ynaymiz balla o'zi?
Lose that gulag, but
Baqir-chaqir qilmaymiz a.
unfortunately running into Goat Clamp
O'tiringlar.
just not
Bo'shlari
able to
bo'sh.
stay the
Abbosxon ballalarga yoqib bering. Shu 5 kishi bo'lsa shular yoqib bering-da. O'zi chiqadimi 8 ta saninchi? O'zi 8 ta chiqar ekanmi? Bo'ldi, o'tiringlar. Yoqib bering.
Finding their way into the final 5 and a ton of eliminations. Right now, they're struggling to find even one. Now, thinking
Nechi bo'ldi Abbosxon?
have the entirety of this POI by themselves, at least this side of the river. So a huge moment and a huge fight, which is why they're sticking here. But it's really weird to see Shifty on 0 kills and Biffle only on 1. But they're playing smart.
Bir 3 o'tkazing Asadbekra keladi hozir. Birga yoqib bering. Yo'q, 3ga yoqmang. Bir bilan a? Bo'ldi, yoqing.
Eliminated was the last team ever able to get out.
It's the definition of gross. Great elimination there from Sage. They've grabbed Hydro. Got an entirety of about half of an entire POI to their name. They can hang out for a little bit waiting on this next zone.
Yo, bizda zararshi yo'q, zaryat ham qilish mumkinmas.
Teams got to go fast and they got to go crazy at the beginning of this map to have a chance. Hopefully they can set up for in-game. Just 9 kills between 2 is a fantastic start. So we'll see what they can do at the end. Of course, multiplayer, again, doesn't start till top 35. We still have 46 teams left in the lobby. TBE trying to get the better of their opponents here with methods.
We saw them early on with the helicopter, now have made their way down south towards airport. And with that circle starting to close, they will likely have to rotate out. And we know a lot of heavy-hitting teams typically rotate through this out. But it's going to be Jukies and Co. that are going to be leaving that H5 area on the map and pushing towards the double gas station POI ahead of them. But Soka, they know the pace that they need to get to, and they're looking to hit triple digits, but they're not there yet.
Not there yet. Mayapo still looking for his first, but the team playing well. Inside the next zone, just barely. A couple teams trying to rotate in. That's E-Bates with Z-Smith on the outside, having to cross over these train tracks. But Ahsoka remains on the hunt, seeking Gromalok and seeking more eliminations, while Mayapo is looking for Picnic. Easily finds Team Ultra out of here. Really had a tough shake of it this game, and in this series haven't really had anything going, likely because of some of these early fights. Ahsoka continues to push the equation and continues to win. That's Ahsoka's 6th tip.
That they knew what they needed to do if they wanted to track down Team Biffle, and they're looking to capitalize on it. But we've seen just how well Shifty, Sage, and Biffle were performing, and they're on the move again, just on the outskirts, coming out of Hydroelectric. So they'll be pushing towards the marshlands, which, if we checked in earlier, there were a plethora of teams over there, but just needing to find that pace, because if Soka is able to rack and kill after kill after kill, that is going to really allow them to close the distance. But I think it's going to take a 2x multiplier for Team Soka to really do some damage.
TBE still looking to creep up this leaderboard and quickly eliminates Methods team. Cam's out as well. Looks like their third flying back in is going to say, yeah, I think I'm going to stay away from this one. Nice win here from TBE. They continue to move up this leaderboard. They were in 5th going into the last map. They're now in 6th, but kind of maintaining their position into the top 10. An impressive feat considering their first map, but they've got the gun skill and they've got the aggressive game style and gameplay to win this thing still, but they need to get a move on. Let's take a look at that map, Tiff, and see where some of these teams are at.
Yeah, this is what's really interesting, right? You've got TBE. They were able to clear out airport on that southernmost side, but what's to note is Team Smixy has made a full regain. All 3 members of Team Smixy are up and rotating straight into TBE, so that's going to be really challenging for them. But that zone is likely to pull furthermore north towards Village, towards Double Gas, and that road that separates Airport and Double Gas is atrocious to cross, especially late game, because there's so many high buildings. We know it's the Signal 50 meta, and that's where things will get tough. Mayapo showing us just how it's done.
Yeah, great hold here from the top. Gotta have that high ground. Okay, if you're taking a look at that Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel, you just saw the new zone, and well, it went to pass in Village. You're gonna be creeping up on kind of the north side of Village and just kind of encompassing all of pass. It means everybody coming out of Marshlands has a long way to go, and there's gonna be a ton of teams holding it as well. Huge shout to the production team to have that going. Go check that out on Call of Duty Echo on Twitch. Mayapo to follow up. Hits one, but not the second, allowing He's to get out.
Rapid succession there, and as you made the shout to go to pass, there were some teams that had already rotated in early. That was going to be Jowo, Limax, and Bredman taking pass early, and Sage and Co trying to get there. We know just the verticality that is over at pass. It's entirely difficult to rotate in. Shifty electing to go up by foot because the zip lines at this point in time are likely not going to be safe. Running into some resistance, forced to reassess the situation. You can see Bredman with ultimate high ground. You know the Signal 50s in hand, and you know, I hate to say it, when I saw the initial circle zone, I did say pass.
Şu oyunda yutgan chempion bo'ladi. $100,000, $100,000 cho'ntagiga solib qo'yamiz. Birinchi o'ringa.
Look, Ahsoka plays this game often. He's fighting against Finesse.
O'zbek so'mida.
Finesse has a ton of prowess. These are two teams inside the top 5. Who do you got? Finesse really.
Dunyo bo'yicha birinchi o'rinda oladi. Mukamanda aka kim bardosh.
Quite a bit of health off Finesse. This should be a free clear victory. No! Somehow
Miravoy Chumo degan unvonini bo'yniga ilib qo'yamiz.
Finesse and Peekaboo takes down Ahsoka. Now, it's not all she wrote for that team, but still, I mean, I was walking away from the screen.
Well, you
Hakion rasmi bor medalni bo'yniga ilib
think
qo'yamiz.
back to when Mayapo was on stage after their first initial victory.
Davay, Shahryar, davay.
And the 1v1s and Ahsoka wins them. Well, Finesse does on land. Finesse wins those ones, and Village
Qon
is
to'qlang, bitta uxlab kelaveradi.
from Team
Ungacha
eBay still
tugatib
alive.
qo'yamiz.
Skullface just a little bit south of them, but it's Biffle who was utilizing the flares earlier, hitting the smoke and rotate.
Stukex, this is a big one. Mayapo versus Stukex. Stukex, some of
Yeah,
the lone
bu.
soldiers for the EU go down. Mayapo wins his
O'zbeklar chiqib
ones.
ketmadimi hali?
Called it out on main stage.
O'zbeklar endi yo'q, o'zbeklar birga yuribdi-yu. O, ana Team Biffle o'zbek o'shalarlar.
Shifty, Biffle,
O, birinchi o'rinni ko'rsatyapti. O'ng qo'llab 150 ga chiqdi. O'shalar o'zbek komanda.
Pull straight to, as you can see, the circle is pulling further
O'zbeklar
and
yutyapti
further
hozir.
into Al-Shireen Pass. Last time we checked in, it was Bredman with the ultimate high ground that is going to make it so incredibly
Mana
challenging.
shular birinchi o'rin, mana shular o'zbek mana shular.
Jowo grabs another, Bredman grabs another. They're
Uzbek
likely
komanda.
running 2 Signal 50s on that roster.
Yeah, we've seen Jowo play this style before where he kind of plays anchor, and when you give Bredman ultimate high as well, they should be getting free picks all day today, especially in Al-Shireen Pass. They've crept inside the top 10, they've maintained their
Majlo
position in the
o'zbek
top 10.
bo'lardi.
Now they
Ilhomjon.
got a chance to further their position
O'ynashni
up
qarang
into the
bularni.
top 5. Biffle
Usta hayratda.
the team from Australia and makes it
Gamepad
look
o'ynayotgan
easy.
bular.
High ground eliminations in tow, and a great position here as Gromalot goes big in the kill feed.
Da, kuchaydi o'zbeklar. Eplab bo'lmayapti o'zbeklar.
So one member of Team Zeppa will come back at random, but Sage and Biffle, they're not going to let them get in that easy. Levi does fall, and they've set their sights onto more gatekeeping of this as Nico Infinite
O'zbek ruli deb qo'ying bitta. O'zbek siylar deysizlarmi, nima deysizlar? O'zbek siylar.
Noobs drops Mayapo Soka, the biggest resistance they've faced in this map, looking for double digits, finally hitting triple for the total scoring, but Tommy plating up, and Noobs able to get back on his feet. Can he finish that self-res?
Could be a potential third party from distance too by Limax, throwing down covering fire. The old guard versus the new guard. Ahsoka in trouble. Skullface on 1 HP in a dream goes down.
Josi qulay da aymasis bor. Legalnichi. O'zbeklarda ham bor ekan, qani Josida o'ynaygan.
Getting shots down from
O'tiring.
Rocket, it looks like on the other side.
They cannot afford to push Soka and Mayapo, and Team Azen coming in from rotation. Mayapo with the flare. Meanwhile, Joe, Bredman, and Limax take out Team E-Beats from high ground, playing that position early is what they needed, and Heeds tries to flank onto Mayapo. Initial shots go out. He's able to grab the knock, but he's Wsow has to
Uzbek
play
sizlar
firm
da.
inside the building. Now all three
Vashshe
back
sizlar
into the
Uzbeklar.
game, but they cannot take out this squad just yet. But Wsow does.
O'yin tugavozim bitta gapni aytaman sizga chiroyli. O'yin tugavolarsiz. Talg'imaylar hozir.
Everything in his power to win that, but Gromlock's squad has been wiped. No gulag for you, and just a little bit of the multiplier. Somehow Team Wsow is still alive. And look who also still alive in several eliminations now. They picked up the pace, Tiff, and they are not letting any team close the gap on them. Sage on 5, trying to take down Rodrigo.
He's like, knock, knock, here's a Semtex.
O'zbekiston bayrog'i bo'yniga anaqa o'rab olibdi bular. Orqalariga qo'yib, kreslarlarni orqalariga qo'yib.
5 eliminations thus far will keep that momentum moving forward. But as he get a beautiful free cam shot, I did see a Jukies in the distance. He said he wanted to step up on this back half of the series, and so far is doing so.
Still alive. The question is, how many are alive on the team? Linen went down in the kill feed. They might have flared him back. Mayapo's going to creep up. Now, Breadman, Johon, and Limax are having a game. They've been inside a zone for a while. You heard it from DBZ, who got the black site, potentially something that Jowo's team did to maintain this position in the zone. They've covered it correctly. They have exactly all the information they need and the high ground position to do wonders from distance. As long as there's no PA that drops Breadman off of that high ground, should be able to pick up a couple free kills, especially as we get into the final couple circles here. Mayapo still up, last alive for his team. And look who's also still alive. Z-Dart and Castillo continue to find themselves in the final circle, and there is Jukies finally.
Well, here's the issue. It's Mayapo last alive for their squad in second place. And yes, he's trying to rack up eliminations. But when you have Sage and Shifty clearing out the northern side of Pass, rotating in, they're able to maintain a pace that Mayapo's not going to be able to get. He needs some rogue flares to be able to get that teammate back, but prioritizing your life, your safety, the multiplier that is at hand is what you need to do. And Biffle, well, he's just taken down another one.
Somehow all three alive still. Jowo has fallen off on the other side. I know Bread was in a bit of trouble as well, but the team at the top continues to reign supreme. We've lost Shifty, Sage, Biffle, last alive, as Vapular on the other side is finding one. Can we answer back?
That is the question. Can we answer back? They were able to get all three of them back alive, down to the 11 squads, about to be in a 1.6x multiplier, but it's Jukies. Jukies taking out Jowo. Jukies taking out Almond from TBE, finding a lot of success here, prioritizing that positioning, and they will have an advantage on that zone pull, but not before.
Jowo gone. Mexico gone. Raul gone. Finds another somehow. Slipping away into 6th place, just barely 1.8 times multiplier. Sage last up for his team, but Shifty bleeding out. Sage goes down. Shifty's out of here. Team Biffle makes it to the top 5 again. Look who's left alive. Jukies and Vision, they needed it. They called it out, and they're executing it. The question is, can they win it? High ground to King Matty. Finds a couple plates, but not a knock, and it's go ahead and burn the flare. Here's the footsteps of Jukies and Vision, but where are they going to pop up from? Finds one. Vision now in trouble. King Matty goes big, wins the one. Where's the second?
Teammate was flared in, likely going to join them soon. Gets eyes on Jukies, but not able to grab that knock. And with 4 squads remaining, Jukies is able to get the res onto Visions, who duck into cover. But Team Rocket has the advantage with 3 players still up.
Nice flank from Jukies. The crowd goes wild. Vision is on 11, Tiff, going absolutely massive. This could not only get them into the money, potentially top 15, but they need to win it. They need to capitalize on these eliminations with a 2 times multiplier. Zungod last alive. No. Rocket last alive with Zakar. It's a 2v2, Tiff.
Here comes Jukies.
Jukies.
He does get cracked, and Rocket not able to land a side on him, but it's the flare with Zakar down. He grabs back Morpheus, but Jukies back again with another elimination. If they play this right, they should be the winners of map number 5, and they are. EU stand up, Copper Box Arena. Jukies on top.
Bratishkalar yutib qo'ydi. O, Lenin, o, Germanlar bular, nemislar. Nemis vachchalar. Gitler kaputlar yutdi. Lenin.
Massive victory, 2 times multiplier for what likely will be well into the 30s, if not a 40-point game. You can see the excitement on their face and the excitement from the crowd.
Keep him there, Lennon, right there. Every time they celebrate, Lennon is shouting out his family, and Jukies was like, hey, you know, he's got that dad buff, but let's take a look at that HyperX victory moment here. Jukies able to find one, immediately flank, but they didn't make it easy with the utilization of flares, but Vision anchoring from above, sitting on double digits.
Yeah, call it COD timing, call it God timing. Jukies went huge here to take out, I believe it was Rocket after grabbing the flare. This was such a massive moment. Of course, EU on EU violence, certainly not one that the fans here in the Copper Box love to see. But a flawless executed victory. Here's Rocket, able to get the flare off and goes for a reload at a bad time. Jukies finds the elimination, and then it was finally a 2v1. And if I'm Team Rocket, I believe they just splatted. They knew they couldn't win it, weren't going to give away the kill. Very well done from Jukies and co. This is our first EU winner here in the Copper Box, and it was well earned and well timed. Finally grabbing one for the fans at home. Congratulations again to Team Jukies.
Vision, Lennon, and Jukies. It's crazy, right? Maybe I gave him a buff by reading out their tweet. Like, hey, Jukies himself said it. The first 3 maps were not what we wanted it to be, and there goes the walkout. Going down to meet up with Frankie, who's standing by to interview our first EU winners on LAN today.
Yeah, super excited to hear from them. I know the crowd is. Let's send it over to Frankie on stage with our Map 5 victors.
All right then. All right. First of all, Jukies, what took you so long?
I don't know. It was about fucking time, though.
Well, I don't want to repeat the language.
Germanlar.
But I have to say, I have to agree with you, Jukies. That final fight, you had to dig your teammates out of hot water there. How did you get the timing so right?
Honestly, I don't even know. There was so much going on. People just kept dropping money. We were getting each other's trades. People were resin, we were farming them. Hopefully we do it again in the last map.
Yeah, I hope so too. Not that I'm showing any EU bias, obviously. No one booed me from North America. I just want to see you boys succeed because I know you work so hard. Jukies, there was a bit of controversy because you've got some ex-teammates playing in the booth behind us, but you decided to forgo that experience and pick up some young boys. Why was that?
2 shooters, aren't they? 2 proper shooters.
Are you saying you're getting old and slow?
I'm actually getting old, actually. I'm very slow, to be fair. I am slow.
Well, you're obviously a good...
There, though. My brain's there.
It's still under there, ladies and gentlemen. I've just had a check. All right, High Vision, what was it like when Jukies picked you up for his team?
I mean, he's the first one to actually give me a chance in actually a good team. So, I mean, I'm really, how to say that? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, hali bo'lashkili yana o'yin. Soqqani bila olmaydi. Kim ko'p ochko yiqqan bo'lsa shu oladi soqqani. Hozir eng ko'p ochko o'zbeklarda. Bular просто 5-kartada 1-o'rinni oldi.
The crowd's amazing. I'd attack. It's amazing. I don't know, I've just kind of just chilled out a little bit, stayed calm and kept the team calm and stuff like that, but we really needed that game, so.
All right, come in here. Stick together, lads, stick together. Because you have to stick together now. The odds are against you as we go into this final map, and no pressure, but Europe's counting on you. How do you think you're going to approach this final drop?
We're just going to go out there, try to do our best, to be honest. We've had a bit of a stinker, so.
Well, you got a victory. A win.
Hitlerda o'g'illari bular uchovi ham.
60 points.
Nasledniklar.
They've got this. They've absolutely got this. London, please give it up for Team Jukies.
Well done indeed from Jukies. Feels nice. Again, I'm a big fan of him, and the fact that he gets a victory, 60 points. I mean, come on, that's a lot. And a lot is needed to catch up to Diaz Biffle, who is in first place, right at 150 or so. At least the last time I had a chance to watch them on that the leaderboard top right in game. But great game, nonetheless. EU on EU. Enigma, you hate to see it, but it happened. But the crowd, they loved it.
Yeah, I mean, as Jukies comes out and says there, it was about time. However, they do indeed deliver that massive map for us in 5, and it all comes from the rotation. Jukies might have been so locked in that he wasn't sure, but he gets to the top of pass so early. And as teams are coming up from the bottom of village, it's a disgusting rotation that you have to try and make it through this layered, stacked, tiered area. And Juki's and Vision are just raining hellfire on any team that tries to get past them, gatekeeping, picking up the big kills, and then go massive at the end to seal the deal.
Seal the deal, indeed they did, but Dandra, going to you, Diaz Biffle was in first, as we talked about. I think they still are potentially, even though they don't get the victory this game, they were doing a tremendous job staying alive, and honestly, their positioning, even sometimes out in the open, they were still picking up elims where teams probably wouldn't.
Dog, I don't know how they were able to hold this side of the mountain for so long. I'm just like, what? They're holding all of these teams pushing on in. They're just looking down. They're picking up all these free kills, but they have like 2/3 of the circle at their back, and nobody is looking down and shooting at them. But what was more impressive to me was their ability to get away from this positioning you see on your screen right now and be able to kind of make their way up the hill and be able to come out and find just even more eliminations on their way up. I was saying it's going to be a little bit hairy for some of these other squads because even if they're not getting a lot of eliminations, they are still making it deep in the placements.
He said making their way up the hill, perfect transition into Hisoka and their team staying alive as long as they did, Dream.
Yeah, which was crazy, right? Because essentially in Akhtar village, where Aiden's team was, where Hisoka's team was, they were, like as mentioned, they had to rotate to pass. So that elevation...
Namanganda bor, nima bo'lmasa ekan jigarim.
Like Mayapo, how long he was
Islom degan bratchkam bor, nomongollimani.
Push that to a 6th place. Yes, he did not get the...
Qadirish kerak prosta, jigarim yaxshi.
From where they were at in the recovery, even from seeing that Hisoka gulag, they were like, dude, who put down their controller, bro? Because that was insane.
I mean, listen, I think this is actually really reminiscent of TBE, to be honest with you. That's how they've been able to secure a lot of tournaments in the past, right? It's just they just rack up a lot of kills. And sure, maybe they're not winning, maybe they're not getting up to that high, kind of placement, but they just get there with a lot of eliminations. They take advantage of that multiple.
Absolutely, and Rocky getting second place. Let's give them their flowers because that's the first time we've seen them
We've spoken
about how they have a massive fan base here in the crowd. We've seen the squad out there. And to be honest, yeah, it hasn't been the best afternoon for us in Europe.
Nima bo'lmasa ekan.
First and second place.
Yamanganda yashamayman, sizni yaxshi bilaman. Bratchka o'ynaydi-ku.
True. Like, that was the saving grace, because that could have been
Arz o'ynab turar, bir qilibdi, Islohon degan
different 27 eliminations for Juki's and his
Basharazga qo'yib yuborishingiz hal qopdan u. Hitler o'g'li.
That was game 5. One more game to go. So it's all or nothing for several of these regions and teams out there. This is a big moment, ladies and
gentlemen. Bir doganga mas skill etganlarni berishyapti.
When we come back, we're going to have those standings to lay down the law. Who's going to be in first? Who's trying to lock it down? We'll find out when we come back for our final map, Game 6.
Kubikmi nima deganingiz u? Kubikmi? Yaxshilar qidirsangiz chiqadi, bor. Kompyuterxona Warzone o'ynaydi. Izliga chiqmadingizmi hali? Izlaydiman, keragi yo'q.
Follow along on social media for all your Call of Duty esports needs. Get all the latest info in real time. Just follow @esports Twitter and Instagram now. Be sure to link your Twitch or YouTube account with your Activision profile now.
6-7 kuni PlayStationga 8-10 ga nimaga ekan?
Including the chance to win a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 beta code.
Open beta ekan PlayStationda. Biz 12-13 da o'ynaymiz. 12-13 oktyabrga ekan.
I've just been given the instruction that I need to use the phrase, it's time to slip it in. Hello! Welcome back to the World Series of Warzone. I've come up to the Hector stream, the Team Repulse party. I hope I haven't brought the tone down.
No, we're good. Trust me, we're good. You said, what did you say, sniff it?
Tomog'i qopti mana bularni. Pituq kallarni, tut kallar.
I did not say you had to slip it in. I don't even know what that means. Disgusting.
Baqiror tomog'i qopti ichida.
I was told you were filth.
Oki, talk to me. How are you feeling right now? The energy, I did not expect it to be this crazy. I'll be honest. This is nuts.
Continue to be rude. What do you mean you didn't expect the energy to be crazy? Did you not see CDL in 2019 and 2020?
She pressing me, chat. She pressing me. Yeah, no, honestly, this is insane. Going into halftime.
Verdans qo'shilar 10-martga. Bahorda.
This is nuts. This is insane. I don't know. How have you been?
I'm not happy. What the hell? What the hell, you?
We look, and I think the top EU team is sitting in 8th right now. And I don't know if there's any more.
Well, going into map number 3, StukeX were 4th. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, and they got really far. They're in that final fight.
Right now, I think.
They're doing all right. But also, I hear there's a connection between you and Team Biffle, so I'm calling foul play here. You got in with production. Something's going on.
I mean, look, they keep telling me like when we threw the line, like, oh, y'all rigged it for Biffle. Y'all, they always say I do something. I just sit here and slap my ass. Like,
I do that.
Qo'shamiz.
You're behind being spanked on the broadcast.
Manbalarga aytib qo'yganman, qo'shadi.
But they most involved.
Qo'shmasa kallasini olaman deb qo'yganman.
I would say I did not expect them to show me slapping my ass on these broadcasts. I'm a cute above 50. I did it.
Hey, they broadcast are wild over there. I see y'all getting the interviews too. The 50th place. Y'all are wild.
We were shocked when you interviewed TBE when they died. We're like, no way they actually did that.
The worst thing is, well, not the worst thing because it was technically my idea. There is a little bit of shade because the wooden spoon, you might need to Google it. It's not a nice thing to do to someone, but that they said that I could give wooden spoons to the team that goes out first, so that's what I've been doing.
Is that what you handed him?
Yes, apparently. But apparently I wasn't meant to tell anyone that because now it's out there on the internet that I'm a shady so-and-so. So I've got to leave you, and we've got to head back into the broadcast. So I'll see you guys on the stage.
Frankie, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Guys.
Thank you.
Oh, man, bro. Yo, W, chat, W, Frankie, W, Frankie.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by Prime Gaming. It comes down to this one final game to decide it all. Game number 6. Who's going to win? We're going to find out after this next game. Without further ado, we need to hop right into standings because Game 6 is about ready to go. And Dream, who is looking to take it all?
I mean, look at the difference, right? Of course, Team Biffle just set the tone early,
They set the tone
early. So what we really need to happen, like them to go down early, and somebody need to have like a 40-point game.
40-point game indeed. Dandro, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a lot of people who need to play the best game of their Warzone life here and now in London, right? Some of these teams that are below 10th right now, sure, there's an opportunity to make some cash here, right? Not everyone, it's not just the top team, right, that's walking home with some serious moolah. It's everyone else. So maybe don't get discouraged. That's my number one thing. Don't get discouraged because you still have an opportunity to jump up.
Cash is great. Cash is great, but to be the first international champion, to be the first global champion for World Series of Warzone is truly what is the grand prize. And right now, Biffle, Sage, and Shifty are looking to take it all. Game number 6, we're about to decide our winner. So let's go to Goj and Spider Tiff.
Thank you so much, guys. Jukies from 46 to 9th place, breaking into that top 10, but it's one map here last for this series. The issue is who is going to be able to chow Team Biffle. At least 50 points ahead of the nearest competitor. It's almost as if the other 49 squads are going to be preying on their downfall, Goj.
They're all playing for second, Tiff. Let's be very clear. You're right. 45 points ahead of Hisoka. And Dandro called it out. They need this team to get full wipe with 0 points. And even still, the best game of the day was the one we just saw. That was 54 points. The only team that even has a chance to catch Team Biffle is Team Hisoka. But the rest of the squads are all right next to each other. Everybody jockeying inside from about 6th all the way down to about 15th. The spread is so razor thin, which is how you saw Jukies jump from 46th to 9th. Let's head in to the 6th and final map of the World Series of
Oxirgi karta ekan, akalar, shu oxirgi o'yin ekan shu.
One more time, let's get real loud
Hal qiluvchi.
of the trio section of this event.
6ta ekanda, oxirgi o'yin.
Here we go. We get a good look at that initial zone encompassing a large majority of the Jukies, your map 5 winners that took so long, as Frankie said. She hits them with the, what took you so long? She's like, yo, we've been warming up in a 54-point game at that. If they could double down and throw another one like that, putting them north of 100 points, think of the differential on the leaderboard, because for your eye, from 46 to 9, that's nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, you need a massive one, certainly. Currently situated, and I believe 4th place overall is TBE, who's just breached that 100-point margin. So there is a sizable drop-off after the 5th place, but everyone from then on out are all fighting for still a ton of cash. Again, $100,000 to the team in 1st, but still 80K for 2nd, 65K for 3rd, and so on and so forth. But if you want to make money today, you've got to make it inside the top 25. I'm looking at Aiden and Rated and Hate Adrian. They're currently in 11th place overall, just outside of the top 10, and that money drastically starts increasing after the top 10.
Well, it's going to be Aizen, but they're not going up against DBZ this time. It's actually going to be Team Swag that will be contesting them over here at Airport. Aizen and Heeds, they were trying to bait colors into their building. They threw that proximity mine down on the ground, but it looks like Aizen and Heeds will be getting the stronghold for themselves. And Swag and Co, they're kind of rotating out, but Heeds looking to catch Z colors off guard.
Yeah, with Juki's kind of increasing his point total, we do now officially have 4 EU teams inside the top 10. Heeds and Gramalok, they've been playing a hyper-aggressive play style, but they're not one of those teams.
Call of Duty.
They'd love to creep inside the top 10, love to prove themselves. They've been contesting any team they can get their hands on. They're just not winning every single time. You need those early eliminations if you want to find yourself in the final couple circles. I got to give a shout out to Pazuka, Inxian, off-screen wiping DBZ. The crowd saw it and the crowd got loud. We'll check in with him in a little bit.
Tappa on the upper floor of the building ahead of Champy. Can Big Pavo close the distance? Definitely got to check behind, because he knows that there's a member that was able to snake off into the water. Sometimes if you're running amok, you have to get into water to rotate, but Tappa not able to get there just yet. The jump comes around, and Big Pavo able to take down Tappa, the last member of this team unable to rotate.
Yeah, these are those early fights you look back on and say, okay, we have 4, 5, 6 eliminations. We're kind of setting up for that next circle, setting up for the next zone. These are clutch, but they're not everything. You need more, especially if you're a team like this that's near the bottom of the leaderboard. You've got to go massive, and every single kill could net you quite literally hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Everything counts. Every single elimination counts. Joe, Breadman, Limax, a strong start and a mediocre finish. We'll see if they can finish well in the final map. As Smixy getting the better of Levi on the other side. Smixy going big to potentially take down the Australian team as Zeppa and Teeny close the gap.
And this is what they need to do. We were talking to Smixy earlier on. Frankie pulled her aside. Hey, what's going on? It's just like, we just need to win that first initial engagement. If they're already picking off a couple members, getting that KP, that's exactly what is benefiting them. But Zeppa and Teeny waiting to see, hey, will Levi come back? Did he guess the Gulag win? No, so they will likely have to get enough cash to be able to buy them back. But then you jump on over to Observatory, the one team that has the best chance of catching Team Biffle. It's going to be on your screen. Team Soka, Skullface Mayapo, and Hisoka, the captain himself.
Yeah, the big question in my mind is this trio, do they go into this game and say, let's go absolutely crazy to try to take first place? They won't settle for second, of course, but do you kind of rest on your laurels a little bit and say, we want to stay alive, we want to maintain our position, because they do have a sizable gap from second to third. It's a 13-point margin, so if they just have a pretty solid game, they're likely going to lock up $80,000 to their name. Knowing this trio, though, they're not even looking at the leaderboard. They're just going to play their game. They're going to do what they do best. As off screen, you're seeing Lennon, Juki's finding a couple eliminations. They're keeping up that pace they set in map 5.
Skull being patient, playing some head peeks here, but you've got the 2022 EU World Series of Warzone champions on the high ground going up against NA. So that's a heavy hitting fight. We'll check back in with that later as we keep on board with your current leaders here on land in the global finals. It's Team Biffle.
again, no one really contesting their point total. Same thing that I just said for Team Hisoka is the exact same mentality for this team. All they're worried about is getting some points on the board. They're not worried about the leaderboard, though. They're going to play their game. I can only expect you're going to see them in the final circle. You're also going to see them with a ton of eliminations, but only time will tell. Head back to Observatory to take a look at a potential fight here. Again, Savvy Ultras is here every single time, but a team that has to play aggressive because they're outside the top 10. Aiden, Rated, Adrian pushing up from behind. Savvy Ultras forcing the encounter.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Team Juki's just got wiped. All of them sent to the Gulag. So if we wanted them to go back to back, the odds are already stacked against them. But in the tunnels is Sage, and Sage goes down. Shifty not able to get by his teammate to grab a trade. Team Echo on your screen. Echo, Tomsterbaum, and Bubble. I mean, Echo and Tomsterbaum, they've been playing since the beginning of Verdansk, the competitive Warzone history. I was able to stop by, talk to them. They said, hey, we're running 2 Signal 50s. Echo's going to be running that AR SMG. But honestly, your weapon doesn't matter here because it's the last game of the day, and your job is to climb up that leaderboard tooth and nail. I firmly expect this last map to be the most aggressive we've witnessed.
And that story of Echo is a story that many of these teams share. I'll pause that story to say, well, it's Sage in the Gulag, and again, you want to maintain that position. Sage looking for his opposition, throws a grenade here from Brilo. Doesn't connect, which gives a little bit of information to Brilo to know that Sage is on the left-hand side. Sage says, nope, you're not going to know that. I'm going to go to the right. Prox, and guess what? Brilo thought he was on the left. A great move by Sage to outsmart his opponent. He's not going to lose that one.
Not gonna lose the Gulag, maybe not gonna lose LAN here. Could you imagine? I know we have Pulse Check in the building upstairs sitting with J-God and Lucky and Rampage, and they're just cheering on Biffle, their brother at arms. But Skullface here finds himself in the Gulag, but a heavy hitting one against Jowo.
This is a big one. Soka's team in second. Skullface a huge part of that. But Jowo on the other side needs a massive momentum swing to continue to increase their prize pool. Likely going to walk away with some cash. The question is how much. Couple shots against Skullface, only break one plate. Skullface misses. Oh, the timing. Jowo wins out that one. Jowo's going to be heading back free and clear, but if I know anything about Mayapo and Skullface and Hisoka is that they're quickly going to get Skullface back, and then that's exactly what just happened.
Hit the flare, hit the rotate, doing an intel contract to get that next circle information, but Jowo just absolutely finessed in the Gulag, and you know, some, lo and behold, do call him Flowo, maybe the king of movement here in Warzone.
Flowo, movement king, whatever you want to call him. Joe's the GOAT. Question is he going to be the GOAT on land? Probably not first place, but hey, we still have the solo YOLO after this. Anybody's game for $100,000. We'll get to that in a moment, though, because still a lot of cash to be had here. $500,000 up for grabs. This is the last map for it, and DBZ needs to go big. An okay map in the last one after their win. They're going to clean up Meeks here and keep moving on their merry way. Decent position, decent advantage, but where do you go from here, Tiff?
You go up. You want the high ground. Rotate through Observatory, see where that next circle is going to start pulling, and then prioritize your rotation, because that's what has been killing so many of our teams. And with so much water still in this main zone, a lot of teams have prioritized going to Said City, and that's not a bad move. That's not a bad shout, but the thing is, can we get there? Squads like FIFA Kill have already rotated in.
And I was taking a look at this map again. You can take a look at it yourself on the Call of Duty Echo Twitch channel. You can see where the map is as Alman finds one. Great timing for Alman to pick one up, creeping along the ground. Now they have player advantage. Now they hunt their prey. Noob's gonna creep up above. These players know every single angle to get in and out of these buildings. And Noobs flanks his opponent, pushes as a team. They're not taking any chances here, Tiff. 3v1 should be no problem at all.
Finding themselves inside the top 5, but they will not be happy with that. Tommy had a strong performance the last time he was in the Copper Box Arena, and performing here today would be exactly what they need, but they're just 4.4 points outside of the top 3. But Dusamir is the squad currently sitting in 3rd. They've got the high ground, and they are just above Team Huskers.
Yeah, I've got to give some flowers to that Mexico team. They're playing fantastic. Getting shot in the back, though. Dusamir now in trouble. A little bit of a caster curse, but Castillo's going to make it right. Going to try to play the high ground position, and I like this spot. Huskers, Mutex, Jesus, they've got to know they have the high ground. Jesus, an incredible player. traveled all over the world to compete in Warzone, not only today, but in the past, won a LAN for 10K in Amsterdam. Has an opportunity to hopefully increase his standings on the leaderboard and win some cash. But let's head to the Gulag here. Deus Amir, 3rd place currently, trying to take down 11th place Hate Adrian. This is a nice 1v1 for a massive moment.
Hitting overtime. No one on the flag. PDSW in hand is not a bad gun for the Gulag, but check the angle that Deuce is working on. He's gonna push the issue, and Adrian clutches that. Exactly what they needed to do for Team 8, and I told you, I sat down, I talked with them early on. He's like, I don't know, I'm just here to shoot my gun, and hey, it's working.
The game of chicken in the Gulag is always a fun one. Who's gonna go with the flag first? Usually that person loses. Sometimes they both lose. Gotta get on the flag pretty quick, make sure the time doesn't run out. Let's check in with our 2nd place team. They seemingly are in a bit of trouble, have lost 1. Dongi and Vonbot up above, don't seemingly are gonna, they're not gonna approach Mayapo here. Instead, they're gonna continue to maintain high ground position in that POI. That's where they land usually. Wonder how many kills they have. Let's head over to the leaders though. Sage, Biffle, Shifty doing, well, Team Biffle things. Continuing to find eliminations and continuing to win those gunfights.
Just hanging out on the outskirts of Hydroelectric was essentially their drop spot. They land in Hydro, they stay in Hydro, they reap in Hydro. And this is actually what is allowing them to farm so many eliminations. And because the zone keeps Hydro in zone, more teams are going to be rotating out of the northern side from Rohan Oil, and they're essentially just gatekeeping everything. And the next team is going to be too strong making their way through that, but not before CPA tries to hit a rotation with the Hummer. They do lose out on CPA, and we're flying off the mountainside of Observatory. Moriko just keeps going, hanging outside of the passenger seat, maybe trying to scout some of them.
Our Asia regional team, they played hyper aggressive in the regional qualifiers and dominated the competition. Probably by driving Hummers and pushing every single gunfight and landing Observatory. The problem is when you do this, you are giving away your position to everyone. They're just trying to find some sort of space that they can hang on to and restabilize. I don't think anyone in this lobby is going to allow them to do that. I'm looking at our map though. Of course, Hydro's still inside the next zone. It's looking like it might pull towards Cave, which is good for Vonbot, Dongi, and Nofo, a team that's kind of an unknown squad that really made a name for themselves in the World Series of Warzone series. Got an opportunity to do something big here. The only team contesting them is Team 38.
Yeah, Soko back on your screen, your 2nd place team. Still need about 50 points to cover the gap between Team Biffle. And it's just gonna be so tough because they've constantly been in that regain blender, not able to be up to full form, but it's Almond already on 7, has overtaken Dusamir and pushed themselves into the top 3.
If I know anything about TBE, they're not complacent when they're inside the top 5. They're gonna continue to push the equation. That's exactly what you're seeing. I think that's a total of 15 eliminations already from TBE with 37 teams up. They've got an opportunity to do something crazy right now. Can they catch Team Biffle? Likely and mathematically, probably not. But can they creep up into 3rd? Can they creep up into 2nd? It's possible. They need Hisoka to go down, and they need to continue to farm kills, and they're doing exactly that. Swag doing everything in his power. It's just not enough. Noobs grabs another.
Yo, but they hit the do-si-do and hit the flare in the meantime. Will it have connected? Regardless, another elimination goes the way of TBE and Tommy. Now we know they always make that Bermuda Triangle style of play with Almond down in the Gulag. Tommy on the rooftop looking down at Laga and Diego, able to throw down some shots, not necessarily connecting. Maybe a little bit of a lethal, maybe that will connect. But regardless, you want to wait on Almond and see if he's able to get out of the Gulag, but not before Noobs falls.
Yeah, Tim, I usually make a basketball reference here about their triangle formation. I was going to try to lean into football, but I'm not going to disappoint the London crowd. I'm going to let it stand. Tommy looking for a couple of eliminations still. Lage holding his own, but should go down here shortly. The question is, Tim, if you're TBE, obviously you've got a couple in the Gulag here, a ton of eliminations. You want to play this hyper-aggressive playstyle. You got Smixy on the other side. Alma's going to try to win this. Where do you go from here? The rotation's going to be tough for Tommy, and you're going to have 2 flyers in the air. They're going to have to scope it out. We'll see if he can win it.
On the ground prone, able to clean up Smixy. You can see that he extended out onto Smixy's side of the gulag, which is very similar of how we witnessed Soka playing early on, but still able to take that elimination, add it to the tally because they are just trying to pull away from that 4th place squad, Team Deuce, Amir, and Soka. Not able to catch a break here in map number 6, but if they go down here, it will open the door for teams to pass them.
The opportunity for TBE to make it to 2nd place completely depends on Hisoka and Mayapo staying alive in this moment. Going down with 0 eliminations is so uncharacteristic of Hisoka. I can't even believe that it could happen. We'll see. Shifty playing maybe playing with his food a little bit. I think they knocked Bino and then let himself revive and then killed him outright. Wanted to make sure they weren't going to get picked off by a 3rd party. We take a look at our zone here. Of course, everybody's moved outside of the majority of the hydroelectric, creeping down towards caves. And Tiff, we might be seeing another water zone.
You would love that, wouldn't you, Coach? You would love a water zone. You're so devious, but regardless, it doesn't matter at this point with Biffle still able to extend that lead that they're maintaining. And honestly, with the zone pulling just south of hydroelectric, they've got a position where they're able to gatekeep yet again, and that has just kept them maintaining this pace that no one can manifest. Even Soka running the gauntlet of potentially not able to even hold on to 2nd place.
Off-screen, TBE is in a bit of trouble, but they've taken down Finesse, and a couple teams at the top fighting each other, and the gulag is closed. Tiff, we are officially nearing the end game of the last map. Tommy and Almond hunting down Empathy.
Here we go.
Almond on 10, TBE is going huge. Doesn't matter what weapons in his hand. DBZ's in their way. Almond shooting bodies.
Do you blame them, though? They get a durable gas mask, they get their squad together, and they take out 2 members that were likely close to them on the leaderboard. Now we start to parachute away. Look for the high ground as we see squad 26 in the distance. Tactical Brit was who actually was firing down with a signal 50 from above, but look at, we've got the ultimate flank.
I think TBE's on 21 eliminations.
Could you imagine?
An opportunity to do something that many people would say is impossible. I don't know if they're gonna catch this squad, but this could be a window of opportunity. Sage is down, quick flare. Team Biffle knows what they're doing. All 3 alive as always. Several teams though surrounding them. A tough spot in the zone. Sure, it's central, but not ideal. A little bit of cover to work with, and somehow Team Hisoka fully stabilized all 3 up.
They did have the cash. They just needed a buy station or a flare to get their numbers back up. But I'm keeping my eyes on Biffle and Shifty on the right-hand side of your screen, playing just by the bridge. TBE just to the northern ahead of them in a big engagement as Tommy goes down. Tommy is fooled by 8th. Now, Noobs and Almond will have to clutch up this moment and get out of this congested area.
If anybody's wondering here in the stadium where Team Jukies is, they've been eliminated already. They're not here in the final couple circles. They might see themselves into the top 10, but it's going to be close. The big question in my mind is who's going to win map 6 and cement themselves in history. Some of the greatest Warzone players of all time.
Oh.
Great snipes.
Signal 50, maybe that will be the greatest ever in World Series of Warzone history. Not a particular player, but a particular weapon in the hands of Shifty.
They're keeping up the pace though, Tiff. They're not relenting. They've got
Jowo's already there. Tommy's back up, Almond's on the roof. PA liking to wreak havoc, but not necessarily. It does knock Almond on the roof. Tommy does not have a flare. 5 eliminations, typically anchoring for this squad.
If they want a chance to take down Team Hisoka, they have to stay alive. They need the 1.6 and the 1.8 times multiplier. Look at that scoreboard on the right-hand side. Team Biffle likely your winners, but 2nd place is a complete toss-up. 2 teams at 129.4, 2 teams vying for 2nd, but Deus Amir, our Mexico squad, is not too far behind. Sage goes big, no! Falls, and a quick answer back from Shifty. This team is moving on all cylinders. The team at the top is going to remain there at 182 points. Tiff, could they breach 200 points on land?
There is a possibility as we get into that multiplier, but not before Soka able to find eliminations.
Şu ortada.
13 squads remaining.
Ortada
We
yazdı.
are getting into those upper multipliers, but is going to be difficult.
Hakkız mı?
Tiff, this is unbelievable. 11 teams left. Many of our top squads still alive. Third place walks away with $65,000, but first place is $100,000. And second at $80K. We're likely witnessing not only history, but a fight for $15,000 for second and third place. Skullface in the water with the attack. Siege goes down. EU Ghost goes massive. An opening for TBE and others to creep in. Where are they? Where can they be found? Shifty still up. 7 eliminations, picking up Louis. No! Another knock from distance!
Ne yapıyor? Böyle uzun oynarken bu balancı.
Sage back in if we can just get a moment, and there it goes. 4 squads remaining, and look who's got the high ground. It's not Anakin, it's Biffle.
Tiff, so much math behind the scenes.
Bekar
So
düştü
much
de.
money exchanging hands.
Bekar.
3 teams fighting for the final victory. No, make it 4. One still in the water, flanks fighting Sage. Sage goes down. F-Tac Siege reigns supreme when it comes to water, but we're moving back to land on the next zone. 3 teams left. Joe wipes the next one. Joe needs this to walk away with a ton of cash, but it's going to be difficult when you've got Shifty on high ground.
Yeah, but they're sitting on double-digit eliminations, vying for that 2x multiplier. And Team Smixy in the distance, flanked and attract. Some have called them the golden thirds, but here they're showing why they are so prevalent. Wiping Joe. Now, Team Smixy versus Team Biffle, endgame match 6.
A ton of cash on the line. A ton of eliminations in pocket. Shifty grabs another knock. Looking to close this thing out in style, Tiff. 200 points potentially and looming. A 2v2 with high ground position, but not a lot of gas mask to boot. They do make it into position to hold ultimate high. This is unbelievable.
I just want to see him style on him. I know one's got the signal 50, but Shifty is down. Biffle, last standing here, keeping an eye out on flanked, not able to necessarily spot them, but as that circle starts to shift, Shifty back up on his feet. Biffle still the south press, and there he goes, the push on to flank.
Harosh, ana. Oxir kartada birda ham olib qo'ydi bu bolalar. Mana shu gap yo'q. Birinchi o'rinni oldi bular. Dunyo bo'yicha birinchi o'rinni oldi bu bolalar. Gap yo'q, mana siz zo'r o'ynayapsiz. Ham birda ham oldi oxirida. Dunyo bo'yicha birda ham oldi. O'yin bo'yicha ham birda oldi. $100,000 da ham oldi.
This was unbelievable. An absolute domination from Team Biffle. There were so many people that watched them in the World Series. Stage 1, Stage 2, and they said they couldn't do it. They didn't have the Kim. They were all slayers. No one was willing to do the dirty work. Shifty has had this mark on his name, a chip on his shoulder, and he has proved it on land that he can do it here, he can do it anywhere. Team Biffle are your champions.
Here in the Copper Box Arena, history is made. Shifty, the newest member of the roster, alongside Biffle and Sage there. That trophy is hoisted. Congratulations, boys. You just won
pulli olinglar, demosan. No, VIP olmasdan. Boshida bala, eng birinchi turgan bala ham chiqib ketgan bizga.
Hear the crowd. They've been cheering on our EU all day, but they can see and recognize domination here on main stage. The smiles on their faces, the smiles in the crowd, and you know there's smiles in that pulse check.
Victory it has been for you guys. There was never any doubt from that second game onwards when you got your first victory, but to cap it all off with another is something else entirely. Biffle, given that you guys came second, in fact you with other teammates came second in the World Series of Warzone LA last year, what does it mean to prove yourself against international competition on LAN?
I mean, it's a great feeling. I know I've gotten third, second twice in the World Series, and now I finally got the first place, so I'm super fucking hyped.
London is hyped! You guys are hyped too! What does it mean to have this man as your team captain?
Man, this guy, you know, they took a chance on me. I wasn't an IGL. They told me that's what they needed. I said, hey, y'all trust me. I'll switch to it and I'll do my best. They said, all right, and it's history.
And what does it take to be a natural IGL? Because you clearly are.
Confidence. I got so much confidence in these guys and in myself. And I just told them, man, like the gear is clicking. Once it starts clicking, no other team can keep up with us. And I mean, we showed that today. I told them, bro, we're ending this with that kill. We're not letting them die in the zone. We're going to land on everybody.
And Sage, for you came outside of the top 10 last year in the World Series of Warzone. Why do you think that this team was just unstoppable?
I feel like this team just comes with a lot of confidence and trust. I mean, you have by everybody in the world, the best gunny in the game, the best player in the game. 2 months into practice with Shifty, the best IGO in the game to steer us. I have my teammates back no matter what.
Bananas.
I need to do for my teammates to succeed. Right there, I know we had it through. I told my teammates, just keep getting me back.
Uchinik chirade yon.
For anybody else, I trust in my
Moy
teammates.
uchi Abbas Khan ula uchirib qo'y.
These boys, we only had a couple months together, but this is probably by far one of the best teams I've ever played with.
Хорошо играли, пацаки, Егорчик,
I said
бля.
it's trust. That's all it was, man. Switching from
Вот,
different
на
rosters from stage 1 to
последнем
stage
карте,
2,
шестом
with very
карте,
little
они
tournaments and
вот
very little
топчик
practice.
взяли.
All
И
it came down to is our
весь
trust.
And you
100K
found that trust when you needed it most. However,
доллар.
trust can be broken.
Первое место на игре. И первое место в мире. Zo'ru valanti taniyman, mani qo'shnilarim bular.
Shifty taking it, honestly. I've been at my
Ichkarida turadi, qo'shnilarim.
I think Shifty's a good person to take it.
Mahalla ichida turadi.
And that's it.
To be honest, out of the three of you, my money is on you. I saw you today. You are insane.
Oh, I'll kill him. I kill him.
Oh, cool. And I'll have a share
I
of the prize
kill him,
money.
I kill
All right,
him, I kill him.
$100,000 is on the line after this break. But before then, gentlemen, you're
Whoa.
each going to get one of these.
Вот, блядь.
London, give it up
Prime
for your
Gaming.
2023 World Series of Warzone
Champions.
Final champions.
Сейчас solo YOLO будет. Solo YOLO bo'ladi, aka lozim. Solo. Solo YOLO, solo bo'ladi.
The World Series of Warzone Global Final is here, and so is the Solo YOLO pack. Drop into the game
Solo
with the
YOLO
essentials, including the Red Mist XMR blueprint, the Solo YOLO Chimera blueprint, animated calling cards, emblems, and more. The pack is available using COD points. Visit the in-game store.
Who will win the solo YOLO?
HyperX is the official peripheral partner of Call of Duty.
Мои кореши 20 место взяли.
YouTube account with your Activision profile now.
Сами. Последнее место взяли. Вот твой FIFA Hill тоже 15 уровень или 16. Мусоры. Пятаки. Вот в таких играх можешь узнать, кто с читами играет, кто не с читами играет. Где вот FIFA Kill, блядь, Айден, Свейк, блядь. Смотри, в каком уровне они, блядь. 20, 16, 15. Мусоры.
I suck at solos, dude.
I think I'm gonna go with FIFA because he won the last one and he's just a really consistent player.
I think I am excited to be confident in myself, and I do like solos, and I have been practicing my solo play, and especially the end zones.
I think either FIFA Kill or Breadman. One or the other. Those guys are very good at playing positioning. I think
А все говорят, FIFA Kill первое место возьмет, говорят. Вот мой кореш Хаскар. За этого болели, этого чувака, блядь.
Low-key, I have my money on Shifty. He's probably one of the most smartest endgame players.
FIFA хуй заберет.
You can probably like swindle around. He is really lucky. He does get lucky. He gets out of those mixy spots. I'm pretty sure I could see him winning it.
Listen, it would be wrong if I chose anyone but myself. I'm picking myself for tomorrow. Breadman's winning the solo YOLO.
YOLO, solo. YOLO хуйло. Вот твой FIFA, брата, 17 уровень взял. Кабанджан. Мусор, блядь. Аскер вообще говно играл. Да, этот чувак, Егор говорит, он на рейтинге топ-1, топ-251 месте стоит. Этот чувак, который сейчас первое место взяли. Егорчик так написал. Они все читаки, нахуй. Вот узнали, как они реально как играют, мусоры. Who will win the solo molo? Сейчас посмотрим, нахуй.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals presented by
YOLO.
Prime Gaming. What a day it has been. 6 games done. Our champion crown Biffle.
Вот свек справа, блядь.
What a special moment it was for them. You can feel the emotion, but now
Огурец.
gotta break them up. It's solo YOLO time.
Solo YOLO. FIFA заберет. Хорошо, если FIFA не заберет, $50, да, братан, задонатишь меня нахуй. Если победишь, я курут тебе подарю. Хороший.
What can we expect from it?
Craziness, right? That's easily my favorite part.
Не, я не тебе не дам 50, я тебе курут дам.
Usually craziness, riot shields, everyone just playing this, stay alive.
Не, у меня деньги нет сейчас.
I remember just seeing Juki's kind of like talking to himself.
Сейчас мне даже 1 копеек нужен, братан.
Just gonna be having a good time, of course, fighting for that top spot. You gotta play your life.
You gotta play your life. You have to fight hard. Enigma, Sage.
Даже $1 нужен мне, $1, братан. Чтобы к тебе пойти, братан.
Who knows? I mean, there's 150 to choose from.
I mean, it's lovely and all. Really,
Чтобы стать твоим соседом,
nahуй. Pressure. He doesn't want to deal with any of that himself because at the end of the day, he wants that 6-figure check for himself.
Sure.
Of course you do. You one map and you walk away with that this afternoon. That is a
Давай уже, бля, заебали, много говорить.
It definitely is, man. And Dandro, I know you're not playing today. I mean, definitely you would win
Ну,
everything
как
if you did.
хочешь.
How would you go
FIFA
about
не
playing solo
заберет.
YOLO today? For you personally.
Я не люблю эту
all of the
чурку, нахуй.
cheesiest things I possibly can. Okay, I'm throwing the riot shield on my back. I'm loading up a shotgun with the Dragon's Fire Breath rounds.
Abbas, ama ne börçüde yanık. Börçüde yanık.
Dumbest things possible that are in the book.
Bana
And you
12
think
yanık.
I'm absolutely shooting bodies every single
Turku,
time.
Turka,
Because I feel like
Turka
at
da.
this point everyone's just relaxed.
Turku ne
They got
люблю
through their
я,
6
Turku.
maps. There's like, all right, listen, I spent 6
Кингач
maps not
куч
trying to
он,
take
кингач
fights and
куч.
everything. I'm just taking the fight.
Cumavой он, cumavой.
I will say, though, the most important thing that we will see players use that we have seen in the last 2
YOLO,
years
YOLO.
is vehicles. Vehicles are going to be super, super important to rotate around the map, but also to use as cover. And we've seen finishes with the vehicles, except for, well, of course, year 1, we're stuck with that one.
Кингач
But
гук,
that was still
да,
exciting
кингач
nonetheless.
гук,
I
да,
mean,
кингач
I'm
гук.
coming in saying
Кингач
straight
гук.
away, I totally disagree with your point about people
Кикирики,
being
раки,
relaxed.
таки.
Some of these guys will have
Кикирики,
not
таки.
even considered some of the points of the first 6 maps. They care far more
Za-za.
about this one coming up.
Отцак.
Sure, they've turned up as a squad
Короче,
here,
сейчас
they've taken part,
посмотрим,
but
брат.
this is where you can win $100,000.
Кто
There's going to be a lot
победит,
of
нахуй,
cheese, a
соло
lot of
моло.
strategies that we haven't seen so far.
Соло
I'm expecting
YOLO.
it to be some pod v
Вай, ты
pod wars
заебал
going on
уже,
as things
братан,
break
бля,
down.
много говоришь, блядь. У них рот не болит, а, блядь, Джала, уже 5 часов, блядь, говорит они.
Let's start off with one of the most legendary, King Scump himself winning solo YOLO.
Possibly the greatest clip in all of Warzone history, right? We have Scump.
О, Верданс, бля, нихуя, блядь.
God, was it amazing. It is hard to ever bet against him when he has a gun
О,
in his
тогда
hand.
этот чувак, да, победил, нахуй. Соло YOLO. Этот чувак, да? Джимартирия 34, блядь. YOLO, блядь. Откуда мне знать, брат? Там твои модераторы, блядь. Звони, пусть запустит быстрее, блядь. Вай, Джала, чё он, бля, орёт, блядь? Вай, бля.
I will say too, this was actually crazy because I was on the desk as a guest this year, and Alley Cat actually called that Scump was going to win. Yes, so the fact that that happened.
Вай, бля, даже её, блядь, девушка зашла,
They
блядь.
popped the bubbly too. It was just awesome.
They got the job for a reason. They know what they're talking about. Enigma. Let's talk about FIFA,
А вот,
though, winning
FIFA,
solo
блядь.
YOLO himself.
И
Yeah, well, this
свет.
is one of the reasons why I was so
На
confident
кальдере
coming into
кто
this video. We're going
победил?
to do so much because FIFA flies over to North America and shows that he's
FIFA
capable
Kill
of hanging with
победил,
just
да?
about anybody. And even
да.
in this moment, he essentially comes out of the sky and adapts on the fly, does the situation where he goes and scoops bodies, weapons off of bodies, and then uses it to break down these final 2 players and come out on
Не,
top.
братан,
Redman and
скоро я
Johon
не
there to
буду тут.
celebrate.
Кто тогда? FIFA Kill победил, да тогда, блядь. Соло,
Now
блядь.
let's round it out with number 3, talking Blade Dream.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of that strategy, right? You mentioned the riot shields, but
Okay.
Blade, he was just had this consistent ebb and flow of where he was playing
Ah,
aggressive,
это
he was playing
EU
passive,
solo
but
YOLO.
he was using the vehicle to rotate. And even in the last final moments, he had a 1v1 against Palooka, and he got aggressive, got in his face, and obliterate him. And
Латвии буду делать, Риге, с кабаном. Данильчик, блядь. Вместе бок о бок будем делать это. Замутим, нахуй, турнир. Арендуем большой, блядь, арену, блядь, там замутим, брат, а с кабаной, блядь.
Zeros for first as well, $100,000 for first. Everybody else, even second, you're walking away with nothing. I guess you could say you got second place.
Winner takes all. Кто победит, заберет все $100,000.
Win solo YOLO, it feels great, but I always think about what if you're that person who comes second and loses that final
Ты пока найди хорошую арену в Латвии, Риге, Кабанджан. Замутим, бля, братан. Соло YOLO будем делать там, братан. И я, Даниэл, Салима позовем, дядя Вадика, блядь, все наши, блядь. Соло YOLO делим, блядь. YOLO, блядь. Давай на арене Риги будем делать. И это что, блядь? А, я билеты, этот, братва, билеты, блядь. Вот нахуй. Смотрите. У меня 3 билета на бета-тест, тикет. И вот такие скины победил, братва. За просмотр, нахуй. Вот у меня 3 билета есть, нахуй. Продаю билеты. Один штук от $10.
So far, we've got DJ Moss, Desmond, Biffle, and Jackal. Biffle looking really strong, especially after his
Вадик
victory
только
dream. You
твой
haven't
друг.
had a chance to
Он
spin
на
that
мне
wheel,
друг.
so why
Он.
don't you take a stab at it?
У меня тоже 4 билета.
I wish we had like a
Все
live one here.
тоже
But here we
самые.
go. We're gonna spin that reel, and then it's off. All right, who's it gonna land on? Is it gonna land on maybe a global?
Вот, он лучший друг кабана, Эрик Джана, блядь. Ты не знал, что ли, Данил Байт?
Mexico surprised us today. Maybe we'll get one of them. Maybe we'll get the Ecuadorian king.
Ты же все равно купишь этот, братан, Call of Duty новый, блядь. Зачем тебе билеты, братан? Нафиг тебе билеты, блядь.
The magic sauce we needed, right? Well done. So Rocket, who knows they win it. Honestly, I mean, it is totally random. I mean, out there, used a collective.
Да, он с дедом, Кальдере, Соло YOLO играли, Данил Бай, Риге вместе, бок о бок, блядь. Пивко, блядь, вместе играли Соло YOLO.
I tell you what, I feel like it's got to come from someone who's got a brilliant mind for the game. So you're talking perhaps your FIFA kills, your Tommies, those kind of people that are known for their ability to adapt to unfolding situations. Solo YOLO is one of the most unpredictable things.
Да вы заебали своими YOLO, блядь, ёлкалар, блядь. Ёлка-полька нахуй. Ёлка-полька красный, блядь. Ёшки-мошки.
I usually always say Breadman every single year.
Какой ты фантазио.
He's got the chillest comms, but honestly, Juki's.
Кабанчик, может, пойдем, поиграем? Ильяс уже готов.
Sometimes he's singing to himself. It's always a good time. So I'm gonna
Идите, играйте, тут, блядь. Взрослые будут смотреть YOLO, блядь. Идите, играйте.
DJ Moss. He's going all the way. I can feel it in my bones.
I'm going to be honest with you. For me, I'm probably going FIFA kill.
Да, загадочный тиммейт, да. Загадочный человек он.
We're getting loaded up in that solo YOLO. Before we do, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, $100,000 will be earned.
Да они уже заебали нахуй, блядь. YOLO, нахуй. За кого болеешь ты, кабан? Своему фифу-чумошнику, да? Закадированный человек он, закадированный. Данильчик. Кто первый место заберет, я на этом чувака заболел, если что. Понял, Эрик? Кто первый возьмет, думает, что я за него заболел, короче. Да иди ты нахуй, болею, заболел нахуй. Короче, они понимают нахуй. Они тоже узбеки, бля, нахуй. Замолчите, свои игры играйте нахуй. Пизгошники, блядь. FIFA kill официальный амбассадор Кобальта. О, согласен за это, 100% нахуй. Я за это слово, братан. Отвечаю, да. Амбассадор Интервепса он, брат. Хаскерс официальный амбассадор Интервепса. О, не, за это я не болею, брат. Он без читов играет, чувак. Хаскер без щитов, братан. Я за него стою нахуй, братан. Одна минута осталась. Ты даже Хаскера не знаешь, Данильчик. Иди Forza Horizon играй, брат. Только что узнал про Хаскера, блядь. Arslan Salim твой стрим смотрит. Мы тоже привет тебе. О, Саитака, салям алейкум, брат мой. Как делос, брат? Ханимбою тоже привет передай, братан. Вот. В мире остался два человека. Белый внутри, внешность внутри. Внешность внутри, короче. Это Салим и я. Остальные ушли на интервепс. Сайтака, блядь. Блядь. Уже ноги болят. А чё? Не понравился твой этот логитеческий, блядь, как сказать, блядь, руль, блин. Он двух человек убивает. О, вот, блядь, я за эту девушку болею, на.
Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Dandro. And here we go, right?
Что за девушка, блядь?
Taking it all with 218 points. I mean, talk about.
Я уже, блядь, у меня доказательства есть, братан, на этом. На своем канале, нахуй. Сколько задонатишь, братан, я камеру поверну, нахуй. И делаю этот килли, братан. Сколько задонатишь за это, Данильчик, блядь? А?
They're ending the day at the top of the leaderboard.
And Ahsoka in second place. That's got to feel good. I know it hurts. It's bittersweet, but second place is still something to take away for a global
Саним один белый внутри. Саним мой родной брат. Мы друг друга долго искали. Вот в игре, блядь, друг друга нашли, нахуй. О, дядя Вадик, как раз про тебя, блядь, думали, брат мой. Как там масонские работы идет? Масонская работа идет, дядя Вадик? Отвез дочку свою этого дома. У Activision там на тебе уже полная картотека на тебя, как на особо опасного преступника. Ну, я зато не играл на этом говнососском вещи, братан. Я уже объяснил, нахуй, блядь, сколько раз вам нахуй объяснить, блядь? Вы узбекский не знаете, что ли, нахуй? Я, бля, не боюсь, братан. Если играю, я скажу, сразу скажу. Да, я играл, нахуй. Если не играл, нахуй. Я не такой человек, бля, братан. Ну и все. Не надо тут написать такие вещи, братан. Мне этот, как сказать, нахуй. И только там мой, там 15 аккаунт. Опасного преступника там отправили. Братан, весь мой клуб. А мне бы... Где монитор новый? Какой монитор, брат?
So much going down and so much taking place. You know, I gotta say though, you mentioned half, and I want to go back to that word half.
Не надо мне, блядь, нервировать в таких словах, Данильчик. Вот приходи, братан, сиди со мной. Вот играю, братан, увидишь, нахуй. И потом с собой поговорим. Отдельно, нахуй. Бок о бок, нахуй. Лицом к лицу, блядь. Понял? Я злюсь, да, брат? Я не люблю, когда мне... Тухматты nima deydi, Asliddin? Asadbek? Kulmasdan to'g'ri javob qaytaring. Ha? Nima tuhmat, nima bo'ladi? Jim turing. Klevita, ne надо мне? Tuhmat qilganlar yomon ko'raman, nima bo'ladi? Ha? Блядь, to'g'ri gapiryapman, kulmay gapiring. Ha? Asadbek. Tuhmat qilganlar yomon ko'raman, nima bo'ladi uchada? Ha? Я не люблю... Ага. Я не люблю клевету, да, нахуй, бля, братан. Вот уже ору своим клиентам, братан, не надо мне такие вещи говорить и писать, братан. Понял? Один на один, да, братан. Один на один, поговорим, UFC будем делать, брат. После игры. Мне злит, Эрикбай. Не надо писать мне такие
said
Вещи,
no, there's
братан,
actually
блядь.
something even worse out there. So I'm wondering what it is that they found.
Oh, he didn't tell you?
Coming out. No, they didn't tell us, but
Oh, man.
whatever it is, I believe that we will see it in this solo YOLO. As I said, I expect teams, the players individually,
Я не
to
пристану,
set themselves
братан,
up for this
блядь.
just as much as they have done for the
Надо
rest of the World
подумать,
Series.
думая надо написать, братан, такие вещи.
Years, teams are taking like this
Ты сказал
specific
уже,
tournament
братан,
way
читай
more
свой
serious,
нахуй,
right?
блядь,
Like if
если
it's
мы
sort of like a
сверху, брат.
captain's cup, kind of like a creator.
О, Володя, здорово, брат мой, как дела?
Teams are giving away their strategies, like you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, I'm gonna tell you now. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm gonna, you know. So you're gonna see that. I feel like, I mean, if there is another one next year, hopefully, but you're gonna see this just get more and
Где
more.
соло YOLO нахуй?
More intense indeed, and you know, it brings up the conversation because we had a chance to
Заебали
obviously
это,
Frankie
ведущие,
interviewing Biffle,
блядь.
Sage, Shifty, you know, solo YOLO, who do you think's going to win it? And you know, Sage saying Shifty and this and that. I mean, you do have trios that you've been competing with for some time, all right? When we're talking about months and months, and even dating back before all of that, before even this iteration of
О,
World Series,
бай
it's the
нахуй,
last
бля, как
iteration
дела?
of World Series.
Я этот пойду,
That's a lot of
братан, к
chemistry
тебе,
just to
если
break
что.
up and go solo. Do we see any teams
Пятницу,
who we say, that's a team effort,
Ташкент.
let's try to help each other
Еще
out?
буду задавать экзамены, брат мой. Пятница.
Like you want to have that
Встретимся,
distinguished,
братан.
you know, kind of part of you, right? You want to be able to say, I won
Пойдет,
this fair and square.
спасибо, Володька. Чики-чики, все, вот соло YOLO ждем, братан. Кабан за FIFA Kill болеет. А я болею, кто победит.
What's this today? Yeah, but like, no, he's right. I think that there's no chance that these guys decide to team up together. We've seen the staff come out and put shields between the players so they can't actually see what's going on here. They've got screens between them.
I didn't even see that. You're right.
And
You're
the
right.
basic, and it is a case of like, I mean, I
Столько
don't
соло
really care if I
YOLO
can say
coming
that
up.
I won the World Series of Warzone solo YOLO. I care that
Кто
the
победит,
$100,000
столько
check
получит,
cashes,
братва.
and that will be something that all of these individuals want.
I will say
Я
too,
за
like, of course, competitive
Свега
integrity,
болею.
right? A lot of
Свег,
these
блядь.
players, I mean, you know, they're
Свег
humble
мусор,
about it. They
брат.
want to win, and they want to win
Не
more
болей
checks.
за
Like,
него.
that's I understand. I understand
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you mean. Like, hey, maybe we can
Не
share this.
болею.
No, none of that.
Hey, fair enough. Look, I'm happy to be disproven in that situation. I just
Русский
had to ask
па...
Enigma. It was a
Русский
question that I had to
пацанов
bring
в
to
бане,
The only thing
братан.
I can see maybe happening, like I'm looking around
Их
right now, and a couple of these individuals are speaking to each
депортировали,
other
брат,
and talking through setups.
после
Like,
войны.
you want your buddy to do well, and it's like, well, if I finish first, I'd love if you finish second. But one of the things they might be doing is going, look, I'm going to
Вот,
land over
блядь.
here. You stay as
Это
far
что
away
за
from me as
флаг?
possible. On just fine.
Армянский,
That
да?
could be the case, or maybe they're just going to say, who's your biggest
Что за
competition?
монитор,
Who
дядя
do we
Варик?
need to take out? But the one thing I wanted to say about sharing, these guys play ranked together all the time. And
True.
they're barely sharing SR. They're like yelling at each other that they're not getting taps in, right?
That's
Like,
right.
I don't think we're sharing anything.
Well, that might be the case. I mean, it is solo YOLO
Армянский,
after all.
да.
Sharing isn't involved in that. They shared enough with the trios. Okay,
Все
let's be very
банда
clear
тут
about that.
смотрю,
And now that
нахуй,
that's
бля.
done, you know, 100,000 would be quite nice
У
to
тебя
have.
кот-
Landing spots, though, Enigma, you brought that up. So what are we thinking landing? Because you
тебя
gotta
кот
think.
сдох,
Obviously,
или
they're masters of the map. Everybody here is a master of the map, right? But you've been
Кто
so used to
обещал
landing
монитор,
in a
дядя
particular
Вадик?
location. Now it's like you gotta switch that up. Do you just
Какой
land in the water or
монитор?
just
Я
kinda
не
swim
понимаю
around?
тебя,
You gotta go
брат мой.
central circle. You cannot be caught on rotation at all. You've got to
Колени,
find
блин.
somewhere with some solid cover, perhaps a building that you can lock down, as was being brought up earlier around proximity mines and claymores. You just essentially hunker down and get yourself in as good a
Со
spot
мной
as you can hope that no one will
пятый
bother
садирует
you.
плеча.
I watched the solo YOLO recently that Hisoka won, and his tactic at points was to essentially lie down in the bedroom and wait. So
Why not? I'm laying down, I'm hiding in the bathroom, I'm doing whatever I can to try and survive, okay? At the end of the day, will it work? Probably not. I mean, we got to take that wild card map.
Я
That
за
was a
Хаскер
crazy one.
болею,
That's kinda like what we're
бля,
gonna
если
see here
есть он
for
там.
the solo YOLO. We're going to take one more break, but when we come back, solo YOLO is going to be coming your way.
Калимбай, за кого болеешь ты, братан? Харра, тип, хапта. Что за хуйня ник? Хапта, блядь. Вин зе соло YOLO. Заебали вы уже. Опять 4 минуты, блядь. Свек. А, все, ты проиграл, брат мой. Ты проиграл, брат мой. В Европе жить хорошо, да, брат мой. В Польше вообще, братан, шикардос там, в Польше нахуй. Таним загрузил на Свега трехкомнатную квартиру в центре Ташкента. Какой монитор? Какой монитор, да? Какой монитор, дядя Вадь? Я не понимаю, брат. Что за монитор? О чем ты нахуй, блядь? Йоло, что ли ты, дядя Вадик, блядь? Или соло-йоло ты, брат? Это у Таних, это, наверное... Таня хитная. Не, у Салима свой дом есть. Ты чё, бля, братан? Мы вместе купили, брат. Вай, бля, заебали они уже, бля. Да пацак вообще, бля, мусорский, бля. Играть не умеет на геймпаде, блядь. Жалко, Узбекистан не был, блядь. Я хотел участвовать в этом соло-йоло, блядь. Убили, блядь. Всех, блядь, на куски порвал, блядь. Шашлык отправил, блядь. 9-масляный плов сделал бы. Их мясо. Вот, слышь, бля, Джамолака уже говорит. Вот так. Дядя Валик, я не понимаю, дядя Валик, я даже не знаю, что завтра съел, братан, на обед, блядь. У меня уже нервы, братан, на мили, нахуй, блядь. 1% остался, клетки, блядь. Что за монитор? Я не понимаю, что за монитор говоришь ты, блядь. Наталья. Наталья, бля. Наталья. Наталья это... Это мужик вроде, братан.
Beautiful London, England, at the historic Copperbox Arena. We've already had one historic moment as we crowned our official global champions. Biffle, Shifty, Sage, taking the first step.
Я не туплю, братан, я не помню уже, братан. Уже на этом разговоре сколько? 1 неделя прошло, да, брат? Ай, Наталья офлайн, брат. Это мужик, Наталья. 100%. Это из-за наших.
Is getting ready to go to interview a couple of our pods. And by the way, I don't know who she's going to be interviewing. It's going to be wild. It might be random. You might hear some crazy things. At least I'm hoping you do. We love chaos on the desk, right?
Бля, диктант написал, что ли? Да, немчик, блядь. Диктант написал, да? Домашнее задание был, да?
We love chaos all the time. We want some banter.
Кому набирать?
Well, I am too, because I fully expected somebody to reach over and like grab somebody after like an intense moment, just kind of lose. I'm glad that didn't happen, actually, to be fair.
I mean, yes, I'm glad that we didn't have to call. You know, I don't know. Brax gave us a pretty good moment. Can we get Brax back?
Was that a good moment? Was that a good moment?
I mean, it was. I laughed.
I did not. But yeah, no, there's definitely looking forward to some craziness in the solo YOLO. We're very ready for things.
Заебали вашим соло YOLO, начинайте уже, а, бля, заебали уже, бля, много говорите. Узбеки убили вас, бля. Слишком много говорят, вот это.
It's been warm all day, but never more warm than a moment right here. I can tell you that, okay? I know I've had people messaging me all day. Man, you look warm up there. I'm like, you know, a little bit. Maybe I chose the wrong attire, but I still look fresh, okay? And that's at the end of the day, that's what matters. Hey, I don't care if I'm uncomfortable as long as I look good. We've got Frankie, though. She's geared up for the interview. Frankie, who you got down there?
Thank you very much. Apparently, I've got everyone. If I want to talk to 150 players, I can, but I don't think we're going to have time, so I'm going to start over here with young Lennon. He is now in the booth. It used to be Team Jukies. It's not his group anymore.
Эрик Бай,
I
кабанчик.
think London are rooting for
О,
you to win
немец,
solo
бля.
YOLO.
Ленин,
They
бля.
really are. They're screaming your name. Have you got any family watching you today?
My mum. Shout out my mum, Gail.
Shout out to Gail. Did you bring Gail to LAN?
Этот чувак английский плохо знает, если что, братва. Вот этот Ленин, бля.
She just prefers being at home.
Германский
Right, I
Гитлер
feel
капут.
bad. Listen, can I give you a hug? Gail, I'm giving your son a hug. From one mum to another, you should be incredibly proud. I'm going to move from the mums though. Len, if you want to sit down and get ready, to the dads, the daddies in the building. Because we've got a daddy here, Jukies, daddy of the team, daddy of an actual human baby. Jukies, do you think you're going to fare better in solo YOLO?
Am I going to what, sorry?
Are you going to do all right today?
I'm hoping to win, really. I need them 100 Gs.
Yeah, what do you need them for? You've already won quite a lot of money.
I need it. My baby needs nappies.
Yeah, it's all right. Get yourself down to a German discount supermarket. It'll be fine. And we're going to come to you, iVision, as well. Sorry, you don't get to escape. If I talk to your ex-teammates, because let's face it, you're no longer friends, I've got to talk to you as well. Out of the three of you, who is the best in solos?
I think Len.
Yeah, you're so kind. Why Len? Is it because he's the youngest?
No, I think he's the most composed teammate of us, all of us. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's something about the eyes. They're so cold and deadly despite the face being so sweet. You're also streaming right now. Hang on a second. What? I feel a little bit weird reading this because I'm worried it's rude, but there is something being written on your screen by Anne CWV. Hello, Anne. Thank you so much for watching. What's she saying?
Should I...
Nima bo'ladi?
I think
Lotereya, qana
she says keep
lotereya.
your head up, so solo, so yeah.
Oh, she's lovely.
Nima bo'ladi
Lovely
lotereya?
chat. Right, let's head over. Good luck, boys. Right. I've
Bilet
seen an
yutdik-u
Italian
biz.
flag in the audience here at the Copper Box Arena.
Nima qilaman endi u
More than a few
lotereyani?
Italians. Forza Italia. Yes, Team Savvy Ultra, you did manage to win stage 2. I know it was a testing
Man solo
start,
YOLO
and now we
kelyapman.
are
Haliyam
breaking you
boshlanmayapti.
apart.
Zayibar bilan.
Vortex, are you ready to take
Ko'zilib
down
ketdi bu
Savvy?
solo polosi.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm super ready.
Yeah. What makes you ready? Why do you think you're going to win the $100,000?
It's because we play like shit this year, so this is my only motivation.
To not play poorly.
Yeah.
All right, okay, get your hand warmers on. Get your
Я не
head into the
читаю
game.
уже. Вы
An Italian flag.
там с собой
Should we
общайтесь,
wave that?
братва.
The crowd loves the flag. Oh, no.
Я даже не смотрю.
London, I said the crowd loves the
И там
flag.
свои бабки решайте, блядь. Дядя Вадик, дай им их бабки, дядя Вадик. Чё ты, блядь? Пацанов, блядь.
But if you get them, you do
Pinaganski.
they'll go crazy. That's my tip for you. Finally, we're going to go over to Blade. Now, this is interesting because Blade, you have actually won a solo YOLO.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
won.
yeah, yeah,
last
yeah,
year.
yeah.
I was very lucky, but I'll try to re-win this year.
Do you think you can repeat the success on LAN?
Yeah, I mean, everyone can do that. Everyone is very good. But I can win, yeah.
Yeah.
else.
I like the
Уйвиньте,
confidence, but my
братан.
face there was like, hang on a
Типа
second, you're
возьмешь
being
100
very, very nice, so I'll be nice to you. Good luck, boys.
этот,
Good
место,
luck. You've
блядь.
made your mums very proud.
Уйвин,
All right,
блядь. Уйвин, блядь.
let's cross over to the other side of the stage. I feel slightly guilty. I'm giving a lot of love to Europe, but let's face it, they need it right now. They need hugs. Warm hugs, Team Ormond. Ormond, Ben, how are you getting on?
I'm all right, you know. I can't complain about a third place performance today. It's rough we didn't win, you know. Obviously, that's what you want, but congrats to Before them. I mean, they played amazing
Уже
today.
сигареты
You know
закончились,
what? That last map
бля.
from you boys, you were sailing into second. And if it hadn't been such a clear lead from before in the start,
4
I
сигареты
honestly
курили,
think it could have
блядь,
been a
до
podium
этот
finish
соло
for you
йоло,
guys. I know
нахуй,
only
блядь.
one team could stand there, but it was so close. I wish you all the luck in the solo YOLO, because apparently they don't want to hear from me anymore. They want to see you boys play Warzone for some reason, so we're going to head back to the desk.
All right, hey, imagine that. They want to see him play Warzone. Hey, we do as well. That solo YOLO is going to be coming up shortly. By the way, great moments, Frankie gave, giving the hug because the mom couldn't be here. Shout out to all the moms, supporters, families who have...
Данильчик, ты же ближе, бля, Англии. Почему не пошел, блядь, в Англию, блядь? До турнира, блин. Wsow.
And this is a big moment. So without further ado, go, Spider Diff.
Асланчик, выруби вебку, ход. Лицо твое увидим злое. Братан,
We did see little sneak peeks
вот
while
сюда
Frankie
мое
was
лицо,
walking through
блядь.
Goj of teams making their loadouts. I saw
меня
Riot
не
Shields being
злобный
enacted,
лицо,
and
брат.
man, now I'm worried. Like, who's gonna win 100K?
Самый добрый человек в мире,
All
блядь.
streaming their own perspectives. If you want to watch a certain player you think might win, maybe hop into their Twitch streams. But today, here in the booth, Tiff, we get to have some fun because 150 players dropping in. I had a chance to ask these players some questions, by the way. And one of the things they said is that they were pretty much going to give $10,000 or $1,000 to their teammates if they win. So maybe you are cheering on your team. The other thing they said is they're going to give a lot of cash to their mom. So I think it was about 50% of the people in the competition said they're giving some cash to their mom if they win. Of course, a lot of people investing.
О, наконец-то начался, бля, йоло-йоло, бля. Ну чё? Данил, блядь, Данил говорил. Эрик Бай. Деньги готов, брат.
All right, we're locked, we're loaded, we're in the plane, and we are seeing the first circle of the solo YOLO. Think back to 21 when Alley Cat predicted Scump, the moment that will reign in history forever, but we're looking for a new champion, someone new to claim that $100,000.
Готов свои деньги,
Posting on Twitter,
брат
if I
мой.
win the solo YOLO, I'll give $500 to someone who likes this. That was Flank, so I mean, you
Давай.
in the crowd with Copperbox, go like Flank Sweet. I saw FIFA giving out 1,000, so I mean, get your bag.
Already, wait.
Tappa not getting a bag, and now you can see Kong going down as well. The violence already beginning. We were curious what we were going to see whipped out, but the dual pistols going crazy.
За $50 выиграют, все давай.
Of course, you've got the safety net of the Gulag, but one player has been fully eliminated. 149 players left in the lobby. A lot of Warzone to be played. The big question, Tiff, is if the wheel is going to be right, or are you and I going to be right? Do you have a prediction to throw out there in front of London?
Yeah, I'm going Skullface, 100%. I was thinking about it. The wheel was spinning, but Sage taking the vehicle away from Engsteon, who just stands there and says, what am I to do? Gets shot in the back. Sage says, hey, that trio win wasn't enough. I want more.
Talk about a bold strategy. Sage not only grabs the vehicle, but also grabs the kill. Aggressive, of course, you've got the confidence of...
Вай, бля.
Teeny, what are you doing, my man, on the table, getting cut down easy?
The nerves are high, Tim. You're playing for $100,000. I'd be shaking in my booth. Okay, so you say Skullface.
Yeah, who you got?
I gotta go with the Goach. I gotta go with James Crowder himself. An opportunity to do it almost back-to-back.
Hot bir yere valla.
If he made it to London off of a game like this, I think he could do it again.
That would be kind of crazy. Shifty, one from the winning team,
Dualum.
just ahead of Oki. vehicles in the distance, but Shifty gonna grab one as well. Honestly, Oki, I don't blame you for not wanting to push that Z laner in
Вот
the
это
distance.
знание тоже хорошо играет.
Ultra's gonna fall. Tomster
Чувак.
bomb as well. Full dead.
I'm just gonna be watching this kill feed.
Oh,
Не
intense.
понял.
Are they not gonna fight?
Почему не стреляют? А, забагин. Забагин. Ой, бля, параши, блядь. Смотрите твою игру, блядь, говнососки, блядь.
All right, now we're flying back in, potentially after either a redeploy, maybe you won the gulag. Where do you go, Tiff?
Early gulag. Honestly, there's people everyone sees her takes down another.
Ты за кого, Данильчик?
Not this early on, Gosh. Not this early on.
You know I love the water.
За кого болеешь, Данильчик?
Crowder in the kill feed. There he goes.
Shoot. Yeah, he's in the gulag.
You're chalked.
Yeah, well, look, he's going to win his 1v1. He'll come back real quick, no problem. Big kill from Meeks, though.
А где твой FIFA килл, блядь, кабанчик? Почему его не показывают?
Asserting that dominance early.
There's a lot of Warzone left, okay, Tiv? There's not a lot of Warzone left for 9 players here.
Oh,
but
Tommy.
Sage versus Tommy, this first place versus third.
Зачем тогда ставки говоришь?
Unrelenting at this point. I think the confidence of having just won by, I think it was like 70 points or something absolutely ridiculous, means that you're just going to go fry and frag out. I think he's looking for double-digit limbs here.
Nate on the train as well. You guys might remember him from a big 1v1 win against
FIFA улетел, братан. А вот твой FIFA.
FIFA in the gulag. If he loses this, he's
FIFA.
out.
Oh, Luka has no idea. FIFA doesn't know he's there.
Oh no.
Ему хана.
Luka being like a tree inside, so still
А,
calm,
читер,
collected,
все знает он.
ever so closer.
Не, блядь, сука, блядь. Не, нахуй, говно, блядь. Пошел вон. Все, прощай, FIFA. Goodbye. Лалубай. Кто там? Кабанаки?
Unreal indeed. Shucks in the vehicle, hitting the
Что?
rotation.
FIFA kill.
Biffle reeling off of the trio's win just moments ago. Inside a building,
$50.
eliminations, but it doesn't matter.
Там описание есть донат алерт.
Last person standing.
Жду.
Biffle's going to hang out here for a while. He's comfortable with this POI, I think, Tiff. I think he's been here a couple times. I don't know if you watched the last 6 maps of Warzone, but Biffle likes this spot. And I think he's going to be...
Знаешь, почему он первое место взял тогда Кальдери, братан? Потому что он на доме играл с читами. Поэтому.
Adrian was full wiped earlier. Biffle with the signal 50. This is tough, right? You don't want to extend out. There's a lot of people here. Kind of interesting that he stuck to the guns of his POI.
And notably isn't using the riot shield. Okay, here we go. Adrian, a part of Aiden and Raided's team. A little bit underwhelming performance from them. 13th overall. Spots Duo with the snapshot. Zones off an area. Adrian pushes the fight. Duo for EU.
Biggest gulag of your life, my guy.
Oh, not even close.
Well done, but Biffle and Mayapo running up against each other this early on is a little bit scary.
Look, I gotta say, London's not gonna like me for it as, everybody's going for their loadout.
Bro, Vortex has no idea, and Intex grabs it and turns his attention straight to it. Bro only had 34 bullets on that Lockman prior to grabbing his loadout. The fact is, he's dolphin diving through the dunes and trying to get back to oil, but not before he runs across the Luka. He sights him, gets some damage, but not gonna be enough.
Spot on the outside. We're gonna miss it, but we're gonna see the 1v1. Mayapo says he wins all of his ones. Has only lost one today that we've seen on main stage, and well, it was to Biffle.
Oh.
Nice grenade. Breaks plates, down to about half health. Mayapo continues to maintain pressure. Perfectly read, not enough. Tojo out of here.
Mayapo wins those ones. Blade on your screen. Already had a taste of victory before in a solo YOLO. Looking to double down. But you gotta rotate through the vehicles, and Almond at the very top of the mountain. Peppers shots are going out, smoke in the distance, but that's also going to give away your location, and Vaps got the high ground. Oh.
Vaps got not only the high ground, he's going for the ultimate high tip. He's climbing that radio tower. Let's see if he can maybe do it. Hisoka, of course, technically on paper in a warm-up tournament. won the most recent quote-unquote solo YOLO, won $15,000 doing that. So on paper, maybe has the most experience recently to win another solo YOLO. We'll see. This one, the stakes are maybe just a little bit higher. Here we go. 120 players remaining. 30 players have been fully eliminated from this lobby and are just watching the rest of the action with London. I was going to check this out a second ago, Tiff. NA has been on top all day today. EU has a chance to finally answer back. I think it was Team Wars that barely broke into the top 5, actually winning a tiebreaker to break into the top 5. The only EU team to do so. Jowo hot on their heels after that tie in 6th.
Well, you heard Blade say it on Mage to Frankie. Basically, it is luck. Anyone here can win it. He's like, I got lucky. Can I win it again? 100%. But Sage already taking out 4 of our players here today in the solo YOLO.
Here's the thing about luck, especially in Warzone. If you can mitigate some of that luck, if you can mitigate some of the RNG by always grabbing information, always having the resources you need, and then you win your ones, you're going to be feeling real good.
I mean, mitigating information is a little crazy when you start honking the horn on the dirt bike and landing in a tree. Wait!
Yeah!
Wait!
It's okay.
Oh, it's just a flesh wound. He's fine.
Shorts blood.
Don't do me like that, Sage.
Tim, I think Sage is honking for competition. He wants a fight. He's on 4 eliminations already, 1,400 damage. He's looking for kills. He wants double-digit elims.
Smixy on main stage. Wsow coming out with the early damage, almost taking down Smixy. The opening push, the snapshot grenade, and just cannot get away from Amir.
Mir goes big there. Again, Team Mexico, they won the regional expansion qualifier, and they got 4th. Uh-oh, Attract's in trouble. Panda from above.
Doesn't matter, that self's not gonna mean much to you. Panda goes for the full.
Amir not only won that Kulak, but also won his team $50,000 in the trios part of this competition, grabbing 4th place. Double that up for 1 player in 1 map with a fairly central zone.
Oh, Mayapo.
Folks at home, if you want to take a look at that map, head over to the Call of Duty Echo channel on Twitch.
Как будто знает этот чувак, блядь.
Potentially alive.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Mayapo doesn't lose.
Ты чё,
Trying to
блядь?
throw down some damage to the door. Biffle now knows that someone is on to him.
Mayapo versus Biffle again. Biffle came out.
Ой, сука. Думает, как я, блядь. Молодец, чувак, блядь. Чётко, блядь. Хорош, блядь. Мияпо.
Not only that, he's got a recon drone, a PA, plenty of cash, a gas mask. He is setting himself up for that long run.
Tommy.
Podalarimiz tugab bo'ldi, Jasur. Hech qoldi.
Looking for $100,000 after an impressive 3rd place finish. He's got to get through methods.
Oh, good crack. Easy dub there for Tommy. Copper box is pleased.
Wars grabbing another as well. Wars also on 4. Taking a look at this zone, we are going to Hydroelectric. Oh my god.
Sage v Skullface. Okay, Skullface is my pick. Sage is just one.
О, говорит, Skullface его свинья, блядь. Что за хуйня? Зачем? Почему?
Can we get some claps from the crowd?
Зачем он так делал?
They don't like it.
Well, we don't want to see that. I mean, yeah, my pick just won that, and you know, Sage did take home a lion's share of the 500K pool, but we wanted to see him get crazy.
I don't know. I think Sage said, look, I already won $100,000 with my team. This is my boy Skullface. I'm going to give it to him.
I respect. My pick still lives.
Look, I'd clap for him.
My pig, блядь, моя свинья, блядь. Ай, сука, блядь.
Ooh, Aiden.
Skullfil ее свинья, блядь.
Second in a solo YOLO feels like. And let me just tell you, I had a chance to sit down. I talked to him. He's like, look, I'm not even worried about that 2nd place anymore. It is all water under the bridge. I'm totally okay with it. But you know what feels good? Getting a little bit of redemption.
Sure.
Maybe winning it here on LAN.
Sure. Feels fantastic. So does that $100,000 check in your pocket?
It's a big check. Did you see it, Gosh?
Whoa. Leaks. Here we go. Biffle's still alive, having won his gulag. Could he get revenge?
Maybe.
Oh no. Biffle versus Mayapo again. They're 50-50 on that matchup. Oh, that would be incredible to see it for a third time.
Low-key just laying down, LMG in hand, 95 bullets in the mag. Jay out here going for high ground.
Look, Jesus said that if he wins any money today, $100,000 or $3,000, he's giving it all to his dad, who got him into made his career possible, made his travels possible to compete all over the world, including here in London. Incredible story that the chance for 100K. Sometimes it's enticing, Tiff.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not great because everyone can see you.
It's like 2 signal 50 bullets away from losing out on 100K. You saw
Multiplayer de emotsa bo'ladi, Warzone de emotsa bo'ladi.
at the top and zeros elsewhere.
Mini kartda de emotsa
goes
bo'ladi.
down off screen. As we take a look at the map, you can see, well, yeah, we're probably heading to Hydro, and most of the teams know it, rather, most of the solos know it. Look how many players are already in Hydroelectric. Look how many players have taken not even a full building, probably just the floor of a building, maybe just a room, maybe a bathroom of one of these buildings, just holding out and hoping they might be the one.
Bathrooms can be cheese, but honestly, I do pretty much a bathroom hiding experience here in a solo YOLO.
Вот, Данильчик, у них хороший чит у этого Infinity Ward Activision. Купи у них, брат, вот смотри, какие красивые читы у них. Красиво показывает.
Not risking it currently, though.
I feel like you got to move every so often, right? Yeah, you're keeping an eye on the window, trying to play for the doors, and as that zone starts to close, you can see that next circle will still encompass Hydroelectric as Z-Laner falls.
Not the precision airstrike to clean up Z-Laner. Skullface finding one as well. Best Beard is not going to take you to the $100,000 check. Lovey's out of here as well. Castillo is out. And let's head to the Gulag, where Mutex is going to find Mood on the other side.
Going for the high ground, doesn't matter. Mutex does spot it out, not going to connect, able to get the shield crack. Little dance action, yeah, the snapshot grenade gives away the position of Mutex.
Beta testo. Jasur beta testo.
Plate's broken. Health
Oyunni pulga sotib olasiz.
Mutex has the slight advantage.
Oh.
Goes for the flag, reaches and loses. Reaches and loses, Tiff.
How do you lose that? Regardless, Mutex out of the solo YOLO. Solitude in the vehicle.
Oh, and hurt my soul.
Oh, dude, my heart's gonna start breaking, bro, because this is gonna hurt. The moment we get to like the final 30 is where things are gonna start getting real mixy. See Super Evan in the distance, Mayapo, Hard Trevs, Biffle. Gotta get gas though, repair the vehicle, you know.
Yeah, we're gassing up. Hey, look, Dream called it out, and it's a great shout. The vehicles are everything. The problem is, I mean, there is a Humvee in the water, so maybe that's the play. There's the Riot Shield strat we know and love. Copperbox, they don't like it. They want to see kills. Everybody's booing. Aiden says, boo all you want. I'm grabbing 100K.
You can boo, I want the bag, it doesn't matter. Aiden,
вот смотрите, что делает этот хуесос, блядь. Питерский айдан, блядь, сидит на щите, блядь. А на своем доме, стриме, блядь, он бегает, нахуй. 20, 25, 30 килл делает. А тут сидит, блядь, параша, блядь. Мусорский, блядь.
Dark versus Shifty. Shifty has proven his name. Won $100,000 as it, yeah, Cash Bandit indeed. His team's walked away with 100K already. Now he's looking for a 1v1 win to keep his dreams alive. Of
oh, but he's cracked. Dark's got the advantage, going for the flag. He does run into some fire, but not gonna get the win there. Dark said, I'll make an unlucky situation even better by taking the dub there.
Congratulations, Z-Dark. That's a huge victory against one of many of the talent's predictions, many of the people at home's predictions. This is solo YOLO. Anything can happen. Could it be Hisoka out in the open that could go down here?
No.
Allman able to crack. Hisoka with the riot shield on back is able to block a couple bullets, allow him a moment of reprieve. Allman is more worried about a signal 50 to the back of the head, though, Tiff.
Yeah, I'm worried. I mean, he's got so many windows in this building. But that circle is going to pull towards the outskirts of hydroelectric. Yes, like 7 buildings are still in. He's taking a rooftop. Huskers in the building just north of him.
Где Хаскер? О, я Хаскера болею.
Desperately believes is going
Хаскер еще живой. Молодец, пацак.
Crouched down a little bit, but someone has tried to enter Aiden's building.
Вот, Айденджан, блядь.
Off the screen here, Destroy out, Mayapo out. Tony White, Rocket, Bubble, Dongi, Rated, so many names. We're into the bottom half. 65 players remaining, and those names are going to be flying.
I don't cheater, brad.
Focus on the teams and the players that are alive. Huskers being one of those.
Вот, Хаскера болею я, брат.
Spot in this zone, as it looks like 15 to 20 players going to be creeping in right
behind him. Самый мощный ученик мой, этот Хаскер. Если что, этот чувак на клавомише играет.
$100,000 from one map of Warzone. Almond taking on Clutch, Belt closing the distance. Smoke's going out, and there it goes. Almond takes down another one. But as the gas
какой коммент, братан?
Biffle has made it in, just nestled on
Я не такой.
Noobs in the distance.
И так еле-еле говорю по-русски, братан. Какой коммент?
Does have a self-res though. Not sure if it's going to be worth pushing here.
Русский мой мусорский, братан.
Incredible.
Goodbye, Noobs.
Grabs another elimination and is kind of risking himself on the edge of zone. I will say for the people at home, if you can't hear the copper box, they're not delineating between NA and EU as much as they're delineating between people playing with riot shields and people not. And Biffle's, I think,
DJ
on the front.
Moss, man. Dandro's pick to win. The Wheels first pick to win will go out. Biffle is enacting vengeance all alongside of the outer circle. So here's the deal. Oh, but he's stunned.
The stun grenades on Biffle. Patsuka playing 5-head. Gets third-partied. Biffle does fall. See you later. The team at the top. The team that's already won
Бля, Хаскер умер. А, не умер. Хаскерчик! Давай, братишка, нахуй! Давай! Если победишь, я креветковый самогон буду пить. Давай, блядь!
The right shield comes out. Doesn't matter though, he's just looking for the toes.
Looking for them toes, but a PA on your head. You need to be looking for your health.
Тихо!
2 HP in a dream.
Мой пацак в центр зоны. У него голова работает.
Huskers is dead center of zone. The problem is everyone is looking at him. With this many players alive, maybe he makes it out in time. You see, Allman has ultimate high on the far right-hand side. Is going to have to move in. Pretty much everyone having to rotate to this next zone, or going to hang out in the
Сейчас покажет мой пацак. Смотри, Володка.
Just gonna stay alive.
О, видишь, он в центре.
I would burn through the durable. Z-Smith is underneath him. He was trying to bait it out, but the rotation comes in and he just runs straight into a member. He's gonna be able to go through that, but the third party is
Хорош, бля, убейте друг друга.
Z-Smith though, last alive from that building. We are into the final 10.
Бля. Где Хаскер? Ай, сука, умер, что ли? Где Хаскер?
Could he do it with the most kills in the lobby and potentially
Ай, сука, умер он.
$100,000 in his pocket?
Эх, блядь.
He has the high ground. He has the advantage. Tiff, Hisoka has a chance to make history.
And a PA from Z-Smith cuts that chance down. Bredman takes down Allman. The final 6.
Да, умер, блядь, пацак.
Finally left his building and is inching towards that next zone. Bredman, though, he did just call in another airstrike, but the incoming vehicle is authorized at the helm.
Bredman is out of place. Dream looking like the smartest player.
Ты на щите, смотри, кабан, блядь. Ты на щите, блядь.
With a PA in hand, it's just a matter of trying to get it off in time. But with no place, he's in trouble. Riot Shield in hand from Authorized. Riot Shield in hand from Breadman. Skullface! Tiff, you're not out of it yet!
Don't jinx me, bro. Don't jinx me. Benzie down below, Spaz down below, Bread and Authorized as well. The final 5. Someone will have 100K at the end of this match.
Вот этот чел на трубе победит вроде. Вот этот. Cool. Cool.
Trying to stay out of the line of sight, Bread tanking zone. Now, Skull has to use the gas mask. It's okay,
Это черт свинья вот этого девушку, блядь. Диктора, блядь. Она говорила, Skullface, мой пик. Мой пик. Да, он победит нахуй. Сейчас победит этот пик, блядь.
A gift from Sage could take him all the way to 100K. He takes the shots unauthorized, potentially weak. Breadman down
Ай, бля. Не. Хорош. Что? Только пацан победил. Йоло поло соло нахуй. Skullface.
Unbelievable plays. Ice in the veins. Skullface. 100.
Блядь, на Эрику похож этот чувак. Согласны? Эрик, может, твой брат этот? Ладно, пацаки, я все. Домой пора. Ух, сука, вот нахуй. Чек дали, пацаку. Нихуя, блядь. Эрик, ты тоже готов такой большой чек? Когда приеду в Латвию, даешь мне, брат. Понял? Ну там поменяй этот один букву на два.
Do you think that maybe you owe a little bit of this victory to Sage though, because he let you take the W in the Gulag?
Honestly, when that happened, I didn't see his name. I thought it was a reset in the lobby. I'm like, there's no way he's just let me get a free win.
Is it personal? Do you have a relationship with him, or he just thought, you know what, whoever this guy is, he's a lucky boy?
I did go up to him and like, all right, you won the trios, let me win the solo YOLO. So.
Этот чувак говорит, раньше я был чмошником, вот стал хорошим, блядь. Вот потом я вот показал всем, блядь. Я раньше был свиньей, говорит, он сейчас, блядь, вот, блядь. Кобальт, я говорю. Кобальт. Ладно, ребята, всем спасибо от души, чики-чики. До завтра, Акела. Берегите вашу жопу, нахуй. Хорошо?
Should we take a look back at your winning moment?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Your HyperX winning moment.